This little baby was born with a mind of his own, knowing exactly how to grab his milk bottle and chug it down whenever he got hungry without anyone teaching him. That is because he realized the liquid inside was no ordinary milk, but actual ancient dragon blood essence. Thanks to that, by the time he turned 7, he already had an incredibly ripped body with absolute killer six-pack abs. Even the giant beasts in the deep forest are nothing more than daily snacks, getting knocked out with a single punch the moment they cross his path. While other kids his age have to sweat and struggle to their absolute limits just to finish basic training, our main guy is already playing on creative mode, easily doing one-handed push-ups while balancing a massive 100-pound boulder on his back. But those kids have no idea he is actually the founding ancestor of their clan, reincarnated into this world to whip his troublesome descendants back into shape. This whole story actually started over 1,000 years ago, when a man named Duy Phat Dragon was known as the strongest warrior alive. Yet, even at the absolute peak of power, he felt completely empty, realizing how fleeting a human life truly is. Refusing to accept that limit, he set out to chase an ancient legend. Legend had it that deep within a sacred territory guarded by a divine dragon, a mythical golden fruit lay hidden, containing the secret power of immortality. Defying all odds, he defeated the dragon god and finally laid eyes on the miraculous fruit. Despite his battered, exhausted body, he let out a confident laugh. With this in my hands, I can still pursue ultimate power. Without a single moment of hesitation, he swallowed the mysterious fruit whole. Decades later, inside a grand mansion surrounded by blooming roses, a heavy silence falls as the final moments of this legendary warrior draw near. Gilliam, the eldest son of the El Dragon family, kneels in deep pain by the bedside, watching his dying father. With his very last breaths, the patriarch Duy Phat looks at his weeping son and calmly tells him to stop making such a miserable face. His time has simply run out. Sobbing, Gilliam tightly grasps his father's frail, bony hand. This mansion feels so cold without his mother or anyone else around. Watching his son drown in grief, Duy Phat silently tells him that he must never let himself be this weak. Staring into the distance, he thinks to himself that the legends of the mythical fruit were just lies after all. Still, he feels lucky to have had a loving wife and good children, whispering a soft farewell to his beloved family. I, Duy Phat, have lived long enough with absolutely no regrets. But right as his consciousness finally fades, a burning desire suddenly flares up inside. His eyes snap wide open. Do not make me laugh. Of course I still have regrets. Raising his trembling hands as if to seize his own destiny, his soul screams out in pure frustration. If only I had more time. If only I had just a bit more time. I still haven't reached the absolute pinnacle of martial arts. Gilliam's desperate cries echo through the room, marking the official end of the legendary Duy Phat El Dragon. At least, that is what everyone thought, but in a completely different place, a newborn baby suddenly opens his eyes in total confusion, wondering if he had simply fallen asleep. Looking up at the ceiling, he recognizes the wallpaper pattern from the clan's side mansion, while an unbelievably lightweight feeling in his body leaves him utterly stunned. Staring at his own hands, he panics, wondering what on earth is going on with these tiny fingers. He realizes these are the hands of a newborn baby, a shocking reality he can barely accept. Did I actually turn into an infant? After taking a moment to calm his breathing, Duy Phat begins analyzing this bizarre situation, knowing it should be completely impossible to drag a 10-star master like him into something this weird without him noticing. Lying in his crib, his amber eyes narrow in deep thought, wondering who could have done this and how. Suddenly, Duy Phat remembers his fierce battle with the divine dragon and that glowing golden fruit from his past life. It all starts making complete sense. Now the fruit's true power was not immortality, but actual reincarnation. An ambitious grin spreads across the baby's face. He never expected this, but it is an absolute blessing, because now he can finally witness the ultimate peak of martial arts. Looking around, Duy Phat realizes he is in the side house surrounded by dozens of other newborns, wondering why they are all gathered here. Right then, the door swings open and maids wheel in a cart loaded with bottles of strange, glowing red liquid. A cold voice barks an order to get ready, and right on cue, a small goblin-like creature is dragged out into the room. To his absolute shock, the maids force-feed the goblin the red liquid, sending bright red droplets splashing all over him. He panics internally, wondering why a monster is here and what they are trying to do. When a maid suddenly scoops him up and shoves a bottle right in his face, Duy Phat recoils in terror, screaming in his head to find out what kind of poison she is feeding them. Sensing a massive, volatile energy within the fluid, Duy Phat tries to spit it out, but his weak infant body betrays him, forcing him to swallow a gulp. He freezes in absolute shock. This is ancient dragon blood. While the maids casually assume diluting the blood makes it perfectly safe for the babies, Duy Phat feels like his tiny body is about to violently tear apart from the overwhelming energy. But then, A bold idea sparks in his mind. Is this not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? If he can fully absorb this chaotic energy, he can surpass his former self and finally reach the absolute peak of martial arts. No matter what kind of conspiracy is playing out here, Duy Phat decides to seize the moment, immediately drawing in the burning, raging power that surges within him. His face contorts in pure agony, as veins bulge violently against the intense pressure wrecking his tiny body. Yet, despite the immense struggle, his eyes still burn with the fierce pride of a true king, refusing to back down. Gritting his teeth, he vows to conquer this ancient force. Do not look down on Duy Phat El Dragon, he thinks, because he is about to show them what real strength looks like. Stunned by this bizarre sight, the maid can only gasp in shock at this child. Ignoring the agonizing pain ripping through his flesh, Duy Phat continues to ravenously absorb the blood, keeping his eyes on the prize. I will master this dragon power, and then I will finally reach the peak of martial arts that eluded me in my past life. Now lying limp in his crib covered in dried blood, Duy Phat pants heavily from pure exhaustion. Somehow, he managed to survive. Looking around, he notices that the other babies have also made it through this brutal trial of life and death, silently marveling at the sheer survival instincts of these infants. He really cannot underestimate a baby's will to live. But as night falls, the heavy limits of his tiny infant body finally catch up to him. Seriously, being stuck in a baby's body is a nightmare. One minute he is plotting world domination, the next he is fast asleep. Gradually, the grandmaster drifts off so his body can digest the dragon power. Time flies, and 7 years later in a remote mountain range, a powerful, steady counting voice echoes through the air. 998. 999. Under the blazing sun, a muscular kid is doing an extreme workout, holding a handstand with one arm while balancing a massive boulder on his feet. Looking at his hand, he smiles confidently. This physique is still absolutely amazing. Now, the former head of the El Dragon clan has officially started his new journey under the name Z Dragon. Clenching his fist, he knows this is all thanks to that ancient dragon blood. Every living being possesses some form of inner power, and that dragon blood they were forced to drink as babies was the ultimate key to unlocking boundless strength. Any kid who drank it would gain a body far superior to normal humans. But combined with the power of the divine dragon he defeated in his past life, Z is the only child who completely absorbed the dragon's essence. Still, he cannot hide his disappointment looking at his hand, realizing he is still only at 1 star. This is bad. He really should have reached at least 4 star by now, but hey, it is what it is. Stars represent a person's inner power level, and they can only be unlocked when someone is pushed to their absolute limits. In this era, the human body is viewed as a miniature universe with glowing stars floating inside. The more stars you manage to condense, the greater your power, but forming each new star gets exponentially harder. In his past life, known as Duy Phat El Dragon, Jack actually reached the 10-star realm, an unprecedented feat that made him the only person in the world to ever achieve such godlike power. 7 years have flown by since Jack reincarnated as the illegitimate son of the El Dragon clan leader. Gazing into the distance, his heart grows heavy thinking about his deceased mother and the father who has never shown his face. He seriously questions his father's parenting skills, but what shocks him more is how much the world has changed after 1,000 years. Waking up a whole millennium in the future is a massive mind-blower. Before even getting his bearings in this new timeline, Jack quickly realizes that survival of the fittest in this era is pushed to an absolutely brutal extreme. The absolute best example is a brutal ritual called the Trial of the Dragon, where newborns are forced to drink ancient dragon blood. Only those who survive get chosen to train as real El Dragon warriors. But the reality of Jack's own situation is completely backward. Confused by his own treatment, he turns to question the maid standing nearby. For 7 years, not a single instructor has come to train him. Isn't that weird? Anyone who survives the trial should get combat training, yet here he is surrounded by nothing but maids. Seeing the maid freeze up, Jack just clicks his tongue and lets it go. Physical conditioning is more important right now anyway, and he can easily teach himself how to fight. Still, curiosity about the main clan's other children keeps nagging at him. Jack looks straight at her, hoping for some real answers, but she just bows and coldly says she is afraid she cannot answer that. Jack presses on, pointing out that he is only asking about basic family matters. But the maid remains completely indifferent, repeating that she is afraid she cannot answer. Seriously, does this woman only have one line programmed in her head? Jack's eyes turn sharp as he demands to know if that is really all she can say. Despite his pressure, she repeats the same line. Jack lets out a frustrated sigh, asking if this treatment isn't a bit harsh. Seriously, how could anyone be so cold to such a cute kid? The maid bows, explaining they only have orders to tend to his daily needs. But as Jack observes her closely, he realizes she is a 3-star user, easily strong enough to teach him basic combat. But she is clearly drawing a hard line. Not wanting to waste his breath, Jack turns and heads for the forest. Living together for 7 years with almost zero real interaction is just plain weird. Heading deep into the dense woods, Jack suddenly plucks a handful of strange-looking. Right away, his face twists in pure disgust. Bleck. This poisonous herb tastes absolutely nothing like sweet cotton candy. It is totally vile, but even though the taste is completely horrific, he tells himself this is all part of his training to build up poison resistance. Jack tries to calm himself down, reminding himself to be patient. However, he can clearly feel a mysterious gaze watching his every move lately. This constant feeling of being monitored is starting to get seriously annoying. He really wants to do something to put an end to this annoyance. Jack stops in his tracks and calls out into the empty space. Well, he did not expect them to show up over something so trivial. Seriously, is this for real? If you guys have something to say, come out and say it to my face. Right at that moment, an evil, dark purple aura suddenly erupts from the bushes ahead. Jack watches cautiously as something emerges from the shadows. Standing right before him is a massive wild boar with glowing red eyes and a body shrouded in strange smoke. He gasps in shock. It is a wild berserk boar. Staring at the black mist swirling around the monster, Jack ponders silently. He realizes this thing never existed 1,000 years ago, making him wonder what kind of energy this actually is. The beast quickly catches a strange scent and immediately spots the intruder stepping into its territory. The beast charges at him with terrifying speed, but Jack does not show a single hint of fear. He just smirks confidently and swiftly dodges its deadly headbutt. Right away, he channels power into his fist, making his hand glow with a fierce golden energy. With just a single punch, Jack obliterates the berserk boar, sending it exploding in a blinding flash of light. Looking at the lingering aura on his hand, he quietly evaluates his strength. Just a light touch on a same-level 1-star beast produced this much power. The quality of those stars really makes a huge difference. Jack casually slings the massive carcass over his shoulder, walking away with a sigh of absolute boredom. Man, he is getting seriously tired of being left all alone like this. Maybe it is time for a little adventure. Let's see, where should he go? The weather is way too hot lately, so maybe a quick trip to the beach for a cool swim is in order. But of course, every single move he makes is being watched by some stalker hiding in the trees. The spy is completely flabbergasted by the kid's raw strength. What on earth is going on here? Even without proper training, he easily channeled the power of a 1-star and defeated a berserk boar with a single strike. More importantly, the kid actually noticed his hidden presence. This boy is definitely not normal. The observer silently ponders Jack's tragic background, a motherless child who was completely neglected by his own father. Because he carries the El Dragon bloodline, he can never truly escape the family's grip. Even if he is just an illegitimate child, he still belongs to the clan. Is that so? Things are about to get pretty interesting later on. Meanwhile, Jack returns to his wooden cabin and immediately senses the presence of some uninvited guests. He warily observes them, wondering who they are. 3 4-star warriors and 1 5-star master, all highly skilled fighters. What would elite fighters like this want here? Spotting the bright family crest on their uniforms, he realizes they are from the main clan. An elderly official steps forward, respectfully placing a hand over his chest in greeting. "This must be our first time meeting," he says. "We are here to escort you back to take an entrance exam." Jack completely freezes up at this sudden demand, shouting out in absolute shock. "An exam," he yells out in sheer frustration. "What do you mean an exam when I haven't even been taught a single letter?" He never expected that after 7 long years, he would be dragged right back to the El Dragon family's main estate. The messengers escort him all the way from the remote borderlands by order of the main house. But seeing Jack's scruffy appearance, the maids immediately stop him. "You need to change your clothes," they say. "You cannot enter the estate looking like this." Jack just blinks in confusion, asking if he really cannot go in. He knows this return is not about living a royal life, but for a completely different purpose. It turns out that over the past 1,000 years, the El Dragon clan has established an elite academy called the Dragon's Den. Every child born into the family dreams of entering this place and is homeschooled until they turn 7. Today is the entrance exam day, but Jack can only let out a highly sarcastic smirk. Well, he is the only one who has never received any proper education at all. Even without any basic knowledge, taking this exam is still mandatory for him. Jack plops down on the ground with a gloomy face, complaining to himself. Great, he got dragged back from the borderlands right when he was planning to run away. Thinking about all his hard work packing bags to escape now going down the drain, he can only scratch his head in absolute regret. Just then, a gentle-looking green-haired boy approaches him with concern, asking if he is okay and what is wrong. Jack looks up at the stranger and coldly asks who he is. The kid scratches his head in embarrassment, introducing himself as Rengus from OG Village. Jack narrows his eyes, silently observing him. This timid-looking kid actually seems pretty sharp despite his shy nature. After introducing himself, Jack frankly admits he has absolutely no clue what they are supposed to do in this exam. Hearing this, Rengus is completely baffled, stammering that the exam content has actually not changed at all over the past few years. Jack casually confesses he does not even know what the exam is about, leaving Rengus with his mouth wide open. What, you really do not know a single thing about the test? Is this guy seriously going to be okay? Right then, an arrogant-looking guy struts over. This is Ron from Oskal Village, and he immediately starts throwing insults. Hey there, weakling Rengus. What on earth is a coward like you doing here anyway? Did you get lost? He sneers. Go back home before you get hurt. Ron continues to mock Rengus's dream of taking the exam as pure delusion, saying there is absolutely no way someone like him could ever pass. He even drags Rengus's father into the mud, mocking him as a fake dragon. What kind of joke can a fake dragon's kid even achieve? Let me watch and see. Hearing those cruel words, Rengus clenches his fist tight, but ultimately lacks the courage to fight back. Within the El Dragon clan, a very strict hierarchy has been established by an absolute monarch, dividing members clearly starting from the beginner dragons, young dragons, adult dragon captains, all the way to the high dragon lords. And at the absolute bottom of this society is the fake dragon, a title reserved for those who cannot enter or fail to graduate from the dragon's den. Rengus bows his head in sheer frustration, but inside, his resolve is burning. He wants to prove they are not fakes. Jack looks at his new friend and suddenly speaks up, asking him why. How can you be so sure without even trying? Seeing someone interfere in his business, Ron barks out angrily. Who the heck are you? Jack remains completely calm, simply asking if there is a problem. No, I am just asking, Jack replies. Why can't Rengus do it? Ron snarls in utter contempt, saying it is obviously because he is weak. Seeing Rengus's defeated face, Jack suddenly releases a terrifying, crushing pressure. His eyes burn like blazing fire, making his opponent tremble in fear. He coldly declares that Rengus is actually way stronger than any of them. This statement completely adds fuel to the fire, sending Ron into a screaming rage. Are you saying our whole group is weaker than that, idiot? He rages. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, a loud announcement echoes through the speakers. Attention! The Dragon's Den entrance exam is starting now. All examinees must register in order and quickly move out with their number tags. Ron stomps off in frustration, but not before throwing back a bitter, angry threat. I will remember your face, you punk, he warns. Watching him leave, Jack can only let out a tired sigh, wondering why the youth nowadays are so incredibly hot-headed, all while totally forgetting that he is currently trapped in the body of a kid the exact same age. Hearing Rengus say this test is mandatory, a clueless Jack asks if he can just withdraw or quit halfway, leaving his new friend utterly speechless at his unbelievable ignorance. Rengus gives a bitter smile and advises Jack to withdraw if possible to avoid getting hurt, because even skilled applicants cannot turn back once they have stepped inside. Jack just clicks his tongue and urges them to hurry over to the field so they do not miss the opening ceremony. Gosh, stop slacking off at such an important moment. At the arena, the stern-faced examiner loudly announces the rules. The test is actually extremely simple. All they need to do is leave a single scratch on a massive boulder using either their bare hands or the provided weapons to pass. However, each participant has only 3 attempts to prove their worth. While the other kids are trembling in fear, Jack is already feeling completely and utterly disappointed. I thought to myself, after passing that terrifying dragon trial back in the day, this trivial little test was honestly not exciting at all. The first candidate stepped forward, his face pale and his hands shaking from pure nerves. He let out a loud shout, pouring all his strength into a heavy sword strike against the rock. The shockwave ripped back, forcing Rengus to cover his ears. The recoil shattered his sword and mangled his hands. Witnessing that brutal sight, Rengus and the crowd were completely stunned. The poor boy collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, but the examiner coldly took notes and declared the first attempt a failure. He asked if the kid wanted to try again, but once the boy completely passed out, the heartless examiner just ordered the guards to drag him away and clean up. Cold-blooded. Must be nice being that ruthless. While they dragged him off, Rengus couldn't stop shaking. I stared at the rock, wondering what it was. Rengus explained it was a self-healing regeneration stone. Even worse, if you hit it with pure physical force, it reflects the blow with hundreds of times more power. I couldn't help but sigh at how brutal this was, what an absurd material. But Rengus mentioned that if you know how to circulate your energy throughout your body and strike correctly, you can still scratch it. I quickly realized the catch of this test. I got it. Martial skills mattered less than mastering energy control, which was perfect for a genius like me. Barely anyone could pass. Even those loudmouths from this morning were struggling. The exam hall grew incredibly tense, as fail announcements kept ringing out alongside agonizing screams of the injured. After numbers 51 and 202 failed, The examiner loudly called out number 315. I looked down at my token, ready to step up. It was my turn. Rengis nervously asked if I wanted to back out to stay safe, but I walked toward the stone with absolute confidence, telling him not to worry since this silly rock was easy as pie. I stood alone in front of the massive boulder under the gaze of hundreds of spectators, while the examiner readied his pen to take notes. As I locked my focus onto it, my eyes flashed with pure authority. A brilliant, golden, flame-like aura erupted around my entire body, radiating the overwhelming presence of a true legendary master. Seeing me step up empty-handed, the examiner asked in surprise if I was going to use a weapon. I casually replied that it was completely unnecessary, since my bare fists were more than enough. My bold statement immediately caused a stir in the crowd. They laughed, claiming scratching it barehanded was impossible, and my arm would just shatter. Rengis was sweating buckets, regretting not stopping me. The examiner nodded, and I stepped closer to the stone, a new mineral from the last 1,000 years. Still, I brushed those thoughts aside. No problem. A blazing current of energy began to gather around my arm, making Rengis jump up and scream for me to stop. I ignored him, letting out a thrilled grin. Time to unleash my real strength. I focused my core energy into a single point and roared out my dragon technique, dragon strike, first stance, crushing blow. A deafening explosion shook the arena, kicking up a massive dust cloud that left Rengis completely speechless. Even the examiner froze, his pen shaking. As the dust cleared, the indestructible rock had a massive crack. I looked at my bruised hand. A bit too heavy for this current body. Always keep up a smirk. The arena fell dead silent before someone finally screamed. He actually cracked it. In the crowd, a sharp-eyed blonde girl smiled with pure excitement. Rengis was completely frozen. I just calmly stood there, wearing a confident grin. The examiner stood frozen, his mind clearly in utter chaos. It was impossible for a kid to shatter half of a regeneration stone. To him, this was a feat only for a 4-star expert. Yet here I was, a mere child, pulling it off. He stared with deep suspicion. Was my mother's blood that strong, or had he seen my technique before? Seeing the examiner silent for too long, Jack asks about his results. The startled man snaps back, loudly declaring number 315 has passed, before handing him a small blue potion. Take this, he says. Jack is clueless. What is this? The examiner just smiles and shoos him away so they can clean up. Jack walks off, grumbling in total annoyance. Why is everyone in this era so rushed? Just chill. Right then, Rengis rushes over, grabs his shoulders, and screams in absolute awe. You actually shattered the rock, he yells out. Jack just shrugs, saying it was pretty easy. He holds up the blue bottle to ask his friend what it is. Rengis explains it is just a standard recovery potion given to everyone who passes. Jack stares at the bottle. He senses the energy inside. It does not seem toxic at all. Don't tell me this is some kind of legendary elixir. He realizes it is actually the Van Shuyen Mintao, an incredibly rare medicine made from secret realm herbs and the pure core energy of divine beasts. This stuff instantly heals any old wound or scar while giving a massive power boost. Even knowing how priceless it is, Jack does not hesitate for a second, tipping the bottle back and chugging the pure liquid. The moment he chugs it down, a cool blue light wraps his injured arm. Is this a real elixir? He wonders. Jack gasps as the severe recoil injuries vanish in an instant. Rengis stands nearby, explaining that while he is no expert, gear provided by the El Dragon family is always miles ahead of regular retail trash. Amazed by the rapid healing, Jack notes that even if it lacks the power-boosting traits of a true elixir, its recovery speed is still remarkable. Meanwhile, Rengis watches Jack with pure admiration. He thinks Jack himself is far more mind-blowing than the potion, making Jack click his tongue. Why the intense stare? Looking at the bottle, Jack realizes human wisdom has leaped forward over 1,000 years. Rengis showers him with praise. You are incredible. Honestly, this guy is so strong that every word he says is law. The exam continues as numbers 373, 395, and 405 are announced as passed. Jack observes them quietly, noting that their success is entirely expected. Tension rises as the examiner calls number 414. Rengis steps up, shaking like a leaf. Jack tries to calm him down, telling him to chill because this test is a total breeze. Rengis sighs, thinking not everyone can shatter giant rocks with a single punch like him. Ultimately, he just tells himself to lower his expectations to avoid being brutally disappointed. Facing the trial stone, Rengis takes a deep breath, draws his sword, and concentrates his energy. With a loud battle cry, he swings his blade with all his might at the target. However, the intense recoil sends him flying back, marking a painful failure on his first attempt. Refusing to give up, Rengis forces himself up, pouring everything into his next strike. A painful grunt echoes as Rengis is launched backward once more, crashing hard onto the ground. Staring at the completely scratch-free stone, He gasps in sheer disbelief that this is impossible. Instantly, Redon and his goons burst into nasty laughter, mocking him for being the son of a fake dragon and telling him to quit. Redon then struts over to Jack, smirking arrogantly. "What did you say earlier?" he sneers. "Didn't you claim that loser on the floor is stronger than us?" Ignoring the crowd's mockery, the examiner looks coldly at the kneeling Rengus and asks a question. "You have one last try left. Do you want to attempt it again?" the examiner asks. As Rengus stammers, Jack suddenly steps forward with a sharp question. "Seriously, what on earth are you doing?" Jack asks. "Why are you shaking with a sword instead of using your spear?" This bizarre question leaves Rengus totally confused, asking what he even means by a spear. "Like I said, why use a weapon that does not fit you without any plan?" Jack points out, emphasizing that in his current state, Rengus will never scratch that stone with a sword. Hearing this, Redon and his gang burst into mocking laughter. "Look at this idiot," they jeer. "His old man probably did not even know how to use a spear, which is why he taught this brat swordplay." They keep laughing, claiming a weapon swap won't save him. Of course, Jack completely ignores these annoying, buzzing flies. Jack turns to ask the examiner if switching weapons mid-test violates any rules. Once he hears it is totally fine, Jack winks at his buddy, saying he is in luck today. Jack's gaze suddenly turns incredibly intense. "Are you really going to just let it end like this?" he asks, as past training memories flash back. Rengus grits his teeth, his fear replaced by burning resolve. "No, I will do it," Rengus declares, deciding to bet everything on Jack's advice. He boldly asks to use a spear as emotional memories of his late father flood his mind. His father was banned from the dragon tomb, mocked as a fake dragon. Yet he raised his son with quiet dignity. Facing the stone, Rengus vows that the man his father raised is no fake, and today he will prove it. Knowing a sword will only yield the same failure, he puts his absolute faith in his friend. Even though Rengus is anxious about never using a spear, Jack simply points forward and gives an order. "Just thrust straight and don't think about it," Jack urges, telling him to drive it forward. Usually, trying a totally unfamiliar weapon like this is complete madness. But touched by his new friend's faith, Rengus hardens his resolve, agreeing to give it a shot. Since Jack believes in him, he might as well believe in himself. Though he has only held swords before, his inner energy has never surged like this. With a roaring battle cry, Rengus unleashes a devastating spear thrust, while Redon's gang continues to mock him. "Look at him struggling," they sneer, thinking a simple weapon swap won't change his pathetic fate. But their smirks instantly vanish as the spear becomes an extension of his body, unleashing an explosive burst of power that leaves everyone gasping. The examiners stare in absolute shock at this unprecedented sight. "Good grief, he did not just scratch it, he completely pierced right through it," they exclaim. Rengus stands dazed in the arena until Jack starts clapping loudly. "Awesome job, Rengus." Jack cheers. The examiner quickly takes notes and loudly announces that number 414 has passed. Holding the spear, Rengus is completely frozen with emotion. "Did I really pass?" he stammers. Jack wraps an arm around his shoulder, celebrating that he knew his buddy had it in him. Overwhelmed, Rengus hugs him tightly, shouting out his joy. Jack smiles confidently, reminding him he told him so. Watching them, Redon and his goons can only gnash their teeth in fury, desperately claiming it was just a fluke, not real talent. Right then, a booming announcement echoes across the courtyard, declaring the entrance exam officially over and the opening ceremony active. Jack looks around, wondering if the ceremony is really this basic. Rengus explains that even tougher, brutal trials probably await them once they actually begin their classes inside the academy. While they wonder what to do next, the heavy thud of marching guards signals the arrival of a massive figure. The leader of the El Dragon family is coming to deliver a welcoming speech. A man with fiery red hair and a crushing aura steps onto the stage, wearing an incredibly icy expression. Spotting the grumpy patriarch, Jack casually asks who the red-haired old geezer is. He looks so incredibly full of himself. Rengus turns pale with terror, whispering that it is the patriarch. Ignoring his friend's panic, Jack continues to mock the leader's sour face, joking that glaciers are probably warmer than him. Absolutely terrified, Rengus quickly slaps a hand over Jack's mouth, begging him to shut up if he wants to survive. "Keep your voice down, I beg you. Thought we had a pro carrying the team, but you are just a massive liability." Still, behind that carefree act, Jack's eyes sharpen as he quietly sizes up the true power of the current El Dragon clan. He looks quiet, but his mind is analyzing everyone in seconds. Jack notices several 7-star experts standing among the guards, alongside a massive force of 6-star warriors. It is a seriously formidable lineup. Jack's gaze stops on the clan leader standing high above them, radiating a suffocating pressure. This is the current patriarch of the El Dragon clan, Banjia. He must be an 8-star level, Jack muses. He silently recalls 1,000 years ago, when the 8-star realm was an ultimate peak that fewer than 12 people in the entire world could ever reach. While sizing up the unexpected changes of this new Yuan, his eyes remain locked on the immense power before him. Staring directly at Banjia, Jack cannot even hide his disgust. I really do not like that guy, Jack thinks. Suddenly, a loud announcement commands everyone to gather for the powerful patriarch's speech. Banjia steps forward under a burning crimson aura, his voice cold and sharp. Strive to become the very flesh and blood of El Dragon, Banjia commands. The crushing pressure of an 8-star powerhouse thickens the air, leaving the young recruits gasping for breath and collapsing in sheer terror. Witnessing this cruel display, Jack grits his teeth. Though he is not sure why, he feels an intense hatred for this man. The moment Banjia leaves, a cheerful official steps up, clapping his hands eagerly. What an incredibly inspiring speech, the official cheers. He loudly declares that Lord Banjia holds extremely high expectations for this entire new class of recruits. Jack stares blankly at this loud, laughing stranger, wondering how anyone could spout such empty, meaningless words. Meanwhile, the official keeps shouting, "You must work hard. The bright future of our great nation." Licking his tongue in disgust at the shallow performance, Jack mutters that it is pathetic. Still, he notices that the suffocating tension from earlier has finally started to fade away. Another stern-faced instructor steps up to announce dormitory assignments, ordering everyone to move out as soon as their names are called. As the crowd disperses, Jack turns to ask Rengus what is going on. "Wait, aren't we all heading to the exact same place?" Jack asks in confusion. Rengus explains that they are actually split into 4 separate training sectors, divided by the east, west, south, and north directions. Right after, a voice calls out number 315. Jack realizes it is his turn. Wishing Rengus good luck, Jack is assigned to the eastern sector. A majestic, sprawling mansion appears before his eyes. Walking through the massive corridors, Jack looks around. 1,000 years really changed so much here. Alright, let's take a turn right here. Completely unfamiliar with this giant estate, he wanders around forever before finally finding his room. Jack sighs in relief. He realizes he is quite late because of getting lost, meaning his roommate has probably arrived already. Grinning, he pushes the door open. He plans on making a hilarious first impression. "Sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. We are roommates starting today," he announces. But the bright smile on his face instantly freezes solid. Jack stands frozen, staring at his roommate, and stammers out his name. Turns out, it is none other than Rengus. Rengus lets out a massive sigh of relief, happily shouting that they are incredibly lucky to end up together. "I was honestly terrified of being left all alone," Rengus admits, thanking his lucky stars. As night falls, the 2 roommates finally sit down to rest, and Rengus gives him a quick warning. "Our official training starts tomorrow," Rengus says. Seeing Jack stare blankly into space, he asks if he is even listening. Jack calmly flashes a big thumbs up, proudly announcing that he did not hear a single thing. This incredibly confident response leaves Rengus completely speechless. "Are you seriously joking right now?" he groans. "That is definitely not something you should be bragging about." Rengus urges him to get some sleep early, warning him that tomorrow will be brutal. Jack stares out the window, quietly scheming his next move. He originally planned to escape this boring family for a wild adventure, but seeing rare treasures like the Resurrection Stone and that mysterious elixir changed his mind. To truly understand how the world has evolved after 1,000 years, sticking around the El Dragon clan for a bit actually seems like a pretty good idea. Just like that, a whole month flies by. Trust me, the easy days are officially over as a brutal, strict instructor takes over the field. He yells out, "Listen up. The dragon breath technique I taught you is a legendary breathing method created by the 15th patriarch of our clan." Below him, the exhausted recruits are sweating buckets, pushed to their absolute physical limits. "You must master this breathing technique in every single situation," he demands. "Well, Phagus, and I won, Phagus and Reigns," and the others groan in pure agony under massive iron weights. The instructor silently watches and rates their progress. He is quite impressed to see many mastering the breath, with some talented kids already on the verge of reaching the 2-star level as their energy leaks out. But then, his gaze locks onto one spot, and he completely freezes. What on earth is this kid doing? Right before his eyes is an unbelievable sight. Jack is not just lifting the regular weights, he is playing on extreme mode, carrying 3 additional giant boulders on his shoulders. What terrifies the instructor is how effortlessly Jack stands under this insane weight, nearly giving the poor man a heart attack. The instructor simply cannot believe that a kid without any formal, professional training could possess such a monstrous, freakish amount of physical strength. Jack secretly laughs to himself, amused that the advanced Dragon King technique he literally invented has been passed down under such a cheap, watered-down name. He knows the true essence of breathing is absorbing atmospheric energy to temporarily boost the physical body, and the real secret lies in absolute control. This is exactly why noble clans always guard these completed, high-level breathing techniques as their ultimate, top-secret family treasures. Though this cheap version is safe and easy to learn, Jack does not need it at all if he just wants to focus his mind. Honestly, you have to love how he completely ignores their basic stuff. After all, he is the original creator of the legendary Dragon King breathing method, the only secret technique that controls energy, flows smoothly without interrupting your breathing, even during high-speed combat. But since the original version was incredibly difficult to master, later generations simplified it so the whole clan could learn it. Seeing his own creation modified like this makes him feel a bit nostalgic, and highly curious if other ancient martial arts have been watered down over the past 1,000 years. Carrying the massive boulder, he smiles, genuinely looking forward to whatever fun challenges lie ahead. Later in the cafeteria, Jack is absolutely devouring a mountain of food, shocking everyone nearby. Noticing Rengis sitting there looking completely lifeless, he mumbles through a mouthful, asking why he looks like he just got dumped. Jack tells him that if he does not eat, he will never get strong. Rengis looks at him, totally baffled by how Jack always has such an absurd, bottomless pool of energy. Jack just shrugs and brutally tells him it is because he is simply too weak. He tells Rengis to double his portions and train twice as hard, since that is the only hope for a weakling like him. As he eats, Jack notices a few other recruits who actually seem pretty well trained. Right then, an elegant blonde girl with a striking aura approaches their table, asking Jack if he is actually as good as he looks. While Jack is left wondering who this stranger is, Rengis turns completely pale, shaking so hard he can barely speak. He frantically leans in and whispers, asking Jack if he seriously has no idea who she is. She is Lady Lika, the daughter of our clan patriarch, Rengis explains. He adds that Lika is a top candidate to succeed the family, and regular recruits like them usually do not even have the right to speak to her. Jack keeps a completely straight face, casually pointing out that technically he is also the patriarch's son, even if he is just an illegitimate one. This absolute bombshell of a revelation leaves both Rengis and Lika completely frozen in shock. Staring intensely, Lika demands to know how an illegitimate child with zero backing could easily crush a legendary resurrection stone with his bare hands. Jack simply cuts his steak, casually replying that it is just because he is himself, before telling Rengis to stop dazing and eat. Lika flashes an excited, highly amused grin, whispering that he is definitely going to be very interesting. So how about it? Why not become my loyal underling? Seeing Zeke completely unfazed and just eating away, she keeps pushing, asking if he wants to serve her so she can become his ultimate shield. An illegitimate child like him must be desperate for allies, right? Lika paints a beautiful picture of the future, demanding he use his strength to help her become clan leader in exchange for treating him well. But he just coldly drops a blunt, "No thanks." Talk about a brutal and embarrassing rejection. That savage reply leaves Lika completely stunned, her eyes instantly narrowing into a sharp glare filled with deep suspicion. What is it? Do not tell me you want to be the clan leader too. Zeke quietly assesses the aura radiating from Lika, realizing she has already reached the 2nd star level, which is actually quite impressive for her age. Yet, he keeps his usual careless face. Do whatever you want. I have zero interest in becoming the clan leader, or anything like that. Zero interest in clan matters. That totally indifferent reply utterly shocks Lika. But right after, Zeke releases a burning golden pressure that completely wraps around his body with a truly massive, overwhelming presence. His gaze turns wild and full of absolute pride as he boldly declares, "I have no obligation to obey anyone because I am the absolute strongest." That terrifying pressure leaves Lika completely shaken. She stumbles back in fear, wondering if she is actually the one who is completely outmatched here. It takes her a second to calm down while Zeke casually goes back to eating. Poor Rengis is sitting beside him, too terrified to even breathe. Feeling insulted and wanting to save face, Lika screams in anger, "Then I will force you to submit. Fight me." Zeke just sits there with his mouth full, blankly staring at the raging noble girl. Soon, news of the clash between the rookie and Lady Lika spreads like wildfire across the academy, with everyone wondering where they are going. To the training grounds, there is a duel between the rookies and Lady Lika. Curious students rush over to watch. Nobody can believe nobody is brave enough to challenge a genius from the Typhona clan. At the massive training field, Lika is already waiting, burning with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Zeke and Rengis arrive under the doubtful stares of the crowd, everyone whispering about who this random guy is. As the match draws near, Rengis panics and gasps, "Oh man, this is really bad. Are you actually going to be okay? Your opponent is Lady Lika." Zeke just looks confused and says he has no idea who she is anyway. Wondering why Rengis suddenly switched to such a formal tone, the blue-haired boy yells out, "Of course I did. You are the clan leader's son after all." Rengis begs Zeke to think this over, because Lika is not just the daughter of the branch leader, but also carries the blood of the Typhona clan, one of the four main pillars of the House of El Dragon. He adds that she is a genius who mastered the great lightning sword style at 7 years old, rivaling the branch leader's other elite children. Zeke just keeps his blank face. Sorry, but I only understood the part about her being the clan leader's daughter. That answer leaves Rengis in absolute shock as he screams out, "Why?" Zeke explains that everything here is brand new to him and tells his friend not to ask any further. Hearing Zeke laugh and say not knowing his opponent makes this even more fun only makes Rengis more anxious. No matter how strong you are, facing Lady Laika is a massive disadvantage, so why accept? Well, whenever someone challenges me, I never back down. He spots his opponent arriving, noticing she has finally made her entrance. Laika steps onto the field with an imposing presence, her hand tightly gripping her sword hilt with total authority. All small talk officially ends here, as Laika gets ready for the duel. Growing impatient, she cuts in and snaps that they are being way too noisy, asking if they are done chatting so they can finally fight. Seeing his opponent ready, Zeke just smirks with pure confidence. Meanwhile, Rengis cannot hide his sheer panic, shouting for him to please be careful as he quickly runs off the field. Dismissing the warning, Zeke calmly states that his safety depends entirely on the skills of the young lady in front of him. He curiously asks why she is so dead set on challenging him. With determined eyes, Laika admits her goal is to become the next clan leader. To achieve that, she needs him to submit and join her side. Zeke, still looking utterly clueless, asks what any of this has to do with him. Laika is completely shocked to realize he is totally clueless about the clan's current situation, likely due to his illegitimate status. Zeke quietly laughs at himself, thinking how funny it is that he is the great ancestor but knows absolutely nothing. He asks her to give a more direct explanation. Laika explains that there are currently 5 candidates for the position of next clan leader, including both her and Zeke. Among them, everyone except him has aligned themselves with one of the 4 main branches of the El Dragon family. She emphasizes that the lineage of the future leader will decide the power balance of these branches, making the ongoing clash at the Dragon Nest incredibly fierce. To face her other siblings, Laika desperately needs Zeke's strength to bolster her faction. Zeke quietly ponders over this massive dump of complicated information. What a complete mess this is. I am not even sure if I understand any of this complicated drama. But he still gives a nod, got it. Giving Zeke no more time to think, Laika instantly draws her sword, declaring this is exactly why she must strike here. She screams that she will defeat him and charges like a violent hurricane. A massive, powerful slash comes crashing down, unleashing a devastating shockwave that completely shatters the ground. Laika relentlessly pursues him with her giant greatsword. She yells out for him to stop running, promising she will not let him escape. The onlookers watching from the side can only gasp in absolute shock. He is so fast, and swinging that massive greatsword looks completely effortless for her. Dodging effortlessly, Zeke quietly analyzes her precise power control and her rapidly accelerating attack speed. He realizes this is indeed the formidable strength of those born from the main family line, knowing it is only a matter of time before this match ends. Zeke casually keeps dodging, leaving Laika utterly frustrated that none of her attacks can land. Watching this unfold, Rengis can only mutter that it is truly incredible. Zeke silently notes her foreign martial arts style and speed, which far exceed any normal first-star level. Losing her temper, Laika screams for him to shut his mouth and actually focus on the fight. To her boiling anger, Zeke just calmly thinks to himself that he is indeed focusing quite hard. Instantly closing the distance, he delivers a decisive blow, a heavy punch straight to her stomach that forces Laika to stumble back in sheer pain. The surrounding crowd erupts in absolute disbelief, unable to process how all of Lady Laika's attacks ended up missing completely. They stare in shock, whispering to each other, "Who on earth is that guy?" Unwilling to accept defeat, Laika demands to know why her strikes never land when she should be vastly faster than a mere first-star tier like him. Zeke calmly explains that while she is indeed faster than any first-star rank he has encountered, at the end of the day, she is still just a first-star rank herself. Ignoring Laika's protests that they are on the exact same rank, Zeke simply gestures to explain your breathing, the way your muscles tense up. Just by watching those, you can read almost every move, and the rest is pure experience. He casually shrugs as the proud young lady's ego completely crumbles. Is this guy seriously trying to stay single forever, or what? With a furious roar, Laika screams how ridiculous before swinging wildly, yet he keeps dodging like it is nothing. He coldly reminds her that he told her he could read her moves. Right after, he lands a powerful punch that sends Laika flying straight into a stone wall. The surrounding crowd stares in absolute disbelief. No way. Did she actually lose? Lady Laika really lost. Rengis gasps out in pure amazement. He actually managed to beat Lady Laika, but wait, not quite yet. Zeke realizes she concentrated all her power into her core to block his last strike, meaning that punch was not enough to end this fight. Laika slowly struggles to stand from the rubble, her breath ragged. Seeing how tense things have gotten, Rengis tries to step in, but Zeke coldly warns him to stand back unless he wants to get hit. Zeke notices a strange shift in his opponent. Has she actually reached the 2nd star level? A brilliant white aura wraps around Laika, causing a massive wave of whispers among the students. It is the signature white aura of the 2nd star tier. This is the state where one projects their inner power outward to execute high-level martial arts. Wiping the blood from her face, she smiles and says thank you. Thanks to you, I have finally reached 2 stars. Before Jack can even process her words, Laika charges at him with terrifying speed. Crackling blue lightning wraps around her as she unleashes a flurry of blindingly fast slashes. Jack suddenly realizes he actually got hit. He thought he dodged that one. Touching the small cut on his cheek, he eyes her with newfound caution. Laika stands tall, asking him with pure pride if he saw that. She brags that this is her true power. Concentrating every drop of lightning energy into her sword, her eyes burn with intensity. Now that she has her 2-star aura, she is about to show him real lightning sword techniques. Instead of shaking in his boots, Jack gets incredibly hyped. He flashes a smug grin and points at her in absolute delight. "Oh, really?" he says. "So I actually get to see some moves I have never witnessed before? This is awesome." As Laika unleashes a barrage of lightning strikes across the entire arena, Jack frantically dodges the falling bolts. He cannot help but shout out in shock, asking what on earth is even happening here. He asks if she can literally control lightning, totally unfazed and laughing at how ridiculously broken her ability is. Annoyed by his attitude, Laika growls that he seems to be enjoying this way too much for a guy about to lose. She instantly casts her lightning net, triggering a massive blast that tears the ground to shreds. Jack can feel right away that this is on a whole different level compared to her earlier attacks. He silently admits these lightning bolts are a nightmare to deal with, even for him. It makes him wonder how a single level up could possibly boost someone's power by this crazy of a margin. Analyzing her movements calmly, Jack notes that while her basic form is actually pretty simple, her newly unlocked 2-star aura makes her lightning greatsword art hit with terrifying force. She is moving at insane speeds now, shrouded in crackling electricity. Even though Jack could easily counter her right here, his sheer curiosity about how this mysterious power actually works makes him want to sit back and observe a little longer. Seeing him look so incredibly calm, Laika snaps in pure anger. "How are you still smiling in a situation like this?" She screams. "You must think this is some kind of game, do you? If that is the case," she yells, "then I am personally going to wipe that stupid grin off your face." She charges with blinding speed, dragging her electrified blade along the floor in a blazing arc of light. A massive explosion shatters the stage, sending rocks flying as thick dust covers the arena. Watching the devastating destruction, Rengis and the crowd can only scream out in absolute despair. Jack manages to stand his ground in the rubble, but Laika gives him no time to breathe, immediately launching another massive lightning blast. Horrified by the overkill, Rengis rushes forward to stop the fight. He begs Lady Laika to stop, warning her of the danger, but she just stares coldly at Jack in the distance. To her, holding back now would be a direct insult to his warrior spirit. Meanwhile, Rengis is practically crying in despair. He begs Jack to just surrender already. But come on, why quit when the best part is just starting? Sensing his terrible condition, Laika decides to throw him one final lifeline. She offers to call it quits if he submits to her leadership, but Jack only responds with a knowing smirk. Laika gets it illegitimate child or not, he still carries the fierce pride of the Dragon Clan. To honor his pride, she unleashes her ultimate greatsword secret technique, Heavenly Thunder. A massive pillar of lightning crashes down from the heavens, completely swallowing Jack whole as Rengis screams out his name in sheer panic. As the dust clears, Jack lies motionless and badly battered in the rubble. Planting her massive blade into the ground, Laika lets out a quiet sigh of regret. She whispers that it is a shame, but the match is over. She turns to walk away, fully convinced she won, when a perfectly calm voice rings out from behind her. "I finally get it now." Laika whips around in pure shock to see a massive wave of energy exploding from his body. She cannot believe her eyes as crackling sparks of lightning dance all over him, leaving her wondering how he is even pulling this off. Dusting himself off, Jack looks at his crackling hands with childlike excitement, wondering if this is what they call a lightning aura. When a bewildered Laika demands to know how he did it, Jack just shrugs and says he has no clue. Leaving Laika completely frozen in shock, Jack excitedly tells her to take a good look at this. "I actually let you hit me on purpose just to study your power," he explains, "and somehow I can use it now too." Laika stands completely paralyzed, barely able to stammer out those words. You see, while taking her heavy attacks, Jack was secretly using his Dragon King breath technique. The intense reaction between this specialized breathing and Laika's lightning aura forced the raw electrical energy to accumulate deep inside his own body. Before he even knew it, he could control the electricity at will. He has no idea how it works, but he is starting to think his body is built a little differently. Or maybe everyone in the El Dragon clan is just built like a tank, explaining how they pull off these secret arts. He figures he can use the properties of lightning to level up even further. Jack lets out a hearty laugh, calling this the ultimate sparring session as crackling yellow lightning wraps around his hands. He proudly declares that thanks to her help, he has officially reached 2-star rank 2. A staggering wave of pressure erupts from his body, making him look like a literal god of thunder standing in the ruins. His eyes burn with absolute fighting spirit as he declares that this match is far from over. Jack's sharp amber eyes lock onto her with a dangerous intensity. The moment Laika swings her greatsword, he vanishes into a golden flash and reappears right in front of her with a smug smile. He tells her the party is just getting started, so they cannot stop now. A massive energy explosion erupts as Jack counters in the blink of an eye, shaking the entire arena with a blinding light. Landing back down gracefully, Jack looks down at his hands and quietly marvels at this incredible surge of speed and raw power. He can feel the power directly boosting his nervous system and reinforcing his entire physical frame. Every single one of his senses is dialed up to 11, allowing him to move at speeds that defy human limits. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his pulse, Jack tells himself he just needs a moment to adapt. Watching from afar, poor Rengus is completely shell-shocked by this insane battle between the two candidates. The green-haired boy stands frozen, his brain failing to process the sheer scale of the clash. He genuinely wonders if he has fallen asleep and is currently having a crazy fever dream. Jack effortlessly dodges every single lightning fast Laika throws at him. Realizing none of her attacks are even landing, she screams out in pure, unadulterated frustration. He asks who he is laughing at, but Jack just smiles back with total sincerity. He tells her he is not teasing at all, and actually respects her as a formidable opponent. Then, he excitedly notes it is about time. He wonders if he should just invent a brand new move on the spot. A bewildered Laika asks what he means by that, prompting Jack to thoughtfully ponder if he should call it his first style. Seeing his casual confidence, she is left totally speechless. She wonders what kind of secret training he received to be able to whip up a brand new high-level technique like it is absolutely nothing. Capitalizing on her distraction, Jack surges forward like lightning. She barely realizes she messed up before he unleashes his ultimate finishing move, Dragon Devastation, Secret Art, Ultimate Lightning Claw, and just like that, the fight is over. Jack stands tall with a bright, sunny grin, thanking her for such an incredibly fun match. Sprawled out on the ground, completely exhausted, Laika stares blankly at the sky, unable to accept that she actually lost. Looks like she is still struggling to accept the defeat. Suddenly, the crushing pressure of having to lead her clan and surpass her older brothers floods back into her mind, weighing heavily on her chest. She bitterly reminds herself that losing is simply not an option. But right then, Jack walks up to her with absolute admiration in his eyes, telling her that she was genuinely amazing and so strong. Seeing her look completely lost, Jack warmly tells her that he learned so many cool things from their fight and had an absolute blast. Offering a hand with a dazzling smile, he says it would be super boring if they only sparred once. He asks her to spar again, because winning once is never enough. Stunned by his pure, infectious enthusiasm, the proud young lady suddenly finds herself blushing as she looks at him with completely different eyes. I smiled, pulling up the defeated young lady. Let's spar again soon, Laika. Overwhelmed by my presence, Laika quietly took my hand, bowing her head in complete defeat. She knew she lost. Hours later, Patriarch Banga was single-handedly facing a horde of monsters. With a cold glare, his crimson dragon aura paralyzed the beasts in absolute terror. Immediately, Banga unleashed his devastating dragon martial art, First Stance Origin, wiping them out instantly. Amidst the ruined battlefield, a close soldier approached the Patriarch and respectfully addressed him. After receiving a cold, silent glance and a brief question from his master, the excited soldier reported what he believed to be highly important news, hoping to please him. Lady Laika has reached 2 stars. But Banga remained completely indifferent, coldly turning away. Talent is worthless. Report to me when she is useful. Otherwise, get lost. The soldier tried to explain that reaching 2 stars at her age was an incredible feat, and that Laika could easily reach 5 stars by the time she graduated from the Dragon Den. But Banga did not care. Shaking under his master's pressure, the soldier finally blurted out the shocking truth. He stammered that Lady Laika had actually been defeated. Banga raised an eyebrow in deep disbelief, demanding to know what on earth had happened. He asked if she had challenged one of the older students, but the soldier quickly shook his head, explaining that her conqueror was a kid her own age named Zeke. Hearing that name, The patriarch's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, "Zach, her child." The patriarch remembered my mother, who traded her life for natural talent. Banga coldly noted she died when I was born, wondering who had trained me. Hearing I reached that level alone, Banga immediately ordered my first phase of training to begin. Though his subordinate worried it was too early, Banga held to his ruthless philosophy. He declared that death treats everyone equally, and only the strong deserve to survive. With a cold face, he growled that anyone who failed the first trial had absolutely no right to be called a dragon, they would just be discarded. The patriarch orders his subordinates to report everything to Freya, assigning her the critical task of personally overseeing the entire trial process. The patriarch wants Freya to closely shadow the kid to see what he can do. Staring into the distance, a mysterious smirk plays on his lips. "Zeke, is it? Well, this should be fun." The next day on the training grounds, the energy is absolutely electric as the students push their limits. While Rengis and the other kids are busy practicing the Dragon Seal combat method, a classic body enhancement art even children can learn, Zeke is over here doing some insane, extreme physical training instead. Sweating buckets, Rengis watches Zeke lift massive rocks and asks why he is not practicing the actual technique with everyone else. Zeke looks back completely blankly. "What are you talking about? Can you not see I am literally training right now?" Rengis quickly clarifies that he meant practicing the actual martial art, not just doing basic manual labor with rocks. Zeke casually shrugs and says he already learned it. Rengis literally stutters in absolute shock. Like, are you serious right now? He just saw it once and already mastered it. Zeke nods, completely unfazed. But more importantly, he warns Rengis that his energy flow is totally off. Zeke spins around and channels a glowing golden aura straight into Rengis, leaving the blue-haired kid utterly dazed. Rengis gasps, wondering if he just floated. Zeke calmly tells him he just adjusted his internal energy to the correct flow. Feeling a massive surge of power inside, Rengis is completely blown away. Rengis is super grateful, realizing Zeke truly mastered it. Zeke playfully acts offended, asking if Rengis seriously doubted him, which makes the poor kid instantly panic and apologize. Rengis confesses that since nobody ever taught him before, he always felt hopeless. He admits he thought the Dragon Seal method was too simple and boring for someone strong enough to beat Lady Laika. Zeke immediately brushes that off, saying he is actually impressed by how stable this method is. Privately, he remembers his old Dragon Ruin technique. It was so ridiculously complex that his past life descendants could never master it. Even though the Dragon Ruin style is incredibly tough to learn, its sheer destructive power is completely unmatched. The system goes from the first form all the way to the fourth, plus a secret form he just invented, while fighting Laika, and of course, the ultimate move that once took down the Divine Dragon. Zeke gets pretty excited, wondering if the other legendary dragon techniques have also been modified over the years. This is getting interesting. He tells Rengis that since he already mastered the Dragon Seal, he is just sticking to his usual physical routine, letting everyone learn at their own pace. Suddenly, Rengis bows deeply and begs Zeke to train him just like before. While Zeke looks on in surprise, the blue-haired kid desperately begs to become even just a little bit stronger. Zeke shrugs and says he does not mind at all. Rengis looks completely stunned and asks if he is serious, but Zeke assures him he is not lying and that Rengis deserves it. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind. Out of nowhere, look who decides to crash the training session. It is none other than Lady Laika, standing there blushing furiously. When they look shocked, she immediately snaps back, demanding what their problem is. She admits her pride as a clan successor candidate was completely shattered when Zeke dominated her with his own lightning aura. Now, she is absolutely fired up. He wants to get strong enough to crush her brothers and beat him next. Zeke silently observes her intense determination, sizing up the situation, while Laika hesitantly asks if it is not allowed. She looks down, explaining that since Zeke is also a potential successor candidate, training with a direct rival might not be the best idea. Standing nearby, Rengis quietly agrees with her logic. Even as an illegitimate son, Zeke still carries the patriarch's blood, making him a potential competitor. But Zeke casually shrugs, saying he does not care about any of that. Then, he squints at Laika's injuries, wondering if she is actually okay to train. That heavy blow should have kept her completely bedridden for a whole month, but she explains she used a high-grade recovery potion. Zeke is silently impressed. Turns out the weird medicine of this era works like an absolute miracle drug. Rengis eagerly adds that her potion is way better than the cheap stuff from the entrance exam, worthy of her elite status. What a great era to be alive in. Feeling a bit teased, Laika quickly snaps back that, without the potion, he would have been completely paralyzed for a month. She then nervously asks if he is really okay with training her, since he needs his own time to practice. Zeke flashes a bright, friendly grin, telling her that of course he is. He could never say no to a young, ambitious mind who is so eager to grow. Rengis breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in pure confusion. A young mind? Zeke is literally the exact same age as them, is he not? Zeke just chuckles it off, then looks Laika dead in the eye to make sure. Is she absolutely positive? He is the one who beat her, after all. But with eyes burning with fierce determination, Laika insists she cannot afford to be picky. Clenching her fist, she boldly declares that if getting stronger means becoming the clan leader, she will do whatever it takes. Zeke asks her with genuine curiosity. He reminds her of the time she challenged him and mentioned the patriarch position, asking why she is so obsessed with it. Her voice completely drops as she begins to reveal a bitter and heartbreaking truth. Well, it is obvious. If she does not lead the clan, her only future is an arranged political marriage. She thinks bitterly about this dark fate, knowing it is her only path. She gets lucky, she marries an annoying cousin, and if not, she becomes some stranger's second wife. Jack can only gasp in absolute shock, completely stunned by his family's incredibly backward traditions. Laika calmly explains that keeping the dragon bloodline pure is crucial for the 4 great clans. Their unique primordial energy is one of a kind and can be used in countless ways. Hearing this makes him sick to his stomach, and he honestly just wants to run away. He yells out in pure anger, asking what on earth they think human beings actually are. He vows to smash these ridiculous traditions to pieces. But just as he is burning with the urge to destroy the entire clan, a sharp and powerful shout suddenly echoes through the air. The sudden shout startles Rengus and the others, making them spin around in surprise. Just as the tension peaks, a gorgeous woman with long red hair appears, leaving the young students wondering what is going on. The instructor loudly announces that starting today, a new instructor is joining them. Despite her packed schedule, she has personally come to guide and train every single one of them. He tells them to be grateful. The mysterious woman glides forward like a gentle breeze, asking if she is indeed Lady Laika. Her incredibly sharp gaze completely freezes Laika in her tracks. Her speed is so terrifyingly fast that everyone gasps in shock. She flashes a charming smile and winks, praising her for having such amazing reflexes. She adds that her aura is not bad either. While the surrounding guards break into a cold sweat over her sudden arrival, Jack only narrows his eyes with deep suspicion. He is shocked to realize he could not sense her presence at all until she revealed herself. A terrified Rengus clings tightly to him, trembling and asking who this powerful woman is. Meet Lady Freza Windkick, a member of the elite Black Dragon Guard, famously known as the Wind Goddess Freza. She cheerfully waves hello, saying she is happy to meet everyone, before her eyes immediately lock onto Jack. Seeing Jack remain completely calm, Freza finds it highly amusing and notes that he does not seem surprised at all. Jack simply smirks, his eyes shining with pure excitement. Jack notes that the lady possesses a rather interesting martial technique. Freza quietly observes him, realizing exactly why the patriarch has taken such a keen interest in this kid. Meanwhile, Jack is also closely studying her, admitting that her stealth technique is highly impressive, though what really catches his attention is the unique martial art she has managed to master. Jack notices that the flow of her primordial energy is mostly concentrated in her lower body, a pattern unlike anything he has ever seen. It quickly helps him decode the mystery behind her completely silent footsteps. This must be why her steps are completely silent even when she wears those heavy boots, making him wonder what kind of martial art this is. Smiling, Freza announces to the class that she will officially be their new instructor from now on. She tells them to do their best, sending the class into absolute chaos. They whisper in disbelief, realizing the famous wind goddess Freza is standing right in front of them in the flesh. Their old instructor steps in to add that Lady Freza has reached the powerful 6-star rank and is a key figure in the prestigious Black Dragon Guard. He urges the kids to learn everything they can from her, but the students are left completely baffled. They whisper that the Black Dragon Guard reports directly to the Patriarch, wondering why such a heavy hitter is suddenly here. When a student nervously asks if she will truly train them, Freza cheerfully agrees, but she immediately drops a catch, saying she will only do so if they can pass her test, sending the kids into instant panic. Reassuring them that the test is actually pretty easy, she pulls out a glowing spirit stone to loudly announce the details of their first challenge. All they have to do is keep the stone intact and survive Poison Dragon Mountain for an entire month. Jack instantly recognizes the deadly name, knowing it is a brutal toxic wasteland where even touching a completely normal blade of grass can kill a person on the spot. Having trained there in his past life, the mere memory of how horrific that place is still gives him absolute goosebumps. He cannot help but worry if this is far too early for these kids. Meanwhile, Freza coldly lays down the rules, stating that if their stone breaks or gets lost, they are immediately disqualified. When a student tremblingly asks what happens if they fail, Freza flashes a dark smile, saying they will be expelled, assuming they even survive. Talk about a brutal threat, it sounds like they are doomed either way. Freza explains that clearing poison is easy if they use their dragon breath correctly to push the toxins out. She reassures the nervous kids that as long as they keep the spirit stones safe, they will be fine. But when a worried student asks about the monsters lurking there, Freza's face suddenly turns dark and terrifyingly cold. She coldly tells them to just defeat the beasts, otherwise they will have nothing to eat and will die before the month ends. This direct threat makes the kids turn pale, trembling at a reality far worse than they imagined. Seeing them freeze up, Freza smiles brightly again, telling them to relax since they still have 5 days to prepare. During this time, everyone will choose a weapon and start practicing the secret techniques of the El Dragon clan. She notes that survival becomes much easier once they figure out how to handle the monsters. But right on cue, her eyes flash with that terrifyingly cold look once again. She warns them that if they fail to master their martial techniques within these short 5 days, she will not be held responsible for whatever tragic fate awaits them. When a naive student asks if she will rescue them if things go terribly wrong, Freza just laughs mockingly. Pointing at her blazing emblem, she loudly declares that El Dragon is a place where the weak are weeded out and only the strong survive. To her, dying because you cannot fight off a monster is simply a natural consequence. She coldly adds that if they cannot pass this simple test, they might as well go sleep on a bed of poison and monsters forever. Her heavy pressure leaves the students completely speechless and sweating in pure terror as they realize she is serious. Witnessing this cruelty, Jack quietly notes that this place is far too different from the El Dragon he once knew. He suddenly remembers his past life, when his son Gilliam happily brought his grandchild to show him. It is a beautiful, warm memory that stands in sharp contrast to the coldness of this clan. Suddenly, Freza claps her hands, cutting off his thoughts. She announces it is time to distribute the martial art manuals for each weapon type. The kids eagerly start choosing, though Rengis stands frozen, completely lost on what to pick. Seeing his friend struggle, Jack steps up and advises Rengis to choose the spear, since it was the weapon he successfully used in the entrance exam. Trusting his advice is easily the best move here. Meanwhile, Laika is still hesitating over the Thunder Spirit Great Sword style, since she is only a beginner. Seeing her struggle, Jack interrupts and tells Laika that she should definitely go with the sword style. When she looks at him in confusion, wondering why, he calmly explains that this technique is exactly what will perfectly compensate for her current weaknesses. Finding his advice highly reasonable, Laika immediately agrees and takes the manual. Freza looks down at the students from above, coldly warning them to train as if their actual lives depend on it, or face certain death. Her smile turns dark and eerie as she drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the seniors from 10 years ago will also participate with the sole mission of stealing the rookies' spirit stones. These ruthless seniors are actual battle-hardened warriors, and their eyes glow with pure killing intent. Freya waves goodbye, warning them that even though Poison Dragon Mountain is huge, they will be hunted down ruthlessly. They must try their absolute best. Rengis is so terrified he holds his head and screams, realizing they have to face both monsters and 2-star upperclassmen. Even Laika looks worried. If they get ambushed by multiple enemies at once, survival is practically zero for almost everyone. Unlike his panicking friends, Zeke casually reads his book. He drops a blunt remark. Seeing them stare blankly, he slowly suggests they form a small group of 2 or 3 people, if handling things alone feels too tough. Teaming up to hunt monsters is not against the rules. Zeke explains that a larger group means better efficiency, making Laika and Rengis nod in agreement. But what does Zeke plan to do? With a bright face and a confident smile, he proudly declares that he is obviously going to enjoy this challenge all by himself. His answer leaves both of his friends completely frozen, utterly shocked by his reckless attitude. Zeke laughs out loud and urges them to go find some food before they start training. This leaves Laika to sigh deeply and admit that he is easily the strangest person she has ever met in her life. Soon, 5 days of preparation quickly pass at the foot of the majestic, mist-shrouded Poison Dragon Mountain. The students gather in full uniform, weapons drawn. Freya appears looking highly energetic. She scans the crowd of high-spirited students and makes a loud announcement. Now that everyone is here, they can finally begin. Even though Zeke suggested making a team, Rengis still cannot help but feel nervous about walking alongside Lady Laika. He hesitantly wonders if a 0-star commoner like himself is truly allowed to stand next to these prestigious nobles. But right at that moment, Celine and Raymond, other highly promising members from the East Hall, suddenly appear and leave Rengis in absolute disbelief. Celine cheerfully reassures him that they are all the same. Raymond then calmly explains that noble status or commoner background does not matter, as his decision to team up is strictly based on highly valuing everyone's skills. Hearing those encouraging words, Rengis tightly grips his spear. He resolves to put in his absolute best effort so he will not become a burden to his teammates. Seeing the group ready, Laika turns to ask Zeke one last time if he is really going alone. He casually answers that of course he is. Watching this sheer confidence, Raymond is deeply impressed in secret. Admiring him, Raymond remarks how incredible it is, and notes that this must be what royal blood feels like. Laika immediately snaps back, telling him not to group her with a weirdo like Zeke because she is actually trembling with anxiety herself. Zeke looks utterly confused and asks why she is scared when there is absolutely nothing to worry about. He casually adds that with elite students like Laika gathered together, there is really no reason to feel threatened. Seeing Zeke act so overly optimistic, Renjis sighs and points out that there are plenty of reasons to worry. Zeke then asks if he seriously believes those other guys are actually capable, which prompts Laika to firmly say yes. From the perspective of a seasoned grandmaster, Zeke notes that Laika made a very smart move by gathering the most promising cadets in their class. He figures that their offensive and defensive capabilities are top tier, making this test a breeze. Renjis can only click his tongue, thinking that Zeke is as overly confident as ever. Just then, Freya shows up with a bright smile. He loudly asks if everyone has gathered. Seeing that the students have already formed teams on their own, she nods in approval, calling it a decent choice for those who have not mastered martial arts yet. Freya holds up a glowing, emerald blue crystal and loudly announces that the exam has officially begun. She stresses that their sole mission is to survive for an entire month on Poison Dragon Mountain while keeping their crystals completely safe. As long as they still hold the crystal when the time runs out, they will pass. But a brutal rule is introduced. All the crystals are identical, meaning that if they happen to lose theirs, they can simply steal one from someone else. To make things worse, as soon as the rookies find a place to hide, the seniors will begin hunting them to steal their crystals. Watching from a distance, the seniors smirk with utter disdain, thinking that taking down these fresh rookies who have not even reached 1-star rank will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Amidst the heavy tension, Zeke remains quiet and thoughtful, carefully scanning everything around him. It is always the quiet ones you have to watch out for. Freya suddenly yells out that the rules are fully explained, so let the exam begin. Instantly, the panicked students dash away like arrows, their heavy footsteps echoing across the grounds. Before disappearing into the deep woods, Laika looks back and screams at Zeke to make sure he survives no matter what. Zeke quietly watches her run off and whispers for them to do the same. This guy really keeps that ice-cold attitude from beginning to end, doesn't he? Finding his delay odd, Freya warns him to watch out and reminds him that he needs to leave too. When she asks if he is feeling anxious about the test, he simply turns around to walk away with a proud, smug reply. He says he has nothing to worry about and takes his leave from the proctor. As his figure fades into the distance, Freya mutters that he is a truly strange kid. When night falls, campfires from the instructor's tents flicker in the quiet dark. A guard walks over to Freya, expressing concern that this survival test might be way too early for these brand new students. He worries about their complete lack of real combat experience and wonders how many will actually manage to pass. Freya calmly reassures her subordinate not to worry so much. Even though Poison Dragon Mountain is full of venomous beasts, the overall strength and number of monsters here are not a major threat. She points out that most range from 1-star to 2-star rank, levels the cadets can easily handle on their own. The guard bows respectfully, while Freya keeps her eyes fixed on the dark peak. As the harsh battle for survival officially kicks off, her expression suddenly turns incredibly dark and calculating. She plans to release that specific thing at the very end anyway. When the nearby guard asks her to repeat because he did not hear, Freya instantly flashes her bright smile and waves it off as nothing. Right after, she loudly orders the eager, bloodthirsty seniors that it is time for them to head out and begin their hunt. Watching the hunters vanish into the thick fog, Freya smiles with anticipation, wondering how many poor kids will survive this trial. Talk about a sadistic teacher, this lady definitely does not have a drop of mercy in her. The seniors move swiftly through the dense, dark forest with absolute excitement. Suddenly, one of them calls out to his buddy as he spots Zeke casually walking all by himself with a regular backpack slung over his shoulder. He mocks the kids' sheer naivety, laughing that they already found someone who has just been wandering around the same spot this whole time. Is he completely asleep? He gestures to his partner to attack immediately. An arrow tears through the air, flying straight at him from the thick bushes. But Zeke suddenly spins around and catches the flying projectile with his bare hands, right before it hits his chest. He yells out with pure excitement that he has actually been waiting for them to arrive. This crazy stunt and mind-blowing strength leave the seniors completely frozen. One of them mutters in utter disbelief, asking if that guy really just stopped a lethal arrow with his bare hands. Ignoring his opponent's shock, Zeke leaps down from his position, his amber eyes glowing with absolute pride and arrogance. He flashes a bright grin, loudly declaring that it is time to start the game. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the mountain, the brutal survival struggle begins as a giant frog monster suddenly lunges out to attack. Celine yells out and swings her sword to strike back fiercely. But just as she takes down her target, another threat sneaks up behind her. Fortunately, Raymond spots it in time and screams a warning to Celine. Raymond rushes forward, using his sturdy shield to block the monster's leap. Rengis then thrusts his spear with precision to finish it off. Letting out a sigh of relief, Rengis asks his teammates if everyone is all right. Turning to look at Laika, the team is completely dumbfounded to see that she has already cleared out all the surrounding monsters all by herself. Celine is full of admiration, thinking that while their group was still in total chaos, Lady Laika had already taken down an absolute horde of beasts all on her own. Showing off her glowing 2-star mark, Laika gives them a playful wink. Hey now, let's not forget she's already a 2-star powerhouse herself. Still, Laika makes sure to praise the team's massive progress after a solid week of brutal training, especially Celine and Raymond, who both officially unlocked their very first star. Touched by the young lady's humility, the two thank her in unison, knowing they could never have leveled up this quickly without her constant guidance and support. Seeing his friends level up leaves Rengis feeling pretty left behind since he's still stuck at 0. Raymond and Celine quickly comfort him, telling him not to rush because he really has gotten a lot stronger. Laika chimes in with some encouragement too, reminding him that taking down a giant tree monster all by himself is a seriously impressive feat. She reminds him that since Zeke personally coached his spear skills, reaching 1 star is just a matter of time. Above them, the sky turns a brilliant crimson sunset, signaling the end of a very long day. Laika calls it a day. All right team, it's getting dark, let's head back for some food. But wait. The moment they arrive at their shelter, they spot a completely unexpected guest waiting for them. Laika's eyes turn ice cold. She demands to know what he is doing at their base. A heavy, hollow footstep echoes through the silent night, instantly putting the whole group on high alert. A smug upperclassman steps out of the dark with a sly grin, mocking them for finally noticing him. Laika, Rengis, and Raymond stare in shock as they realize this intruder is actually a senior student. She asks if he is from the senior class, here to steal their Pia crystals. The guy casually admits it, boasting that as a 2-star expert, finding Lady Laika's hidden base was almost too easy. Imagine bragging about being a thief. What a guy. Laika snarls back with fierce determination, why don't you just back off? Because there is no way you can take us all on alone. But the senior just smirks maliciously, his eyes flashing cold. Who said I came alone, he sneers. Right on cue, 3 more upperclassmen, all of them solid 2-star fighters, emerge from the darkness to surround Laika's squad. The leader laughs mockingly, taunting that even Lady Laika cannot carry 3 dead weights in a fight. He tells them to just give up and surrender. He draws his sword, launching a lightning-fast strike as chaos erupts. Laika swings her blade, barely blocking the leader's slash. She yells to her team to hold on just a little longer until she can get back. With Laika pinned down, Raymond struggles to block heavy blows with his shield, while Celine and Rengis are completely suffocated by the relentless pressure from the hunters. The senior swings wildly, shouting for them to just hand over the crystals. Watching his friends get pushed back, Rengis panics completely, having no idea how to escape this nightmare. Facing the suffocating pressure of the 4 hunters, memories of an old conversation with Zeke suddenly flood back into Rengis's mind. Back then, when Rengis anxiously asked how to defeat a stronger opponent with 0 stars, Zeke flat out threw cold water on him, telling him to just give up. The harsh answer shocked him. What? What kind of advice is that? Talk about a brutal reality check. Zeke calmly explained that it only makes sense, because a starless rookie fighting a 3 or 4-star expert is practically impossible. But he reassured him that if the enemy is only a 1 or 2 star, there is still a way to handle it. Knowing Rengis was terrified of the upcoming exam at Poison Dragon Mountain where most seniors are 2 stars, Zeke confidently promised there is a way, nothing special about it. The only way, Zeke explained, is to exploit their openings. He insisted that even a starless rookie like Rengis can turn the tables if he spots a 2-star opponent's weak point. But when Rengis asked how to make them show an opening, Zeke coldly offered a brutal strategy: take the hits, endure, and keep taking a beating until a gap finally appears. Leaving Rengis utterly speechless, Zeke firmly reminded him that the weak do not get to choose their path when facing someone far stronger than themselves. Zeke emphasized that this is not about whether he can handle it, but that he absolutely has to. Otherwise, taking down his opponent will remain a pipe dream. He used a tough opponent like Laika and her electric powers as an example, proving that with his current build, Rengis can easily survive a 2-star enemy. Seeing his friend still doubting himself, Zeke urged him to believe in his own strength if he wanted to grow. He gave one final, blunt piece of advice: do not overthink things. No need to worry about complex power levels or scanning for weak spots. Seeing Rengis look lost, he explained that he just needs to wait patiently for an opening, then stab his spear right through it. Zeke pointed and declared that this is the ultimate secret to beating stronger foes. But back in reality, the frustrated senior is completely losing his mind over how stubborn Rengis is. He calls him a stubborn mule while launching heavy strikes, but Rengis just grits his teeth. He tells himself that since he is currently weaker, he must endure and wait, no matter what. Waiting for that one perfect opening. Losing his cool, the senior screams and leaps high for a massive overhead slash. Seriously, this guy got so salty he basically went completely wild. Right then, Rengis's eyes light up as he realizes his moment has arrived. He channels every ounce of his strength into a perfect thrust, striking his opponent's stomach before the senior can even react. Standing proud in the dark, Rengis has his very first star shining bright on his chest, marking a massive breakthrough. Nearby, Leica wraps up her own battle, noting that things seem finished on his side too. Her opponent screams out, in absolute despair, "This cannot be happening. We are both 2-star level, so how on earth is there such a massive gap between us?" He is totally crushed by the terrifying power of Leica's greatsword. She knows that practicing her axe swings helped her channel insane weight into her heavy blade, all thanks to that prior advice. "Targeting us was just your bad luck," Leica growls as she unleashes a final, devastating lightning strike. The senior barely screams out in terror before being completely swallowed by the electrical surge. A blinding flash of energy marks the end of the fight, leaving the arrogant attacker collapsed and completely knocked out on the ground. Leica quickly sheathes her sword, running back to make sure everyone is okay. Seeing they are all safe, she smiles in relief and declares their victory, sending the whole squad into pure joy. Here's Echo through the dark forest after surviving their first real life-and-death battle. Leica warmly congratulates Rengis on his spectacular breakthrough to 2-star rank, making the blue-haired boy blush with sheer emotion. He softly thanks Celine and John for always standing by his side and believing in him. Looking down at her blade, Leica feels satisfied knowing everyone now has stars to fight opponents on equal ground. But amid their victory, she still can't help but wonder about one specific person. What is Zeke up to right now? While Leica's group rests safe, a literal nightmare is unfolding elsewhere on the mountain. A terrified senior is running for his life, his face completely twisted in pure, unadulterated fear as he screams out in absolute despair. "Stay away from me, don't come any closer," he cries. Sweat and tears pour down his face as he realizes he is being chased by something completely beyond human comprehension. Through the thick night fog, a truly horrifying scene unfolds, as dozens of senior students lie completely motionless across the cold ground. Standing tall in the center of a blazing blue aura is a single, terrifying figure. The sheer pressure he radiates is so intense it forces the fleeing seniors to scream out in absolute panic. What kind of monster is that? Every single face is twisted with raw terror as they run, crying out for the monster to stay away from them. Standing tall in his blazing blue aura, Zeke flashes a creepy smile, watching the seniors run away while calling him a monster. "Oh, why is nobody playing with me anymore?" he sighs. "That is going to make me super lonely." The legendary master's arrogant laughter echoes through the dead of night, sending a bone-chilling shiver down the spine of anyone close enough to hear it. The immense pride of these supposed hunters completely crumbles the moment they face this brutal reality. That guy is absolutely out of his mind. Since when does a junior hunt down their seniors? Weren't they supposed to be the ones doing the hunting here? Amidst the chaos, an unlucky senior trips and gets his foot jammed tight in a tangle of tree roots, gasping in pure shock. He freezes solid as Zeke slowly approaches, eyes glowing red with pure bloodlust. Zeke reaches out a hand and coldly declares that this has become entirely pointless, and he is already sick of this boring game of tag. He tells him to get up and fight already to make things a little entertaining. Zeke's amber eyes flash with a sharp, lethal glare, leaving his opponent with only enough time to let out a terrified shriek before passing out from sheer fright. Zeke sighs in deep disappointment as he looks at the defeated opponents scattered all over the ground. He mutters to himself, wondering how they could possibly be this cowardly and completely lacking in any real backbone. Didn't they all start out so eager to fight? Watching the backs of those fleeing, he shouts out for them not to leave him all alone. But Zeke suddenly pauses, his eyes narrowing as he looks toward the dark bushes with a knowing glance. He playfully suggests they might want to take a closer look, asking if their silent observation more means his route is perfectly fine. He flashes a mischievous smirk before completely vanishing into the shadows of the dark night, so he will just go ahead and keep enjoying his little game. Right then, a tiny sound from behind makes the hidden watcher gasp in shock. Drenched in cold sweat behind the bushes, a supervising soldier trembles in absolute disbelief. How could this kid possibly detect my presence after taking down the upperclassmen so easily? Realizing he must report this shocking development immediately, the soldier quickly retreats back to the command base to find Freya. Seeing her subordinate return, Freya calmly orders him to report. The soldier bows respectfully, explaining that after 1 week since the exam started, about 30% of the 7-year-old class has already been eliminated. However, the remaining students are gradually adapting, and he believes this number won't drop much lower. Freya gazes thoughtfully at the map before quietly asking if that is really the case. As for the seniors, the soldier hesitates with a deeply embarrassed look, stammering that the upperclassmen are actually running away. Freya asks in absolute shock, wondering what kind of monster on Poison Dragon Mountain could possibly force those seniors to flee. It's Zeke. He is currently going out of his way to hunt down the seniors. The seniors tried to put up a fight at first, but now they are all scattering in absolute panic. The monitoring soldiers stare in pure disbelief at this completely ridiculous and backward situation, desperately wondering who on earth this Zeke guy actually is. He is even happily knocking out the upperclassmen one by one, in what is easily the most bizarre sight they have ever witnessed. One soldier silently notes that even as the patriarch's son, Zeke is an absolute anomaly who completely defies every rule. He has gone far beyond the concept of a normal genius, acting more like a genuine monster. Freya watches thoughtfully, agreeing that he is indeed an incredibly strange child. He intentionally chose to act completely alone, casually showing up out of nowhere. Could it be that from the very beginning, he was never the prey, but the ultimate hunter? Suddenly, a heavy, metallic clanking of massive iron chains echoes through the room, putting the soldiers on high alert. Instantly recognizing the sound, Freya gasps in pure excitement, thrilled that what she has been waiting for is finally here. A burly man carrying a massive, heavily chained iron cage on his broad shoulders approaches and asks Freya where he should set it. She casually tells him to just put it right there, while the surrounding soldiers panic as they sense the danger. What is the meaning of this, Lady Freya? Please tell us you are not actually planning to release this thing onto Poison Dragon Mountain. They are absolutely terrified, knowing the beast inside possesses 3-star power, which is far too dangerous for these young kids to handle. Freya simply smiles, reassuring them that everything has been specially modified, meaning this beast will only target those who have already achieved the 2-star level. She explains that the average kids won't be in any real danger from this creature. When the guard asks why they must carry out such a reckless and highly dangerous action, she coldly reveals that these are direct orders from the clan patriarch. This shocking news leaves him completely stunned, stammering in pure disbelief that it actually came from the patriarch. Staring at the shaking cage with its menacing red eyes glowing from within, Freya quietly plots, eager to see how Zeke will handle this test. Knowing he is strong enough to be called a monster even by seasoned experts, she is highly curious to see if he can survive. Freya orders her subordinates to release the creature exactly at dawn. Just as the morning sun rises over Poison Dragon Mountain, Rengus and his group suddenly halt in their tracks as they feel something off. A worried Rengus asks if the ground just shook a little. Laika and Jaeon also sense the heavy anomaly, their faces instantly tightening with extreme tension as Laika anxiously wonders if this is yet another surprise attack from their upperclassmen. While Damon quickly guesses it might just be a large, aggressive wild boar, Rengus cannot shake off the incredibly strange and ominous feeling of dread that is suddenly settling over their entire group. Suddenly, Laika shrieks a frantic warning, yelling for everyone to look out and get away immediately. The entire group leaps back just in time as a massive, ancient tree comes crashing violently down to the forest floor. From the dust and wreckage, a towering stone creature slowly emerges. Damon and Rengus tremble in absolute shock as they lock eyes with the glowing red gaze of the massive entity lumbering toward them. A golem. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Zeke sits boredly on top of a heap of freshly defeated monsters, sighing in frustration as he grows tired of the lack of challenge. To him, having absolutely no worthy opponents left to challenge him is deeply disappointing. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the entire forest, catching Zeke's attention as he senses a strange, heavy presence. Realizing it has been ages since a beast of this high caliber has shown itself, Zeke wonders if the instructors intentionally released this beast into the area as part of some hidden agenda. Thinking with the mind of a supreme master, he worries that a 3-star opponent is far beyond what these young kids can handle. Such dangerous threats should have been cleared out long before the exam even started, but then Zeke suddenly realizes there might be a different motive at play. He realizes they deliberately set it loose to test the limits of these young students, making him quite curious about their ultimate goal. But instead of feeling any worry for himself, Zeke's eyes instantly ignite with absolute, thrilling excitement. Did they seriously think he would be scared? Not a chance. If anything, this is getting incredibly good. Zeke smirks arrogantly, thinking this is actually perfect, because he finally gets some real entertainment. Refusing to sit still while such juicy prey is wandering around, he immediately springs up and rushes toward the 3-star beast. As he runs, Zeke can't help but feel a bit disappointed that the monster didn't spawn closer to him, rather than way off in the distance like this. Deep in another corner of Poison Dragon Mountain, Laika's team is struggling hard to fend off the massive stone golem. Celine lets out a loud battle cry and delivers a powerful slash, but her sword only kicks up sparks without leaving a single scratch on the beast's body. She gasps in utter shock, unable to believe its shell could be so incredibly hard. Damon immediately charges in to support her, slamming his heavy shield with a fierce, booming roar. Yet the golem stands completely unfazed, forcing Damon to shockingly admit that even his absolute maximum power did not faze the monster in the slightest. Realizing the extreme danger of their situation, Laika immediately unleashes a blazing aura, bringing down a thunderous lightning slash with all her might, finally leaving a tiny crack on the golem's thick stone armor. Laika quickly realizes the key to this fight: only by using pure inner energy can she hope to break the outer shell, meaning only those who have reached the 2-star level stand a chance against it. As the monster keeps lumbering forward, Rengis anxiously asks what they should do now, complaining that the beast seems rather slow, as if it is just waiting to be targeted. Laika decisively makes a highly risky move, telling them she will distract it while the rest of them run. Her sudden proposal leaves Rengis absolutely stunned, making him shout out in disbelief. He firmly refuses to abandon his teammate, stating they absolutely cannot leave her behind. But even though Laika knows her words will sting, she coldly shuts him down with some brutal honesty. She openly admits it might hurt their feelings, but they will honestly only get in her way here. Pointing to the tiny crack on the golem's arm, she explains that she had to exert every single ounce of her inner energy just to chip it. With their current abilities, the rest of the group could not even scratch that thick stone armor. The harsh truth leaves Celine hanging her head in bitter frustration, but Ron suddenly steps forward with a determined look in his eyes. He admits they cannot scratch the beast, but they can still back her up so Lady Laika can land a precise blow. Having teammates like this is a huge morale booster. Ron's courage fires up the entire group, and Celine regains her composure, promising to give it everything she has got. Rengis eagerly chimed in that if they all fight together under her leadership, they might actually stand a chance. Seeing her teammates so united, Laika lets out a gentle smile. Golden lightning starts crackling fiercely around the young lady's body as she accepts their help. Daimon immediately charges ahead with his shield raised, shouting for backup, while Laika leaps into the air, declaring she is ready to strike. The battle erupts as Daimon bravely uses his shield to block the golem's massive punch. Despite the crushing pressure shaking his entire body and making him cough up blood, Daimon stubbornly holds his ground. Seizing the moment, Celine and Rengis rush in together to attack from below, distracting the monster. High above, Laika closes in on her target, her sword crackling with bright lightning. She pours every ounce of her remaining power into a final strike, screaming out her legendary Lightning Soul heavy sword technique. A massive pillar of thunder crashes down with world-shaking force, causing a blinding explosion that rattles the ground. As the smoke clears, Laika stands there panting heavily, leaning on her sword jabbed into the ground just to keep her exhausted body from collapsing. Seeing her state, Rengis rushes over in a panic to ask if she is okay. She softly replies that the last attack drained all her energy, then quickly asks if Daimon is hurt. Right as Daimon manages to say he is fine and Laika prepares to order a retreat to their base, a massive shadow looms right behind them. The golem's glowing red eyes shine with a terrifying glare, freezing the entire group in absolute horror. Rengis gets blasted away as the golem suddenly reaches out and grabs Laika in its massive stone hand. Clutched in its tight grip, Laika grits her teeth in agony. She bitterly realizes she let her guard down, never expecting the monster could still move after taking such a devastating blow. Watching their leader in danger, Celine and Daimon can only scream in despair. Rengis struggles to his feet, gripping his spear tightly and charging at the beast while yelling for it to let her go. But the golem silently swings its massive fist, aiming to crush the green-haired boy instantly. But in the nick of time, rescue arrives. A massive tree trunk slams violently into the golem, sending it crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Rengis quickly rushes over to support Laika, asking if she is okay. Still dazed, Laika mutters a weak reply. But in her heart, she cannot help but wonder who could have possibly saved her. While the group stands there in complete confusion, a relaxed voice suddenly echoes from behind them, complaining about the noisy, headache-inducing racket. The owner of that familiar voice makes Rengis and Laika cry out in absolute shock. It is Jack. The black-haired boy appears with a bright grin, casually jogging over and waving to his teammates as if nothing happened, wondering what is going on here. Rewinding to a few minutes ago, seeing the golden lightning flashing in the sky, Jack immediately recognized it as Laika's power and realized her team had found the target first. Speeding forward like a hurricane, he could not help but miss his glory days when such a distance was absolutely nothing to him. Thinking of his promising teammates, Rengis, Daimon, and Celine, Jack cannot help but feel a bit worried. Facing a 3-star opponent, how long could they actually hold out? To make it in time, Jack decides to test a new technique he recently learned. Stopping in front of a giant ancient tree, he sinks his small hands into the trunk and rips it out of the ground with terrifying strength. With a loud roar, Jack hurls the giant tree trunk like a massive spear straight at the monster, pleased with the sheer force of his own throw. Feeling pretty satisfied, Jack quietly appreciates his own efforts in studying the basic dragon martial arts and dragon nourishing manuals handed out before the exam. Though they only cover basic energy circulation methods, they perfectly suit his current physical condition. Jack smiles as he remembers his past life 1,000 years ago, when he was already an absolute master of long-range combat. Shaking off his nostalgic thoughts, Jack keeps rushing toward his comrades, knowing he must act immediately. His sudden arrival leaves Renjus and Laika completely stunned as they shout out his name. Seeing their shocked faces, Jack casually waves hello, asking if they are all doing okay. While Renjus frantically points at the threat of the massive golem, Jack just lets out an amused gasp, hearing the giant stone creature's name for the first time. Observing the golem up close, Jack notices it possesses energy but lacks any actual life force, making it a truly bizarre creature. Suddenly, an unexpected attack crashes down, forcing his teammates to shout in warning. They yell for him to watch out, but Jack casually blocks the golem's heavy fist with just one hand, silently noting that its outer armor is pretty tough. Without an energy-infused strike, breaking its outer shell is practically impossible, but defeating it the normal way would be way too boring. From a distance, Renjus and Laika can only watch in anxiety, shocked by Jack's sheer recklessness. Laika cannot help but wonder why on earth he finds this life-or-death situation so boring. The golem continuously unleashes devastating punches, but Jack easily dodges every single blow with mind-blowing speed. He yells for his teammates to stand back since things are getting dangerous. Hearing his command, the other kids quickly retreat, leaving the stage to Jack as he channels his energy and charges at the target. Jack reasons that if the outer shell is this tough, he should check if the inside is just as sturdy. Eagerly deciding to test a theory, he immediately unleashes the first form of his Dragon Slayer technique. Right after, Jack follows up with the second form called Detonation, triggering a massive explosion inside the golem's body. Instead of cracking the armor, he pumped his energy inside to blow it apart from within. Standing amidst the rubble, Jack proudly smiles, satisfied with the successful blow. He cannot help but think that this modern era is finally starting to get pretty interesting. Once the exam ends, Frezza completely loses her temper when facing Jack. She furiously yells that the seniors were supposed to attack the juniors to steal their crystals, yet he went ahead and beat up the upperclassmen instead, something no one has ever done. Thanks to Jack's crazy stunt, not a single senior managed to collect a crystal, forcing them all to retake the exam. Talk about causing absolute chaos for everyone. Facing her anger, Jack just clicks his tongue innocently, arguing that he did not break any rules. Frezza sighs in frustration, warning him to drop that casual tone immediately when he meets the clan leader. When he cluelessly asks why, she coldly warns him that they will eliminate him without hesitation, even if he is just a child. Still, Frezza reassures him she will not let that happen, making Jack silently reflect on how ruthless this place truly is. Arriving at the heavily guarded doors, Frezza loudly announces her arrival as a member of the Black Dragon Guard. After a commanding voice tells them to enter, they both step into the luxurious office of Ban Lagan. Frezza respectfully bows and introduces Jack, who has accompanied her inside. Ban glares intensely at his illegitimate son, demanding to know why he attacked the upperclassmen. Jack just sighs in annoyance at the repetitive questioning, casually asking if attacking them was actually forbidden in the first place. Jack calmly reasons that the only rules were to survive and keep the crystal. He never heard of any law banning attacks on the seniors, so he just spent his time as he pleased. He even adds a provocative remark, pointing out that if there were banned actions, they should have made them clear before the exam. His arrogant response leaves Frezza pale with sheer terror. Instantly, a sinister red dragon aura erupts from Ban, filling the entire room with a crushing pressure. Falling to her knees under the intense weight, Frezza panics and screams out that this force will absolutely kill him, yet Jack remains standing firm as a rock amidst the destructive energy. Frowning in irritation, he tells Ban to shut his mouth and stop threatening him, muttering that it is incredibly annoying. Jack stares straight into the eyes of the patriarch, boldly questioning him. "Did you really summon me just to ask about these trivial matters?" Amazed by the sheer nerve of the kid, Banjia narrows his eyes. "How exactly did you pull it off?" he asks in a low voice. "Pull what off?" "According to the reports, you did not just beat an upperclassman, you actually took down a whole golem." Noting how incredibly calm this kid is standing right before him, the patriarch presses further. "How does an illegitimate child like you possess such ridiculous power?" Hearing this, Jack simply smirks. His amber eyes glow with absolute confidence as he prepares to fire back. "Please, why would my strength need a reason? It is pretty simple. There is no explanation other than my own natural, unmatched genius." Hearing this, the gaze of Banjia sinks even deeper. He admits the attitude of the kid is as arrogant as the rumors say, but he still promises a reward for defeating the golem. The patriarch offers two highly valuable choices, either a treasure from the Long Tang Pavilion or second-floor access to the long van pavilion. Standing right beside him, Freza is absolutely shocked by such an incredibly generous reward. You have to understand, the Long Van and Long Tang pavilions store the rarest treasures and secret manuals from every single patriarch over 1,000 years, dating all the way back to ancestor Duy Phat. These secret vaults are guarded with extreme tight security, packing everything from legendary weapons and rare elixirs to powerful magical artifacts and forbidden books. Especially when gaining access to the second floor of the Long Van Pavilion requires truly outstanding, legendary achievements. Freza is secretly blown away that the rude attitude of Jack is actually deemed outstanding. Meanwhile, our boy is internally complaining that the Patriarch is incredibly stingy for not giving him both rewards. So when Banjia orders them to leave, Jack has no intention of stopping. Wait, what? Is that really it? I still have so much left to say. Sensing the immediate danger, Freza panics, covers his mouth, and drags him out of the room, still managing to bow respectfully. We are deeply honored to receive this reward directly from you. As ordered, we shall depart. But the very second they reach the door, Jack suddenly stops in his tracks. He turns back and drops a highly provocative comment, aiming straight at Banjia. I will just say one last thing. As long as you keep suppressing your emotions like that, no matter how hard you try, you will never get any stronger. That comment hits a massive sore spot. The terrifying dragon aura of Banjia erupts in a wave of silent, furious rage. The face of Freza goes completely pale with sheer terror, and she quickly drags Jack out of the room. Just keep your mouth shut, she pleads. Please excuse us, family head. We beg our leave. The Patriarch is left sitting entirely alone in the massive hall, surrounded by a terrifying silence. But the moment they step outside, Freza immediately screams at him in pure rage. What on earth were you thinking? How dare you speak with that kind of attitude right in front of the Patriarch? Did you completely ignore everything I told you before we walked in? Jack just stares back with a totally blank face. What is wrong with you anyway? I held back as much as I possibly could. That reply almost makes Freza faint from pure shock. She snaps back. You call that holding back? You can speak politely to me and the instructors, so why not him? Jack casually explains that since Banjia is his actual father anyway, there is absolutely nothing to fear. Hearing this, Freza just stares at the boy, her mind racing with complex emotions. Seriously, with that insane level of power and attitude, he is definitely no normal kid. Who on earth are you? Confronted by the heavy question of Freza, Jack just smirks. Why are you getting so worked up over nothing? I am simply me. Why ask so many questions anyway? His mysterious nature leaves Freza deep in thought about the harsh rules of their clan. She knows everyone has consumed the ancient dragon's blood, making it absolutely impossible for anyone to defy the Patriarch. He wields the power of the Dragon King, a species far superior to even the ancient dragon. Yet, she still cannot fathom how this kid remains so incredibly calm in front of such a terrifyingly majestic being. Deep down, she makes up her mind to thoroughly investigate the birth records of Jack to uncover the truth. Shaking off the thought, she quickly changes the subject back to his rewards. So, which reward are you going to pick? Access to the second floor of the Long Van Pavilion, or a powerful artifact from the Long Tang Vault? Jack immediately holds up 2 fingers, saying, why not both? Naturally, Freza flatly shuts him down. No room for negotiation then? Looking up at the massive, grand buildings of his family estate, Jack quietly solidifies his goal. Knowledge it is. Jack realizes he is missing a ton of crucial information about this current era after being completely neglected in the Annex for 7 long years. He is incredibly curious about the new elixirs and advanced tools humanity has developed over the past 1,000 years. Walking right beside him, Rengus is practically out of his mind with excitement. He cannot believe they have the chance to enter the prestigious Long Van Pavilion. The blue-haired boy keeps babbling about how great their basic training was, but this is a golden ticket to absolute peak skills. Watching Rengus mutter about pushing his limits to absorb everything in the short time allowed, Jack just blinks. Wait, is there actually a time limit? Right on cue, Laika pops up to confirm. Exactly, we are only allowed on the first floor, but the basic rules should be identical. She then quickly breaks down the guidelines of the Long Van Pavilion. Everyone can only borrow 1 single book to take out, but you are free to read as many as you want inside during the limited time. Managing your hours is absolutely critical. Jack takes mental note. Got it. Laika suddenly turns to him with a highly suspicious look. By the way, is it true you chose the Long Van Pavilion over the treasure vault? She figured a guy like him would have gone straight for a fancy, practical weapon instead. Jack calmly shrugs. I thought about that, but having actual knowledge seems far more useful to me right now. No matter what others think. For our boy here, stuffing his brain is always the top priority. Leica points up at the towering spire, reminding him that the second floor holds exceptionally rare martial art books that are leagues above anything on the first floor. She proudly boasts that nothing could possibly top her own Thunder Soul heavy sword style, but Jack is too busy staring at the building to even care. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" she yells out. He completely tunes her out. The moment they arrive at the main entrance, a very stern supervisor steps up to declare the rules. You only have 5 hours inside, so use it quietly and follow the time limit strictly. Jack wonders if 5 hours is actually a lot of time, while Rengus whispers back that it should be more than enough for them. The group starts planning their strategy. They need to choose which book to borrow first, then spend the remaining hours devouring as many other books as possible. Jack nods along. Rengus excitedly talks about genius scholars who can speed read multiple books at once. But the only mission for Jack right now is to find a martial art style that actually fits him perfectly within that short window of time. Stepping inside, they are instantly blown away by the sheer scale of the Longvan Pavilion. Looking up at the massive, endless rows of bookshelves, Jack silently admits this place is way more impressive than he expected. It is basically a paradise for a bookworm, where someone could easily crash and sleep forever. Standing before the massive knowledge archive accumulated by the El Dragon family over 1,000 years, Jack grins with excitement. He tells himself, "All right, let us see if there is any knowledge in here that can actually catch my interest." The former grandmaster confidently strides deep into the towering shelves, starting his hunt for the power to reclaim his peak. What on earth is this? Jack internally screams in pure shock the moment he flips open the first few pages. He cannot believe his eyes as he reads about mind-blowing concepts like space rifts, chaos, and especially magic. Over the past 1,000 years, the world has changed so drastically that there is a massive amount of crucial history he knows nothing about. Lying flat on the floor, surrounded by massive stacks of books, Jack reflects on that wild history. It turns out that around 900 years ago, a massive tear in space called the Rift suddenly split open. It connected their world directly to a chaotic dimension known as the Chaos Realm. Vicious monsters poured out, forcing humanity to cultivate a special source of energy inside themselves just to fight and survive. The El Dragon family stood alongside powerful warriors from that other dimension, eventually forming the 4 great branches known as Typona, Fapnus, Levius, and Bahamut, which still rule to this day. Jack suddenly remembers the strange black mist surrounding that wild boar, as well as the lightning aura of Leica. It all makes sense now. It all originated from that chaotic dimension. Even as Zeke beats himself up over his own sheer ignorance, his mind is completely consumed by magic, an entirely new, fascinating concept brought straight from another world. He frantically searches the shelves, but finds absolutely nothing on how to use it, causing him to throw a tantrum because these guides are not kept next to history books. Just as he is about to lose his cool, a deep voice echoes through the entire building, telling him to keep quiet. Zeke is startled to realize that this voice carries no physical presence, it is just sound being transmitted in a bizarre way. He suspects this might be a form of voice transmission magic that does not require external energy. Suddenly, a brilliant gold light erupts, causing dozens of glowing books to rise and spin around him in a tight circle. He barely has time to scream out in terror, wondering what on earth is happening, as he gets sucked into a mysterious energy vortex. Watching the glowing golden energy threads manipulate the floating books, Zeke's sharp eyes light up with pure, unadulterated excitement. Wow! Using raw energy like strings to move physical objects, this technique is actually pretty fascinating. But right as he gets lost in his observation, that majestic voice booms once again, commanding him to remain quiet. Showing zero fear, Zeke snaps right back, asking how anyone could stay quiet in front of something this cool, and demands the mysterious person show themselves to teach him. In response, those golden energy strings wrap tightly around his body. Announcement of closing time as the voice finishes. Zeke gets launched out of the library like a fired arrow, flipping through the air before landing clumsily on his butt. Ouch. Could you at least take it easy on me? Staring at the massive doors slamming shut, Zeke grumpily yells that there is yet another thing he does not know, demanding a proper look next time. Seeing his completely disheveled state, Rengus and Leica rush over in a panic, asking what on earth happened to make him get thrown out so violently. Zeke can only laugh sheepishly, saying he just got a little too excited. He asks how his friends did, and Rengus proudly shows off his book, saying he borrowed a martial technique called Cloud Water Spear and believes he already picked up a simple footwork method from it. Celine chimes in happily, mentioning that she also learned a footwork technique from her choice, holding up the Windflower swordplay book she borrowed. Even Raymond cannot hide his smug look, showing off the El Dragon-style Guardian shield art he borrowed to learn their signature defense. Watching his friends enthusiastically brag about their achievements, Zeke can only offer a dry, helpless smile. Hilariously, All of those martial arts were just random hobbies he created to pass the time in his past life. Zeke turns to Laika, asking what she picked. Laika holds up a dusty, ancient manual, explaining that it is the heavy wave greatsword art, supposedly created by the first patriarch and revised by the 15th head of the family. Zeke's eyes grow thoughtful as he notices a bizarre pattern. The 15th head again? The Dragon Breath and Dragon Strike arts were also supposedly revised by this same ancestor. He thinks back to the library records and realizes almost every martial art he created in his past life has a revision by this 15th head placed right next to it. Zeke smiles. How fascinating. Walking out of the estate, Zeke quietly tells himself that while he originally thought this place would be incredibly boring, he now cannot wait to see what other surprises lie ahead. Time flies by, and 5 years later at the El Dragon Academy, Laika has grown into a beautiful and incredibly graceful 12-year-old girl. While walking down the hallway searching for Zeke and the rest of the group, she stops a passing student to ask where they are, quickly receiving an answer. "Oh, Lady Laika, they have all headed to the training grounds already." Over at the training arena, a heavy, serious atmosphere hangs in the air as Zeke's group trains relentlessly. Rengis, Celine, and Raymond have all grown up, sporting much more professional combat gear than before. Standing at the center of the arena, the 12-year-old Zeke exudes a silent, mysterious majesty. His amber eyes still flash with a razor-sharp gaze, hinting at an unfathomable depth of power built up over 5 long years of dedicated training. Inside the Patriarch's private office, Phat El Dragon is carefully reviewing a highly crucial report about the sudden appearance of a unique rift. N, the commander of the Black Dragon Legion, stands at strict attention, reporting that there is an 80% chance that highly valuable magic water lies within. Banga quietly questions the accuracy of the information, only to receive a firm, decisive nod of confirmation from his subordinate. However, N also voices his concerns since this rift has appeared in a very troublesome location, forcing the Patriarch to frown in deep thought. "Not gonna lie, this is going to be a real headache, as magic water is a miracle liquid capable of turning its drinker into a true mage. Those who possess it gain the ability to convert their core mana into raw magic power, unlocking entirely new techniques that could reshape the global balance of power. Because of its immense value, brutal territorial wars over these magic springs have erupted all over the place. In this current magic-centric era, the sheer number of active mages a clan controls serves as the primary factor, deciding their absolute military dominance. Yet, by some cruel twist of fate, the entire territory of El Dragon does not contain a single natural magic spring. For noble families lacking natural springs, the absolute only way to obtain magic water is to risk everything by conquering these special rifts. Currently, the El Dragon clan only possesses a handful of elite mages, including Patriarch Banga himself, who survived brutal, painful campaigns just to claim theirs. However, they are slowly getting overwhelmed by rival families who boast a massive number of mages thanks to their own natural magic springs. Conquering this newly discovered rift is a matter of absolute survival, but N highly worries that the chosen location inside the fertile dragon forest is incredibly risky, especially since minor border skirmishes break out around the area constantly. This vast, fertile forest stretches far beyond the borders of El Dragon, overlapping directly with the territory of the rival Cerberus clan. Those arrogant rivals even go as far as referring to the entire area as the Fertile Hound Forest. While the rift itself technically sits on El Dragon ground, its massive scale means its zone of influence will likely spread to enemy territory, and with their wild dog noses, they are bound to smell it. The Cerberus clan will undoubtedly notice the rift soon, and immediately march their forces over to stir up trouble. Patriarch Banga notes that they must assemble a military force strong enough to secure the area, preparing for a potential direct clash with the Cerberus clan. Since this is a restricted, special rift, combatant limits will apply to both sides, but he firmly declares they must play to win and secure the entrance before the enemy can even react. The Patriarch immediately orders N to notify all dragon nests that they will be holding a highly rigorous selection exam. N bows respectfully, taking the order with a serious expression. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Laika stands with her arms crossed, quietly amazed at how they are going absolutely all out. Zeke has grown into a sharp-eyed teenager, currently taking on his 3 best friends all at once. Celine unleashes her mesmerizing windflower sword technique, filling the air with dazzling strikes, while Raymond utilizes his El Dragon Guardian shield art to throw punches as heavy as stone walls. Rengis matches the pressure with his incredibly tricky, fluid cloud water spear strikes. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Zeke calmly dodges every hit, even flashing a smug grin as Rengis's spear blade stops mere inches from his throat, noting that it was a decent strike. However, Zeke immediately offers harsh feedback to push his teammates to their absolute limits, straight up telling Rengis that he is focusing too much on pure, raw power which completely kills the spear's natural flexibility. Turning to Celine, Zeke criticizes her for prioritizing speed over balance, demanding she learn how to properly manage her center of gravity. Finally, he praises Raymond for doing a decent job but warns him to start initiating attacks rather than playing defensively all the time. Zeke claps his hands, calling for them to run it back. He immediately throws himself back into the chaotic sparring, leaving Laika to sigh in frustration at this bizarre routine. She loudly criticizes him for taking hits directly, without even using core mana to shield his own physical body. Zeke instantly waves off her concern, claiming this is indeed high-quality, serious training, all while proudly flexing his insanely toned muscles. This is definitely the result of brutal training. His body has become incredibly solid, even without using any energy. Laika can only watch in disbelief as Jack casually argues with her, completely ignoring his friends who are still desperately launching attacks at him. Laika holds her head in sheer helplessness, realizing everything about this kid is completely off the charts. She watches Jack defend himself flawlessly, without using even a single drop of inner energy. She looks at his friends and insists he is not a normal human, so they should never compare him to them. Laika then reveals that the seniors have even given him a terrifying nickname, the Monster Child of the Bronze Nest. When asked if she wants to join their training, Laika nods in agreement. But before they begin, she mentions she has some highly important news that she needs to clarify first. Based on the map of the North, West, South, and East sectors, Laika predicts they will soon face off against kids from the other dragon nests. This bombshell leaves Rengus and Raymond completely shell-shocked. While Celine quietly realizes their next test has finally arrived, Jack asks how she could possibly know about such major events. Laika casually replies that simply observing the attitude and private conversations of the instructors is enough to figure it all out. Jack admits he never pays attention to such minor details, leaving Laika to sigh and tease him for being an heir candidate who is just unbelievably carefree. But she suddenly turns serious and warns Jack to be extremely careful. Laika reveals there is a formidable monster in the West sector, who is also one of the heavyweight candidates vying to become the next family head just like them. Instead of worrying, Jack flashes an excited grin and quietly thinks to himself that this is going to be incredibly fun. Seriously, this guy has zero fear and is ready to take on the world. A few days later, a strange buzz fills the academy as students from all classes are suddenly gathered together in one place. Rengus senses something is off given the massive crowd, while Jack silently confirms this is indeed the event Laika predicted. The group stands in the courtyard, anxiously waiting for an official announcement from the family leadership. Right on cue, Freza appears with an absolutely overwhelming presence, coldly ordering everyone to shut their mouths immediately. Once the crowd goes completely silent, she loudly declares that starting from today and for the next 3 days, a massive war will officially begin. Every single student here must face off and fight, head-to-head against the kids from other dragon nests, to prove who reigns supreme. Facing this tough new challenge, Jack does not flinch at all. Instead, he wears a provocative smirk, fully prepared for the upcoming battle. Over the next 3 days, every student will plunge into direct combat against rivals from other dragon nests. This shocking announcement from Freza sends a massive wave of whispers through the crowd, as intersector battles like this normally only happen during graduation. Freza emphasizes that, although the reasons must remain classified, those who emerge victorious in this tournament will be entrusted with a highly special mission. Hearing this, Jack's eyes gleam with absolute excitement at the prospect of a special mission that is actually worth all this chaotic trouble. The tournament will be a knockout format to select the 7 elite representatives from each region, East, West, North, and South. Freza sternly orders everyone to finalize their list of representatives before the day ends. When a student named Rick asks if those 7 slots are reserved just for their grade, Freza immediately clarifies that this selection is open to all grades. Rick and the upperclassmen cannot hide their utter disgust. They scoff at the underclassmen as mere garbage, believing only they have the strength to fight. Rick immediately barks out arrogantly, forcing everyone to hand over all 7 representative spots to his group of seniors. Just as he smugly assumes no one will dare to object, Laika suddenly steps forward with a firm protest. She argues that shutting out the lower classes is completely unfair, and she is more than qualified for a spot herself. Rick laughs her off, claiming she does not understand how real strength works. But he instantly freezes when she unleashes a terrifying wave of pressure from beneath her feet. Talk about picking a fight with the wrong girl. The senior crowd gasps in sheer terror upon realizing Laika has already reached the 3-star tier, far exceeding the rumors of her being at peak 2 stars. She boldly challenges if there are even 7 seniors stronger than her, leaving a stuttering Rick to make excuses that she is just an exception. While Rick keeps insulting the underclassmen and calling them worthless trash who can never compete, Jack suddenly cuts in with a cold voice. "What a massive headache, you guys are seriously way too noisy." Infuriated, Rick yells to assert his dominance. But Jack remains calm, stepping closer with a razor-sharp glare and proposing they settle this once and for all. Jack flashes a wild, thrilled smile and makes a shocking proposal. How about we just fight until only 7 of us are left standing? Shocked by his overly aggressive suggestion, Laika immediately screams to stop him and quickly diffuses the high tension with a much more sensible plan. She loudly proposes a fair preliminary tournament for anyone who wants to qualify for the match, regardless of their grade. Laika smirks, turning her challenge toward the seniors. How about it, guys? If you are so confident in your power, come and get some. Sounds fair? Although they feel this is a total waste of time, the watching crowd forces Rick and the seniors to agree. Fine, let's do it. As soon as the deal is made, Laika turns to Jack and asks if he is in. Jack casually nods, but then he suddenly calls out Rengus, Raymond, and Celine, telling all 3 they must enter the preliminaries too. His close friends gasp in sheer shock, trembling as they ask, "Wait, what? Us? You want us to fight the seniors?" Completely merciless, Jack coldly reminds them they have been training with him this entire time, and if they cannot show results now, all that effort was completely pointless. Under Jack's overwhelming pressure, Rengus and the others can only grit their teeth and resolve to give it everything they have got. Laika calls out to see if anyone else wants to step up, but the underclassmen only mutter in fear about the massive power gap, knowing their opponents are seniors who are at least 3-star experts. Jack crosses his arms and watches from the sidelines, silently judging their lack of backbone because he knows that you gain the most when fighting someone stronger than yourself. He decides to use this exact opportunity to see what the alleged power of these seniors is really like. An arrogant senior looks down on the underclassmen with total contempt, clicking his tongue and claiming they do not stand a chance no matter how hard they try. The guy next to him snickers, telling his buddy to go easy on them, since other than Lady Laika, the rest are just pathetic 2-star kids. Seeing Rengus and his teammates visibly shaking from the intense pressure, Jack speaks up to reassure them. What is wrong? Why do you look so incredibly anxious? Rengus stammers out his worries, pointing out that their opponents are top-ranked 3rd-year seniors who have already achieved the 3-star rank. Jack raises a reassuring finger. You guys have trained relentlessly for 5 straight years, right? You have all done incredibly well, so believe in yourselves a bit more. His encouraging words instantly fire them up as the group collectively steel their resolve. Infuriated by the sight, a senior screams, "Hey, stop babbling. Top-tier students do not have time for this nonsense." Drawing his sword, he charges forward with a savage expression, declaring he is going to teach these fresh rookies their place. Stunned gasps erupt all across the spectator stands as the match results appear. The watching students simply cannot believe their eyes. They bewilderedly wonder what on earth is happening, and if this year's top-ranked seniors are actually just incredibly weak. Rengus stands proud with his spear in hand, while a senior lies completely defeated on the ground beneath him. The defeated senior stammers that this is impossible, while Jack crosses his arms with a highly satisfied smile, celebrating his friend's growth. Great fight. That is how you do it. He silently notes that Rengus has grown incredibly sharp at parrying and spotting his opponent's openings. On the other side, Celine is executing beautiful, mesmerizing sword strikes, perfectly utilizing the continuous combos of the Windflower sword style. Even Raymond displays some massive improvement here, seamlessly transitioning between shield work and swordplay to completely overwhelm his enemy. Jack proudly thinks to himself that they are all showing the amazing fruits of their hard 5-year training. It is not just Rengus and the guys, even Laika has gotten noticeably stronger. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the frozen seniors can only gasp out that this cannot be happening. Laika casually sheathes her sword, murmuring that this should be more than enough. But the ringleader just cannot accept reality, pointing his finger and screaming in pure bitterness, "No way, this cannot be happening. There is no way our 3-star squad could ever lose to 2-star trash like you," he rants. Jack steps up with a look of pure disdain, muttering how foolish it is to talk such absolute nonsense when the results are staring him right in the face. He casually walks away, leaving them with a harsh truth. Age, stats, and rankings mean absolutely nothing now. Jack looks his opponent dead in the eye, coldly stating that those numbers are just empty statistics. Combat strength is decided by the victor, the weak lose, and that is that. This triggers the senior, who screams like a madman, asking if Jack is stupid because star ranks literally define power. "Do not tell me a brat like you does not even know that," the senior barks. Jack merely smirks, his eyes flashing with a menacing light, as he replies that stars or no stars, if you destroy the heart, anyone dies. Do not look away from the true nature of power, which is simply whether you win or lose the fight. Backed into a corner, the upperclassman screams in pure, desperate denial. "Shut your mouth," he yells, claiming his status as a high-ranking student means some wet-behind-the-ears brat cannot intimidate him with cheap excuses. He says he was planning to go easy on them because they are just kids. But do not blame me when you start crying, because I will not show any mercy. Jack lets out a weary sigh, muttering that he is sick of this talking phase, since kids should use their fists before opening their mouths. Now it is just you and me. He drops into a stance, eyes blazing with sheer determination as he challenges the guy to show what martial arts he has mastered and how far he has actually trained. The senior grit his teeth and lunges, screaming not to underestimate him, as he channels all his power into a massive punch. But in a split second, Jack unleashes a lightning-fast counter, leaving his opponent collapsing to the ground with a painful groan. Jack flashes a bright smile, casually noting that the guy actually trained pretty well. Watching this unfold, Laika is left completely stunned. She sighs, asking how he can say that after knocking the guy out cold without even checking the results. The brief battle ends, leaving the crowd of onlookers completely shell-shocked by Jack's terrifying strength. Meanwhile, over at the West training grounds, an equally brutal scene is unfolding as dozens of beaten students lie scattered across the dirt, groaning in agony. In the middle of this defeated pile, a silver-haired youth with cold, sharp eyes casually sits on the back of a fallen victim. He glares at the broken weapons around him and mocks them, sneering that every single one of them is absolutely useless. This is Duy Phat El Dragon, one of the top contenders to become the next patriarch of the clan. Just then, Venian's trusted assistant, Alan, approaches to report that their selection list is complete. Among the very few still standing, Venian spots Ron, the young boy, is now 12 years old, and sports a glowing 3-star emblem on his chest. Nian narrows his eyes with amusement, his deep voice rumbling as he asks if a junior like Ron actually reached 3 stars. Feeling the heavy gaze of his senior, Ron quickly bows in deep respect and confirms it. Recognizing his subordinate's potential, Venian proudly declares that he likes capable people, promising to take Ron in as a direct follower if he proves himself useful. Ron is absolutely thrilled, bowing repeatedly in gratitude for finally being recognized by a big shot like Venian. A sly smirk plays on his lips as he plots to achieve great things in the upcoming special mission to secure his future position as the next patriarch's right-hand man. Meanwhile, Alan leans in close to whisper some critical news, mentioning that Lady Laika will apparently be joining the East Hall's selection team. At the mention of her name, Venian's expression instantly darkens with murderous intent. He aggressively ruffles his hair in frustration over this annoying obstacle, complaining that she always sticks her nose into other people's business and gets in the way. But he quickly recovers his usual arrogant composure. Walking away, Venian confidently asserts that no matter how brilliant of a genius Laika is, the ultimate victory will belong to the West Hall. With eyes burning with intense ambition, he confidently boasts that he will breeze through the upcoming special mission to show all his siblings who truly deserves to inherit the seat of the next patriarch. The next day, everyone gathers at the arena. Rengis notices that despite so many students being weeded out during the brutal exams, the sheer number of remaining competitors is still massive. Rengis looks a bit downcast thinking about those who failed, the ones labeled as fake dragons, a humiliating title that his own father had to bear. Laika immediately pats him on the shoulder, urging him to shake off those gloomy thoughts. She reminds him that their group was chosen to represent the East Hall, so instead of worrying, they should hold their heads high. Fired up by the young lady's encouragement, Rengis resolves to give this upcoming battle everything he has got. Then they notice Jack standing there completely lost in thought. When Laika asks what is up, he casually says he is just busy sizing up the surrounding crowd, basically telling her to hush so he can judge them in peace. Out of nowhere, Rick, the upperclassman Jack defeated earlier, rushes over with a completely different attitude. He loudly declares that he and the other seniors of the East Hall have had a massive change of heart. Looking incredibly fired up, Rick shouts that even as a member of El Dragon, he genuinely respects the strong and now views Jack as a true idol. Rick's intense enthusiasm just gets an awkward laugh from Jack. While Rengis is still processing this shocking 180-degree flip in attitude, Jack quickly shifts his focus back to his main goal. He narrows his eyes, scanning the representatives from the other halls. Just as expected, aside from their East Hall group, all the chosen candidates are already at the 3-star rank, with no 4-star experts in sight. Still, Jack's gaze sharpens as he senses that quite a few of them are right on the verge of a breakthrough. He secretly wonders what kind of peak martial arts techniques he will get to witness from these opponents. While everyone is distracted, a gorgeous blonde girl suddenly dashes forward and wraps Laika in a tight hug. Laika is shocked to find out it is Sandy Typhona, the daughter of the prestigious Typhona clan's head. The sudden arrival of someone from the 4 great families puts an immense amount of pressure on Rengis's group. Hearing Laika introduce them as her teammates, Sandy scoffs with pure disdain, claiming these guys have zero right to stand beside a future clan head. Seriously, the sheer arrogance of some people is just unreal. Jack casually chimed in, pointing out that one quick match would make everyone's true strength perfectly clear. Sandy is startled as she realizes this must be the rumored illegitimate child. She does not hold back her insults, calling the entire group a bunch of rejects since none of them have reached 3 stars yet. Jack coldly warns her that if she keeps looking down on others, she is going to get a nasty surprise. Flying into a rage, Sandy keeps insulting his low status and lack of any family backing. Honestly, one more word and he might actually eat her alive. But Jack just maintains his smug smirk, coolly stating he was only giving her some friendly advice. Right as the tension peaks, Edge, representing the North Hall, steps in and demands everyone stop causing trouble for the other squads. He reminds them that the selection battles are about to begin, so there is no time to waste on useless bickering. The atmosphere suddenly turns incredibly heavy as a powerful golden aura blankets the entire arena. The captain of the Golden Dragon Corps, Tekmanchik, finally steps forward with an imposing gaze. He loudly announces that the time has officially come to begin the brutal selection tournament. This tournament will run as a bracket-style elimination match between the 4 halls, which are split into 2 groups, to decide who advances to the finals. The format for each round is strictly a one-on-one duel. Each hall will send their fighters out one by one in a predetermined order. Out of the 7 participants representing each hall, whichever side manages to defeat 4 opponents first will be declared the winner. The instructor emphasizes that once the match begins, the roster order cannot be altered under any circumstances. Because of this, deciding exactly who goes out first is a massive part of their strategy. The winners will be entrusted with a special mission crucial to the survival of the El Dragon family. Zeke lets out a thrilled grin upon hearing about this massive reward. After all, whoever completes this task will take a massive step toward becoming the future head of the household. To decide the matchups, the instructor orders each hall's representative to draw a stone from the wooden box. The West Hall's proud representative, Venian Fob, New Air Dragon, coldly steps forward with a smug face. He casually grabs a stone and turns away without saying a single word. Witnessing this total lack of respect, Laika's face pales as she quietly wonders who on earth that guy even is. Seeing his friend looking so anxious, Zeke curiously asks what is going on. When Zeke asks if she knows him, Laika nods, confirming he is the formidable successor candidate from the West Hall she mentioned before, Venian Fab New Air Dragon. Seriously, the West Hall's vibe is just on another level. Zeke silently notes they do not just have him, but also boast many other powerful warriors. Although the other halls worked incredibly hard, everyone can feel the massive gap in strength. Suddenly, Zeke's gaze locks onto a familiar face. Well, to be fair, it is someone he has not seen in ages. It is Ron, the guy Zeke clashed with during the entrance exam years ago. Back then, Ron showed a bit of talent, but Zeke never expected him to reach the 3-star rank so early. As the former grandmaster, Zeke quietly praises Ron's hard work, thinking he seems pretty diligent and highly respectable. Meanwhile, the sudden appearance of Rengus sends a wave of shock and whispers through the senior students. People start pointing, whispering about whether that dropout over there is actually Rengus. Hearing the mockery, Rengus breaks into a cold sweat in embarrassment, prompting a worried Celine to ask him if he is doing okay. The green-haired boy can only stammer back that he is fine, though his heart is racing under the judging glares. Just then, a booming announcement echoes through the speakers. Next up, the representative of the North Hall Edgandi steps forward with great authority, followed closely by the South Hall representative, Venian. Finally, as the East Hall is called, Laika urgently nudges Zeke, telling him that they are calling his name. Zeke asks back, completely clueless, if they mean him. Laika firmly confirms it, saying of course, since he is the strongest after all. But Zeke just keeps his lazy expression, thinking these events are better left to the kids. He tried to show off, but Laika brushed it off since they're the same age. Sometimes acting like an adult makes you forget you're still just a kid. Sandy watches in disbelief as Jack steps up instead of her sister. Sandy is absolutely furious. Wait, why on earth is that illegitimate brat taking... Laika calmly explains that Jack is the strongest among them, but Sandy still refuses to accept that someone who hasn't even reached 3 stars is representing their hall. She's stressing out because this is a crucial succession battle between her and Vinayan. But despite her sister throwing a total tantrum, Laika just stands there with a confident smile. Don't worry, sis, we're actually super strong, she says. Right then, the instructor orders each hall's representative to channel their true power into the stones they drew to decide the tournament brackets. Instantly, all 4 representatives unleash their spiritual energy, making the crystals glow with a brilliant rainbow of colors. The match brackets are quickly announced right after. First up is East Hall versus North Hall, while West Hall takes on South Hall. The air turns heavy with tension as the North Hall team steps out. Rengus and his buddies are completely shocked to see an opponent who looks way too old and terrifying to be a student. Wait, is that old-looking guy seriously a student? Meanwhile, Laika worriedly realizes her very first opponent is none other than her sister, Sandy, who is already covered in a crackling, blazing aura of lightning. She coldly declares that this is a golden opportunity to give Laika a harsh wake-up call, promising to crush her completely until she finally remembers her place and her true purpose. In response, Laika unleashes her own lightning with a defiant smile, basically telling her to bring it on. On the other side, Aegis walks over to greet Jack with a friendly smile, saying he is really looking forward to their match. Jack eagerly agrees, telling him to make it a match to remember. Both fighters radiate insane pressure, with Aegis looking incredibly hyped for this clash. Meanwhile, Rick steps onto the arena first, burning with pure motivation. He proudly shouts to Jack that he will definitely bring home the win, but despite his brave face, Laika can easily spot the nervousness written all over his face. She wonders if Rick is going to be okay since he looks incredibly stiff. The referee calls out to ask if both sides are ready, and then yells start. Instantly, Rick charges forward with his fist glowing bright. Watching from the sidelines, Jack quietly tells himself to wait and see how this plays out. Laika worriedly notes that the look in the opponent's eyes shows this is going to be a brutal battle. Jack coldly shoots back that nothing is ever guaranteed in a real fight, before proudly adding that his own victory is the only absolute exception. This classic overpowered smugness immediately makes Laika snap at him in frustration. "I was not even talking about you," she grumbles. Jack turns his attention back to the arena, analyzing that the North Hall fighters' skills are not actually that different from Rick's. As long as Rick stays calm and fights like they practiced, victory should be easy. But Laika is still stressed out, since it's their first time fighting in front of a massive crowd with the whole team's hopes on their shoulders. Rick is currently taking some incredibly heavy blows, gritting his teeth in pure pain. He barely manages to squint past his opponent to look over at the rest of the North Hall representatives. Putting aside the ordinary opponents, those two leaders over there are the real monsters. Sandy and Aegis are both standing incredibly close to breaking through to the 4-star tier. Jack narrows his eyes to analyze the match, realizing these North Hall opponents are not going to break easily. He notes that Laika's sister, Sandy, uses the same bloodline techniques, making this a perfect learning experience for Laika. Right on cue, the announcer's voice booms through the speakers, declaring the first match over with North Hall taking the win as Rick collapses straight onto the floor. Seeing her teammate go down, Marine, another female fighter from East Hall, is shaking from the intense pressure. She tries to mentally prepare herself, but seeing your ally get completely wrecked right before your turn would make anyone want to go home. But reality is brutally harsh, and the referee quickly announces another victory for North Hall in the second match. Marine and her teammates return looking completely soul-crushed, bowing their heads to apologize to Jack for letting the crowd freeze them up. Jack is not angry at all, flashing a bright, reassuring smile. He tells them it is fine because this is not a real battlefield where lives are on the line, but a school where they test their limits rather than kill each other. He assures them that safe lessons like this will help sharpen their skills for actual war in the future, instantly giving both of them their motivation back, as they shout in agreement. She did not really get his deep speech, but nods anyway. Jack then turns to Rengis, reminding him that since they have already lost 2 matches in a row, his upcoming round is absolutely critical. Hearing this, Rengis completely loses his mind, begging him not to add any more pressure when he has already been scared half to death since this morning. He looks over at his opponent, an upperclassman wielding a massive sword and radiating intense energy. Rengis is so terrified he almost starts crying, convinced this guy is scarier than anyone back in the East Hall. Jack pats his shoulder to calm him down, reminding him that he has been fighting older guys since their days at Single Dragon Mountain. He asks Rengis to take a close look at his opponent's weapon. Once Rengis confirms the guy is a swordsman, Jack smiles confidently and starts teaching him the counter strategy. "Exactly, you are fighting a swordsman. If he punches, parry. If he slashes up, step back. If he swings down, step in and thrust." Jack pats his shoulder, telling him with absolute confidence to just focus on handling the weapon right in front of him like he always does. Looking into his friend's steady eyes, Jack silently notes that Rengis has incredible focus but just needs a little guidance to lock it in. He is highly curious to see how much this fight will help Rengis grow, especially since the kid can naturally slip into that deep zone of absolute concentration. Down in the stands, the crowd is talking trash, pointing out the ridiculous size difference. How on earth is that scrawny little kid supposed to stand a chance against that absolute unit of a human water buffalo? Ignoring the mockery, Rengis tightly grips his spear as his eyes flash with intensity, fully entering his combat state. The referee rings out the command to start. Instantly, the North Hall fighter charges like a whirlwind, unleashing a lightning-fast and powerful strike from his three-leaf style. He roars savagely, telling Rengis that he cannot escape. Lightning-fast slashes force Rengis to constantly backpedal on defense. Watching closely, Jack notes that the opponent is deliberately closing the gap to neutralize the spear's long reach and keep Rengis on the ropes. Seeing his buddy struggle, Raymond asks if Rengis is going to be okay. Jack just maintains his relaxed smile, telling him not to worry because Rengis's eyes show he is more focused than ever. Sure enough, Rengis's eyes glow with a deep blue energy as he completely takes control of the fight's rhythm. The moment the opponent unleashes his ultimate leaf storm dance, Rengis immediately counters with his cloudwater spear technique. With fluid movements resembling floating clouds and flowing water, his elegant spear strikes completely neutralize the opponent's raging storm. The senior gasps in complete shock as his ultimate technique is shattered so effortlessly. Without giving him any time to react, Rengis spins around to unleash the final move of his spear style, Torrential Rage. The heavy spear strike slams straight into the opponent's chest, sending him flying across the arena with a massive shockwave as he collapses. The referee quickly shouts the official result. The match is over, and the third round officially goes to the East Hall. Rengis lets out a massive sigh of relief, wiping away his sweat while thanking his lucky stars. Watching this, Jack flashes a highly confident, smug grin. His eyes burn with absolute excitement as he announces that it is time to turn this around in the most spectacular way possible. Riding the wave of Rengis's brilliant victory, the East Hall goes on an absolute rampage, sweeping their next opponents to build a massive winning streak. Rounds 4 and 5 easily go to the East as they completely dominate the arena. With just one more win needed to claim the entire tournament, the highly anticipated 6th round kicks off featuring an intense showdown between the two sisters of the Dragon family. Facing her older sister, Laika flashes a gentle smile, saying it has been quite a while since they last crossed swords. Sandy coldly scoffs, telling her that she should not even be on their level. Sandy never expected her northern elites to lose. Sure, she admits she underestimated her little sister's teammates, but that is not the main problem here. Sandy snaps at Laika, calling teammates secondary because a true leader needs absolute power. She angrily demands to know how she can settle for being just the second seed of the Eastern Academy, screaming in pure frustration. Does she even understand how dangerous this is? Facing her sister's intense pressure and worry, Laika keeps her cool and replies that of course she gets it. But looking back at her teammates standing firm behind her, Laika's eyes burn with a fierce fighting spirit. She proudly declares that she has not given up her dream to become the leader. Even if it means fighting Sandy, she is ready to win now. Seeing her sister's sheer resolve, Sandy narrows her eyes and suddenly charges forward with shocking speed. She vanished. In a flash, Sandy drops from above, sword crackling with lightning, daring Laika to show her real strength. They collide in a blinding storm of electricity. Watching from afar, Jack notes that Sandy easily holds the upper hand. He wonders how long Laika can survive against someone who mastered the exact same technique but at a much higher level. Sandy unleashes her lightning greatsword art, striking with a shocking lightning needle technique that sends Laika flying back with a painful scream. Celine and the crew scream out in terror. Struggling to stand, Laika tries to catch her breath, telling herself the wound is shallow, but her sister is just too strong. Down in the stands, Rengis and Raymond watch in absolute shock as Laika gets pushed to her absolute limit. They whisper about how Sandy was the one who personally trained her as a kid. Gritting her teeth, Laika charges, but Sandy easily dodges and mocks her for still swinging so recklessly whenever she gets cornered. Laika strikes with her flash lightning, but Sandy counters instantly with a massive blast of scattered lightning. Swallowed by the electrical storm, Laika screams in pain while Sandy watches coldly. Sandy calls it useless, noting that Laika still has the same bad habits and could not even claim the top spot in the East. She sighs, wishing her sister had joined the North. Even with a bruised body, Laika forces herself back up, gripping her sword. Sandy tells her to just quit, because at her current level, winning is completely impossible. Sandy even regrets not getting their father to force her into the Northern Division years ago. Seeing her sister's stubborn face, she sighs and tells her to use this beatdown to self-reflect. Sandy launches a relentless barrage of heavy strikes, sending lightning shocks straight through Laika's desperate defense. Blown backward, the ground cracks beneath Laika from the sheer pressure of her sister's attacks. As Sandy leaps high for a final strike, Celine screams in panic from the crowd. Jack narrows his eyes, sensing Laika is about to break past her limits. From above, Sandy yells for her to give up, unleashing her second secret technique, Heavenly Thunder. A massive electrical blast consumes the entire arena, leaving the crowd wondering if she survived. Sandy stands tall with her glowing sword, absolutely convinced of her victory. But as the smoke clears, Laika stands tall through the burns and tattered clothes. She weakly whispers that she finally understands her sister's ultimate lightning technique. Sandy is completely stunned. How is she still standing after that final blow? Honestly, none of us expected her to shrug off that massive blast. But this past year changed everything. Wiping blood from her face, Laika flashes a bright smile and declares she has been training too. Her eyes burn with intense passion as she says the real fight begins now. Flashback to before the fight, Jack noticed how unusually tense she was. He asked what was up and why she looked so nervous, which was totally unlike her. Laika sighed, admitting her opponent was Sandy, after all. She revealed that her sister was actually the one who taught her the very basics of her lightning sword style. To her, Sandy was the mentor who guided her very first steps. Jack listened in silence as she bitterly admitted she had never beaten her big sister even once. She got stronger, but Sandy did too. Seeing her lose confidence, Jack simply told her to remember their training sessions. She remembered the brutal workouts from the past year, hauling massive boulders and getting tossed around the training field without a shred of mercy. Seeing her cringe at those painful memories, Jack laughed but then got serious. He pointed out her biggest flaw: she lets emotions tunnel vision her during a fight. That is why he made her train for 5 years to stay calm. He joked that his brutal hits were part of his charm, leaving her completely speechless. Jack promised her training would let her read her opponent calmly, but Laika still doubted if that was enough to overcome a monster like her sister. Jack told her she would see for herself once the match started. With her talent, reading her opponent's movements would change the entire game. He bragged that she was being trained by the strongest guy around anyway, so there was no reason to stress over her past defeats. Laika smiled at his sheer confidence, feeling a bit lighter as she thanked him. Jack nodded in satisfaction, asking her to confirm something. Since her sister taught her that style, Jack called this the perfect chance to read her. He told her to analyze Sandy's lightning greatsword art, just like they did in training. If she could pull it off, she would unlock a whole new level. And just look at her now, standing in the arena with absolute confidence. She had watched closely. After taking all those hits, Laika boldly declares she has finally cracked Sandy's ultimate sword style, leaving her sister utterly speechless. Confused, Sandy raises her sword to block, as Laika charges with a totally different tempo. But then, Sandy freezes in pure disbelief at the weird movement. It makes no sense. Why does she seem so slow? She watches in shock as Laika's sword path warps weirdly, lightning crackling around the blade as she closes in. Before Sandy can even react, Laika roars and unleashes a blindingly fast lightning needle that catches her sister completely off guard. Sandy barely blocks it, but the pressure doesn't stop. Laika leaps into the air, instantly shifting her attack angle and leaving Sandy wondering how she moved so fast. Bringing down an earth-shattering thunder flash, Laika grins proudly. She declares she finally found the missing link the tempo her sister had that she lacked. Sandy stands frozen, unable to comprehend how someone could just analyze a style mid-fight and perfectly copy it on the spot. In the crowd, Rengus and the others watch with their jaws dropped. Standing among them, Jack smirks, knowing how much can be learned by fighting a master of your own style. He explains to the confused group that Laika copied her sister's moves mid-match, all thanks to their intense mental training on how to calmly read an opponent under pressure. She used to get way too hot-headed, blinding herself to everything but her own sword. But now, she's a completely different fighter. She stays completely calm, quietly observing her opponent in the heat of battle. By closely watching the very same swordplay her sister uses, Laika has officially reached a whole new level. Sandy grits her teeth and screams, "It is not over yet, sweetheart. How could those amateur moves of yours ever beat me?" She charges headfirst into the attack, but Laika instantly counters with a powerful, high-voltage lightning speed strike. Blown backward in utter shock, Sandy just cannot believe she is actually being completely overwhelmed. Striking back, Laika declares, "When it comes to physical training, I went through absolute hell back then, with a certain someone." Laika channels every ounce of her strength into one final blow, shouting, "Sister Sandy, behold the grand lightning strike sword art." A massive bolt of lightning crashes directly down on Sandy, leaving her only enough time to scream in agony before the energy swallows her whole. As the dust slowly clears, Laika stands there catching her breath, totally exhausted after giving it her all. Despite her defeat, a battered Sandy smiles with immense pride at her little sister. "You have really grown strong, Laika." Right after those words, Sandy completely loses consciousness and collapses. The announcer booms over the speakers, "The match is officially over," marking a highly convincing victory for Laika over her genius sister. Standing in the center of the arena, though her body is bruised and exhausted, her posture remains incredibly proud after defeating her sister. Up in the spectator stands, noticing his master looking deep in thought, a subordinate quietly calls out to Lord Venom. He stays silent, his sharp gaze locked onto the young lady who just pulled off an absolute miracle. Laika tiredly walks toward her teammates, muttering with a hint of regret, "Well, that was an absolute masterpiece of a fight, even if I did not get to show off at all." She flashes a bright smile despite her blood-stained face. "I am just glad I settled things within my own power," she says. If I had lost, your opponent would have been that Aegis guy. Jack looks confused and asks, wait, what? You actually know him? Laika explains seriously, not personally, but he is incredibly famous. Apparently, in the martial arts world, Aegis Van Bred is known as the greatest genius since the founding of the Van Bred clan. Jack narrows his eyes at his opponent standing in the distance. Well, from what I can see, he is definitely on a whole different level compared to everyone else participating here. Laika warns him with deep concern, no matter how strong you are, Jack. Facing a guy like that makes the outcome completely unpredictable. The instructor steps onto the field, loudly announcing that the East Hall's victory is secured. However, the matches will continue until the very end. This unexpected news leaves Rengis and Jack completely dumbfounded. What is the point of that? Seriously? This makes absolutely no sense. They said the match would end once 4 members of the opposing team were defeated. Jack watches the instructor walk away, suspicion growing in his heart. What is their real goal here? On the other side, Aegis casts a knowing, subtle smile in their direction. Whatever, as long as I get to fight, it is fine. Jack flashes a cocky grin, his battle spirit erupting violently as he faces the Van Bred genius. That is more than enough for me. Aegis looks straight at Jack, admitting that even though his North Hall team already lost, he is still incredibly thrilled to face him like this. Aegis confidently states, of course, I mean, you are the East Hall representative, right? Even with someone like Laika on the roster, you are the one who got the spot. He points at Jack with a highly suspicious look. Why are you being so incredibly mysterious? Just what kind of secret wildcard are you? Aegis cannot fathom how someone claiming to carry the main family blood, yet sitting at a mere 2 stars, could represent them over a 3-star like Laika. Jack smirks and replies, I figured as much. Looks like we are cut from the same cloth. I have been looking forward to testing my skills against you for a while now. Seeing Aegis look surprised, Jack adds that while there are plenty of strong fighters here, Aegis is truly special. He compliments the title of Genius of the Century that Aegis holds at such a young age. Suddenly, Jack's eyes light up with a flash of pure madness. He boldly declares, of course I want to test my limits against you. Drawing his katana, Aegis smiles with excitement. Perfect, now I am even more fired up. Jack silently notes that it has been a long time since he faced such a genuine blade. The announcement for the 7th match rings out. Aegis charges forward like a hurricane. Jack is shocked to see his opponent close that massive distance in a single step. His footwork is absolutely terrifying. In an instant, Aegis unleashes his celestial sword single strike style. A blinding flash of light erupts, forcing Jack to gasp in utter astonishment. Whoa! He realizes in horror that the blade's presence vanished completely in that split second. But thanks to his sharp reflexes, Jack barely dodges the lightning-fast strike, leaving Aegis gasping in absolute shock. Honestly, the look on Aegis's face is absolutely priceless. He stands completely frozen, unable to believe Jack actually dodged. He thought that strike was a guaranteed hit, but Jack is just standing there having the absolute time of his life. Oh man, that was absolutely brilliant. What a legendary move. Come on, do that a few more times for me. Aegis smirks, I see. You really are the real deal. In that case, he stomps his foot, launching forward once more. He unleashes the celestial sword single strike style again, this time with a mesmerizing wave pattern. Jack is stunned to find the trajectory of the blade shifting unpredictably, making it impossible to read its direction. Instantly, a devastating surge of energy called the Raging Torrent sweeps across, forcing Jack to flip through the air to dodge at the very last second as columns of explosive energy erupt all around him. Even under intense pressure, Jack still praises him, not bad at all. I did not expect you to get past me so easily, but do not go celebrating just yet. Aegis immediately follows up with a blinding, rapid light slash. Jack is quietly amazed by his opponent's chaotic, yet incredibly powerful strikes. His gaze turns dead serious as he finally acknowledges it. He really is a genius. Aegis's blade is completely unpredictable, yet it maintains both terrifying speed and insane destructive power. Jack notices how his opponent's energy flows seamlessly with zero wasted movement. Every single strike razor sharp, while reading his breathing and rhythm perfectly. He knows this level of precision is simply impossible to reach without endless, brutal training. He shouts with excitement, "This is awesome. I had no idea landing a clean hit would be this hard." Aegis narrows his eyes and asks in a low voice, "You are seriously something else. How on earth did you train?" Jack winks playfully. "What curious are we? Well, why don't you come train with me and find out?" He immediately fires a devastating punch straight at his opponent's face. Even though Jack closed the gap with blinding speed, Aegis manages to block in time, but the raw power behind that punch forces him to admit it is terrifying. Grinning with excitement, Aegis declares that with strength like this, Jack is definitely not just a 2-star. Stepping back, Jack glances at his bleeding hand, realizing Aegis is a far more dangerous opponent than he anticipated. especially with how quickly he adapts to shifts in his breathing rhythm. Aegis notes that Jack is finally fighting back and asks if he has finished analyzing his moves. Jack casually replies that he has seen quite enough, making Aegis burst into an amused laugh. Giving Jack no time to breathe, Aegis charges forward once again with blinding speed. Jack is stunned to see him use the same technique, but his shock deepens as he realizes it was just an incredibly realistic afterimage fading before his eyes. By the time he snaps back to reality, he is already slashed. Placing a hand on his chest, Jack's eyes flare with absolute madness as adrenaline surges through his veins. He flashes a cocky grin and boldly declares that this is where the real fun actually begins. The two stand facing each other in the windswept arena, ready to clash in the next explosive round. Meanwhile, outside the ring, Sandy wakes up after her defeat, her blood-stained hands trembling as she dizzily asks where she is. Instantly, her panicked subordinates rush over to surround her in concern, asking if Lady Sandy is all right. She quietly nods, but then the bitter memory of her defeat suddenly comes rushing back. Looking toward the arena, Sandy blankly admits, "Oh right, I lost, didn't I? Seems like losing wiped my memory completely. Talk about a total brain fart." Sandy flashes a sad smile, apologizing to her team and wishing she could have won. Hearing this, her subordinates quickly bow in shame, blaming themselves for being a burden, but Sandy gently reassures them that her opponent was simply the stronger one. She encourages her team with a warm look. "Do your best next time," she says. Hearing their passionate "yes ma'am" in return, Sandy suddenly wonders if the match between the West and South Halls has started yet. Pointing toward the arena, her junior stammers. For some crazy reason, the terrifying battle between Zeke and Aegis is still raging on. Sandy looks over. Total shock. Her face twists in absolute disbelief. Before her eyes is a mind-blowing sight as Aegis unleashes 5 massive sword chi blasts, a dense aura of pure danger completely filling the arena. Shaking with fear, Sandy realizes Aegis is actually going all out to crush his opponent right then and there. Deep down, she knows Aegis is the strongest candidate. He roars, unleashing his first heaven sword art, sending 5 shadow strikes slicing forward with insane power. Huge shockwaves rip through the air, yet Zeke stands firm. His face is covered in scratches, but his breathing is perfectly steady. Aegis is completely stunned. How could even this move fail to take him down? Fighting this long? And you are not even out of breath? Are you even human? Zeke calmly replies, "Of course I am. This stuff is totally basic. I just put a ton of hard work into building up my physical foundation. That is all. Martial arts are cool and all, but the basics are just as important, you know?" Aegis looks down at his trembling legs and silently agrees. It really seems that way. With his battle spirit totally reignited, Aegis loudly declares that from now on, he will push his body through even harsher training. Meanwhile, Zeke is busy analyzing his opponent's actual strength, carefully evaluating every single move. Zeke quietly critiques the blade's sharpness, its hardness, speed, range, and overall power. The sword's performance is still pretty low tier, but considering the guy's young age, he will definitely be an interesting opponent in the future. This fight confirms a shocking truth for Zeke: the massive gap between modern martial arts and those from 1,000 years ago. Back then, the physical movement of a strike was everything. Fighting meant using one's own techniques to express the world, with Ez energy treated as a mere backup. But in the modern era, they express the world by manifesting the energy itself. In other words, mastering Ez is the true essence of modern martial arts. Zeke charges forward with an excited grin, silently mocking himself for being so obsessed with old martial arts that it took him this long to realize how much the times had changed. He excitedly wonders if a gap of 1,000 years could really be this fun. He easily dodges Aegis's attacks, sending a chill down the guy's spine as he realizes he is fighting a literal monster in human skin. The duel drags on for 2 whole hours, leaving Rengus and the others completely stunned since it feels like this fight will never end. Despite her injured body, Leica keeps her eyes glued to the arena. She quietly notes that both of them are total freaks, but the match is finally wrapping up. Aegis looks at Zeke, realizing his opponent has already memorized every single one of his movements. That was incredible. A truly glorious moment. Zeke totally agrees. To show his respect for such a worthy opponent, Zeke decides to end this fight using a brand new trick he literally just created during this very battle. Zeke raises his bloody fist with a cocky grin, promising to show him a brand new attack. Aegis watches in utter disbelief, finally realizing the mind-blowing gap in their actual strength. No wonder I could not win. But with the pride of a genius, he refuses to give up and vows to fight to the bitter end. Aegis channels his entire pool of spiritual energy to unleash his ultimate skill, the 5 Shadow Blades. Facing Aegis's ultimate move, Zeke counters instantly with the Dragon Slayer secret art, Second form modification, Starfist. Countless flaming fists rain down from the sky like a meteor shower, obliterating everything in sight. The massive explosion completely shatters the arena, burying the stage under a thick cloud of dust. Staring at this devastating display of power, even we are left holding our breath. Rengus's group freezes in sheer terror as Sandy screams through the chaos, "Holy crap, who even won?" The referee steps out, ready to declare, "It is over. The match has ended." Aegis lies flat on the ground, his body completely drained of energy. He silently admits he cannot even lift a single finger against an opponent who is just ridiculously strong. Aegis realizes he still has a very long way to go. Meanwhile, Zeke stands proudly among the rubble, smiling as the referee delivers his final, booming announcement. The winner is the East Hall. Terrified gasps echo through the North Hall stands as they watch their legendary genius collapse. Are you kidding? Did Aegis actually lose? What on earth was that fight? Who even is that guy from the East Hall? As the organizers announce a quick break to clean up the ruined arena and prepare for the next match between the West and South Halls, Zeke casually walks back to his cheering team. Rengis and Rayond can barely contain their absolute admiration. "Oh my gosh, that was totally epic. I cannot believe you actually managed to defeat the great Aegis." Laika looks at the ruined arena and teases him with a smirk. "You went and broke it again, you absolute monster." Zeke pouts, complaining about her attitude when he just fought his heart out for that win. Shrugging it off, he turns his curious eyes back toward the arena, wondering who is up next. Laika reminds him that Venian, the other top candidate for the family head position, is about to enter the stage. Zeke notes that the West Hall definitely has the strongest overall lineup, but a powerful fighter from the South Hall wielding a long staff quickly catches his eye as well. Zeke eagerly wonders how this clash will play out. However, completely crushing his expectations of a dramatic, back-and-forth battle, the match between the West and South Halls turns out to be a total one-sided slaughter. In the blink of an eye, Venian secures an effortless victory with her glowing iron fan. As her beaten opponent lies bloodied on the ground, Venian's cold, ruthless gaze makes one thing crystal clear: the West Hall is an absolute powerhouse in this tournament. Staring at the wreckage after his fight with Aegis, Zeke gets a bit worried that he might have gone a little too far. There is no way they can repair this massive damage anytime soon, but Rengis immediately points out a complete miracle, telling him not to worry and just watch. I mean, how cool is this? Zeke lets out a panicked yell as shattered stones suddenly float back into place, magically fusing together. Wait, what on earth is this? The arena is literally fixing itself. Rengis explains the arena is built from Irite, a rare stone that restores its original shape when infused with Ez energy. Zeke can only stand there speechless, amazed that such a ridiculously cool material is being used for a massive stadium like this. Watching the match end so quickly, the referee narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, sensing that something is seriously off about this victory. Drawing on his years of experience, he wonders how the fight could possibly end in such a ridiculous, one-sided blowout, questioning if Venian is truly strong enough to completely dominate Lila Sona like that. On the stage, the arrogant, silver-haired Venian holds her sharp dual blades, looking down coldly at her fallen opponent to ask if she still wants to keep fighting. With no response, the referee loudly declares that the match is over, naming the West Hall as the winner. And just like that, the dream final is officially set. A highly anticipated, fiery showdown between the East Hall and the West Hall. An announcement echoes through the arena, stating they will begin in 1 hour. As Layla is helped off the stage by her teammates in a state of total exhaustion, the crowd remains utterly shocked. They cannot believe a genius like Layla could suffer such a devastating defeat. Watching carefully from a distance, Zeke quietly realizes that something is definitely not right. He analyzes the fight, noting their actual strength should not have been this far apart, but for some mysterious reason, the girls' Ez flow became terribly sluggish throughout the entire match. Zeke's gaze sharpens. He is absolutely certain some dirty trick was played on the stage. Losing like that out of nowhere? Totally unacceptable. Staring at Lila's wounds, Zeke understands the hidden cause behind this shockingly brief, one-sided finish. He notices that the referee also seems to have figured something out, yet chooses to remain silent. Nearby students begin whispering in absolute fear. They never expected a proud lady of the prestigious Sona family like Layla to be so completely helpless against the sheer power of Venian. Remen clicks his tongue in defeat, admitting that the official air is truly on a whole different level. Celine finds the match way too one-sided, but her friend says it is just a harsh reality check. This is their first time seeing the true power of elite fighters from other halls, and Rick, sporting a bandaged nose, completely agrees. He believes Venian is a legitimate heir, just like Lady Laika, so his monstrous strength is only natural. Hearing all the chatter around him, Jack remains quiet, carefully observing the West Hall lineup. He notices it is not just Venian who is terrifying, the entire West Hall squad seems to radiate a mysterious, overwhelming pressure. Jack wonders if every single one of them is actually this ridiculously strong. Rick sighs with a look of self-doubt, confessing he cannot even beat his own teammates despite their lower star rank. But a second later, he squeezes his fists tight, his eyes burning with sudden determination. He is definitely not planning to lose today. Rick insists he and his team can pull off another win, just like they crushed those high-ranking opponents before. Watching from afar, Jack smiles with satisfaction at the fiery fighting spirit of Rick and Aaron. His gaze quickly shifts to worry as he looks over at Laika. Jack silently realizes she still has not noticed the strange anomaly in the aura of that girl named Layla. If she simply chalks Venian's victory up to pure, raw power, well, her current anxiety makes total sense. Jack thinks to himself that since he still does not know the details of that anomaly, giving reckless advice is a bad idea. He is left wondering what his next move should be. Seeing Laika looking completely spaced out, Renjis walks over with concern, asking if Lady Laika is doing all right. Laika quietly thanks him before turning away with a dark expression, muttering that she is just going to get some fresh air to clear her head. Watching the lonely back of the young lady disappear, Jack stands there in a solemn silence. Meanwhile, standing alone by a beautiful fountain, Laika sinks deep into dark, negative thoughts about her rival's power. She simply cannot believe Venian has grown strong enough to completely dominate Layla. That is something even a genius like Aegis could never pull off without getting himself badly scratched up. Touching her hand to the cool water, memories of her humiliating defeat against Venian at just 5 years old come rushing back, making her heart ache. Ever since that day, Laika has pushed her training to the absolute limit just to wash away that old disgrace, fully convinced she had finally caught up to him. But now, realizing the match order means Venian's next opponent is highly likely to be her, she felt a brief, shameful wave of relief that she would not have to face him directly. Laika grits her teeth and squeezes her trembling fists, her face twisted in self-loathing. She absolutely hates herself for feeling that pathetic sense of relief. To her, that feeling is a bitter admission of defeat before the fight even starts, when she has always desperately wanted to crush him herself. But right as she gets lost in her thoughts, a sarcastic voice suddenly startles her from behind. Well, look at that, you seem awfully serious over there." It is Venian, swaggering forward with a smug grin alongside his loyal follower, Lan. Laika coldly asks what he wants, snapping that she has nothing to say to him. Showing zero respect, Venian just smirks and tells her not to look down on him like that. Once he becomes the head of the family, she might even end up as his wife. Offended, Laika snaps at him to shut up, declaring that she will be the one to become the head. Venian just smirks, zeroing in on the fear in her eyes. He asks if she thinks she cannot win, mocking how she failed to beat him in the past too. Pointing out that she watched his last match, he leans in close to her ear, whispering poisonous words to crush her spirit. He whispers that she already knows she cannot win anyway, questioning why she is being so stubborn. Since she could not do it back then, nothing is going to change now. He sneers that she will never defeat him no matter how hard she tries, shamelessly demanding she give up and submit to him. Unable to take the insults, Laika grits her teeth and yells at him to shut his mouth. Watching Laika walk away, Venian clicks his tongue in disgust, muttering that she is not cute at all. He then turns to his subordinate, asking what their next move is now that this part is done. Lan steps closer, asking with concern about that bastard Rick. Venian shrugs it off, saying that dealing with him during the match will be no problem at all. Still, Lan remains cautious, reminding him that despite being an illegitimate child, Rick is the one who defeated the genius Aegis, making a preemptive strike absolutely necessary. Venian agrees that settling things before the match is ideal, but notes that Rick possesses a chillingly sharp intuition. He muses that it would be troublesome if Rick caught on to their plans. Besides, from what he saw in the previous match, Rick sometimes takes hits on purpose. Even in the arena, he can set a trap, swearing he will never lose to a lowly bastard kid who has nobody backing him. Sitting by the fountain, Venian and his lackey look off into the distance with smug satisfaction. Armed with sheer overconfidence and underhanded plots, he confidently declares that the victor of this match will be him. Back at the arena, Rick stands trembling as he faces the harsh reality. He mutters in fear that the moment has finally arrived. Even though he is a second-year student, Rick feels like the absolute weakest link in the East Hall squad. Meanwhile, the West Hall boasts a lineup of elite, high-pressure fighters. His eyes waver with doubt as he squeezes his hands in deep anxiety, wondering if they even stand a chance of winning. Just as self-doubt starts to consume him, a sudden heavy fist lands right on Rick's head from his friend, who calls him an idiot. He snaps at Rick, asking what is wrong with him and where all that fiery energy from earlier went. Rick can only stammer in total confusion. Showing no mercy, Jack points directly at Rick's face and demands to know why he is fighting. To lose? Jack sternly reminds him what being a real warrior is all about. Once you step onto the field, you must fight with the sole intent to win, no matter the power gap. That is what matters. Jack's sharp words act like a splash of cold water, snapping Rick out of his daze. Squeezing his fists, determination flares in Rick's eyes. Seeing his friend regain his spirit, Jack instantly softens up, slapping Rick hard on the shoulder to encourage him and telling him that his hard training will pay off. Rick nods back with deep gratitude. To boost his chances of winning, Jack decides to share a quick tip, telling him to relax his shoulders. Seeing Rick look back at him with a confused look, Jack begins to explain. He explains the core of martial arts. The heavy fist technique focuses all power into a single point before unleashing it. If he tenses up too much, the force that should be concentrated will just disperse. Jack steps in to adjust his posture, telling him to loosen up. Feeling a miraculous change in his power flow, Rick shouts with pure excitement that he can actually win this, thanking Jack over and over again. Jack smiles and pushes his friend onto the field, telling him he is ready to go crush his opponent. Watching the entire interaction from a distance, Laika narrows her eyes in deep suspicion. She points out a strange detail, noting that Jack has never studied the heavy fist, yet he knows so much about it. He even shows an unusual depth of knowledge about other martial arts. Why is that? Isn't that weird? In response to her serious question, Jack merely smirks and asks why she is being so silly, saying that obviously he knows because he is him. Seeing his sheer overconfidence, Laika can only sigh in exhaustion, calling herself a fool for even trying to have a serious conversation with him. Meanwhile, Rick stands before his West Hall opponent, highly alert. He recognizes this opponent as the powerhouse who showed incredible strength in the opening match, but Rick is absolutely determined not to taste defeat again. The arrogant West Hall fighter looks down at him with a mocking sneer. He mocks Rick as a weak loser from the North Hall who dares to stand there acting proud. Insulted, Rick snaps back and tells him to shut up, declaring he is no longer the helpless kid he used to be. The fighter just smirks, wondering if someone like Rick could truly change in such a short amount of time. Suddenly, the referee's booming voice echoes across the entire arena. East Hall versus West Hall, round 1, begin. Instantly, the West Hall opponent charges forward, his short sword glowing with a brilliant blue aura. He mocks Rick's absolute naivety, scoffing that nobody can magically boost their power in just a few short hours. Gathering all his energy, he unleashes his insect, swarm sword style, with the deadly praying mantis strike. Rick is pushed back, letting out a painful grunt from the pure force of the blow. The opponent sneers at him for blocking with aura like a pro, but immediately follows up with an even more brutal attack called the 10,000 insect heartbite. Blue energy swarms, relentlessly battering his body. Rick is forced to scream in absolute, pure agony. He laughs triumphantly, demanding to know where all that talk about changing has gone. Covered in blood and struggling to breathe, Rick grits his teeth. He silently vows that no matter how strong this guy is, he will not let himself be totally dominated again. Rick tries to launch a lightning-fast counterattack, but the opponent effortlessly dodges out of the way. He mocks the strike as incredibly stupid, sneering that Rick cannot even touch the hem of his cloak. Slashing attacks from his opponent's blade keep injuring him. Rick realizes in shock that he cannot match this speed if he keeps fighting the same old way. In his darkest moment of despair, Zeke's teachings suddenly echo in his mind. Hey, relax your body and listen to me. Channel all your raw power into a single point for the Great Might Fist right now. Rick regulates his breathing, his eyes locking in with sheer determination. It is time to go all in. The West Hall opponent grits his teeth and charges forward, calling Rick a stubborn piece of annoying trash. Channeling his power into the blade, he unleashes his mighty wind-pierced strike right at the target. In a shocking twist, Rick does not dodge at all. Instead, he uses hands blazing with golden aura to grab the blade. Talk about a gutsy move. As his foe stares in absolute horror, Rick smirks, "Gotcha now, you are mine." Ignoring his opponent's shock, Rick channels his entire essence into a flaming fist and roars, "Take this!" The Great Might Fist triggers a massive energy blast, leaving his foe screaming in agony as he gets blown away. Speaker blares to signal the end of the match. Witnessing this epic comeback, the entire arena erupts in shock, while Zeke and Laika both smile with pure satisfaction. The referee steps up and loudly declares, "The winner is East Hall." The defeated opponent lies on the ground in utter shock, while Rick stands quietly in the arena with an emotional look. See that? Never judge a book by its cover. Rick shouts out in pure joy that was so incredibly lucky. Oh my God. He raises his fist high toward the crowd, a solid testament to all his hard work over the past 5 years. On the other side, the West Hall fighter clutches his wounds in agony, bitterly unable to accept his defeat. Right then, a deep, chilling voice suddenly echoes from Vinayan's direction. Despite his underling kneeling to apologize, He ruthlessly blows the guy away without a second thought. With eyes filled with madness, he orders the next fighter to crush the enemy at all costs and reclaim West Hall's honor. Over at the East Hall, Rick cheers loudly to boost Marine's spirits before she steps out to face the enemy. The referee announces the start of the second match. Marine instantly ignites her spiritual energy, unleashing her Crimson Fire Sword style, with a powerful spark aimed directly at her opponent. But the West Hall fighter swiftly parries her strike and instantly counters with a highly deceptive, heavy soul spear style. His lightning-fast, furious pierce leaves Marine severely injured, clutching her chest in sheer agony under the overwhelming, suffocating pressure of his weapon. Watching Marine get brutally beaten right there on the stage, Rengis and his teammates can only watch in absolute shock. Rick and the others grit their teeth in anger, wanting to rush out and save their friend, but they have to hold back since the match is not over, and they cannot risk disqualification. Finally, the referee loudly declares West Hall the winner of this second bout. Sprinting forward, Rick and Rengis rush over to support Marine, who lies unconscious in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Zeke watches from a distance, his eyes burning with intense anger at the enemy's sheer cruelty. Rick gently cradles the unconscious Marine in his arms, while Rengis and Celine stare in absolute horror at their teammate's terrible state. Rick screams at the opponent in pure rage. "Hey, you jerk! Why did you have to go that far?" Facing that fury, the West Hall warrior simply looks back with an icy expression, asking if there is a problem. He casually reasons that this is a match, meaning it is a real battle. "I only do whatever it takes to guarantee my victory," he says. This cold-blooded response makes Rick and Celine boil with rage. Even so, this is way too extreme. "Yeah, you absolutely did not have to go this far." He sneers and calls them incredibly naive, declaring that the West Hall will never show mercy to enemies in real combat. He loudly proclaims their sole objective is to crush any enemy under Vinian's banner. When challenged by Laika, he dares them to forfeit right now if they do not like it, coldly adding that breaking Marine's fighting spirit was just a natural move. Laika grits her teeth in fury, "You people." Suddenly, Radon appears with a deeply malicious look on his face. A mocking sneer spreads across his face as he tells them to worry about themselves instead of others, because they are all about to get a taste of something far more bitter than melon. He smugly spreads his arms wide, challenging the East Hall group to forfeit right now if they are too scared. When Rengis calls out his name, Radon instantly snaps in disgust, calling him a total nobody and ordering him to never say his name so casually. The devious smirk, Radon threatens to beat Rengis to a pulp just like Marine, or repeat the terrible things he did in their old village years ago. He points a finger directly at his face, right, weakling Rengis? Furious at the insult, Laika prepares to charge forward, but Rengis stops her. He assures her he is fine and will not run away. Stepping forward with determined eyes, he completely sheds his usual timid self. Rengis points straight at his opponent, declaring proudly in front of everyone today, "Right here, Radon, I will surpass you." As the shocked crowd watches, Marine is carried off the stage with severe injuries, leaving behind a heavily tense atmosphere. Rengis steps onto the arena floor, his hands trembling as the sheer pressure from the spectators makes him shatter. Suddenly, a voice echoes directly inside his mind. Rengis gasps, looking around in utter confusion. What on earth is going on? Why is he hearing Rick's voice in his head right now? From afar, Rick smirks slightly, using telepathy to calm his friend down. He tells him not to worry, as he is simply recreating an experience from a few years ago. Rengis is completely baffled, stammering in his mind. "I do not even know where to start reacting to that." Zeke calmly continues anyway, telling him that more importantly, he has used magic to give him a bit of advice. As Rengis looks on in utter confusion, Zeke begins chanting a deeply cryptic mantra, calm like drifting clouds, free like flowing water. Rengis slowly repeats the instructions in his head. Calm clouds, flowing water. Try to think of that whenever you find yourself in trouble. Lost in the advice, Rengis stands completely frozen on the spot, forcing the referee to yell at him. "Hey, kid, are you spaced out or what? What on earth are you doing?" He snaps out of it and quickly bows, apologizing. Regaining his focus, Rengis grips his spear tightly, his gaze turning sharper and more determined than ever. The referee loudly announces East Hall versus West Hall. Second match. Begin. Assuming a solid fighting stance, he faces Radon, who brandishes his sword. Stomping his foot to build momentum, Rengis launches himself forward like an arrow slicing through the wind. Taking the initiative, Rengis roars cloud, water spear style, water pierce. His spear, enveloped in a blue energy like a raging current, thrusts straight ahead, but Radon does not flinch, shouting in disgust for him to stop acting tough. Calling him a weak slug, Radon counters in a flash with a devastating strike from his snake sword style, the piercing raid. A dark purple aura shaped like a giant snakehead lunges forward, slamming into Rengis's chest and forcing a painful gasp out of him. Radon roars in utter contempt, asking if that loud mouth was only for show. "You weak piece of trash," he yells, charging again with terrifying speed that leaves Rengis unable to react. Radon executes his snake sword-style slithering track, his blade twisting like a venomous serpent right past the spear's defense. Rengis fails to block the attack, and his opponent's blade grazes right past his ribs. Clutching his side, Rengis retreats. He is completely stunned, wondering how on earth the enemy blade bent so ridiculously when he clearly blocked it. Seeing Rengis struggle, Radon keeps trash-talking and mocking him. "What is wrong with you, buddy? Why aren't you counterattacking? What are you waiting for? Hit me if you got the guts." Gritting his teeth through the pain, Rengis decides to fight back using his own technique, the flowing cloud water spear art. But Radon just smirks with pure malice, deflects the spear with a heavy blow, and screams at him to fly away. Rengis is sent flying as his friends shout in panic. He collapses, covered in cuts and blood. He realizes his opponent has predicted all of his moves, using them to launch precise counterattacks. Radon struts over with a smug grin, laughing at Rengis for even trying to fight back. Gloating, he proudly reveals that his absolute specialty is high-level counterattacks. "How pathetic. Do you want me to tell you my specialty? It is the ultimate counterattack." Before Rengis can even react, Radon brutally grabs him by the hair and jerks his head back. He starts insulting Rengis's lineage, claiming the son of a fake dragon will always remain weak. Hitting right in his face, Radon sneers that he is just as weak as his worthless father to break his spirit. Rengis's eyes flare with absolute rage at the insult. Screaming not to talk about his father, Radon just roars out that he is a fake and delivers a brutal kick to his stomach. Rengis is sent flying, coughing up blood on the dirt. He bitterly realizes that all his hard work over the past year is still not enough. He painfully tells himself that he is indeed weak, nothing but a pathetic fake, just as his enemy said. As his consciousness fades, a warm memory of peaceful days spent with his father suddenly flashes by. Standing on a rocky stream bank, his father gently asked if he liked fishing. He then smiled and said Rengis was just like him, both loving to watch the clouds and the blue waters. His father taught him that clouds always drift aimlessly, and rivers never stop flowing. And when you look at them, all human troubles suddenly feel so incredibly small. He hoped his son would one day understand that simple truth. Back in the harsh reality of the fight, those gentle words keep repeating in Rengis's mind like a warm guiding light. High above, the head instructor silently watches the match with a deeply thoughtful expression. Radon grabs Rengis by the collar and roars, "This is taking way too long. Let's finish this now." He raises his fist, continuing to throw insults. "A fake will always be a fake, so just stay crawling on the ground and live like that." But at that exact moment, Rengis's eyes snap open with burning determination. Jack's mantra echoes in his mind, clouds drift peacefully, and waters flow slowly. Suddenly, a deep blue aura like flowing water wraps around Rengis's arm, allowing him to stop Radon's incredibly heavy punch right in its tracks. The sudden shift leaves Radon completely shocked, muttering that he thought he was done with this little brat. What on earth is happening? Watching this incredible burst of power, the captain of the Golden Dragon Legion smirks with interest. Right there in the middle of the arena, Rengis stands tall within a brilliant, glowing aura. His razor-sharp gaze shows that his hidden strength has finally awakened. Radon is in absolute disbelief as he stares at the glowing light around his opponent. No way. There is no way he reached 3 stars. Rengis stands firm with his spear, covered in wounds, but with a spirit stronger than ever. Radon grits his teeth in pure rage, screaming with intense jealousy. "I will never accept this. There is no way a cheap fake like him can stand on my level. I absolutely refuse to accept it." He channels all his energy into his glowing purple-black sword, executing a lethal sword technique. Radon roars out his serpentine slash, unleashing a dark aura that completely floods the arena. With his eyes glowing a deep, water blue, Rengis calmly watches his enemy's every move with absolute focus. Radon panics, as he realizes his attack did absolutely nothing. "Wait, I clearly hit this brat. Has he somehow read my moves? No way, this cannot be happening." Refusing to back down, Radon goes completely wild, unleashing his chaotic snake assault slash with desperate fury. He screams in desperation, "Tell me how you block this one." Yet, Rengis glides effortlessly through the sharpest strikes, leaving Radon totally flabbergasted. What on earth is this? What kind of monster is he? Watching this unbelievable display, Laika anxiously calls out to her friend, but Jack simply nods with complete confidence. Jack can see that Rengis has taken another step forward, getting incredibly close to the core essence of martial arts. Seeing Laika's confused face, he explains to himself, "Clouds drift quietly, water flows gently, and no matter what happens, they never stop. It fluidly changes its shape, swallowing up any incoming force and letting it wash away." Jack is amazed by how quickly Rengis has masterfully grasped the lessons he gave him. Although, it seems Rengis himself doesn't even realize the massive upgrade he just unlocked. Rengis's focus right now is truly incredible. Facing that overwhelming blue pressure, Redon completely loses his cool and stumbles back in absolute terror. What the heck is this? Oh my god, get away from me. Do not take another single step closer. Ignoring his opponent's pathetic panic, Rengis keeps marching forward with eyes burning with absolute resolve. He gently swings his spear, effortlessly deflecting all of Redon's attacks. Clashing metal echoes through the arena as Rengis uses the shaft of his weapon to block a heavy slash. Watching his students awakening from below, Jack smirks with absolute satisfaction. Exactly, water does not just flow gently. Redon grits his teeth, his face twisting in rage and sheer terror as he curses. He cannot comprehend how a guy he looked down on could become this terrifying in the blink of an eye. Once the gentle water turns into a raging torrent, absolutely no one can stop its power. Rengis channels all his energy into his spear, unleashing a decisive blow with the force of a massive tsunami. A wave of blue energy crashes directly into Redon, blasting him clean across the arena. He is knocked out cold, his face completely pale from shock. The announcer's voice booms across the arena. The match is over. The winner is the East Hall. Redon lies defeated in the rubble, completely incapacitated. Standing in the center, Rengis is still in shock, staring at his hands while catching his breath. Wait, what? Just then, Laika runs over from the stands, calling out his name with pure admiration. That was an awesome fight, bro. Congrats on reaching the 3-star tier and winning the match. That was absolutely epic. Rengis just stares blankly as his teammate runs up, muttering in pure confusion. Did I really win at 3 stars? Looking at Redon lying unconscious at his feet, he still cannot believe it. Did I actually win? Laika and Celine quickly join him with bright smiles, confirming it was an amazing match. Memories of Redon's cruel insults flash through his mind, leaving Rengis wondering if he really beat him. I actually won. He stands there in silence, clutching his spear as intense emotions wash over him. Tears of pure happiness roll down Rengis's cheeks as he feels the sweet reward of all his painful effort. Raymond and Laika shower him with praises, eagerly asking what that super cool move was. That was absolutely incredible. Some next-level kung fu. Raymond keeps asking excitedly, yeah, I want to know too. That move earlier looked exactly like a water dragon surging straight up a waterfall. It was insanely cool. Faced with all this hype about a majestic water dragon, Rengis just blinks in complete confusion. Wait, what are you guys even talking about? I do not know any technique like that. Despite Raymond insisting that it definitely felt like one, Jack calmly walks up from behind and explains that the move is called the Rising Dragon Strike. He reveals it is actually one of the advanced techniques recorded in the 2nd volume of the Cloud Water Spear art. Jack looks at Rengis with deep admiration. You only read the 1st volume, right? Yet you still reached it on your own. You did great. Surprised, Laika speaks up. Wait a second, is that true? How on earth did you know that anyway? Did someone gossip to you? Jack quickly makes up a story about catching a glimpse of it on the 2nd floor of the Dragon Archives. While sweating buckets, Jack tells himself that he obviously cannot confess to being the one who actually created it. Witnessing his apparent humility, Laika is filled with deep admiration. So that's how it is. Reaching the Grandmaster Fist tier all on his own? Rengis is a beast. Rick watches his teammate walk off, secretly racking his brain about the ultimate martial art he created in his past life, though he cannot for the life of him remember when he wrote it down. He figures his descendants probably split the manuscript into multiple volumes to keep it safe from rookies, leaving the real good stuff hidden way up in the higher, restricted sections. Yet, Rengis somehow brute-forced his way to that hidden core all by himself. Impressive. Rick smiles like a proud dad. What a brilliant kid. But their wholesome moment is violently shattered when the proctor screams across the East Hall. Hey, how long are you Slacker Squad members going to keep chatting? Celine and Laika quickly apologize, while Rick gets all hyped up, telling everyone to just ride this glorious wave of victory. Celine pumps her fist with pure main character energy, promising she will give it her absolute all. Ever since Rengis crushed his match, the East Hall crew is riding high, but the West Hall rejects are not giving up just yet. They bounce back fast, turning the next matches into a literal bloodbath. In round 4, despite fighting her heart out and giving us some great action, Celine sadly takes a painfully close loss. Right after, in round 5, Raymond literally grinds his teeth through a relentless storm of attacks, clutching a razor-thin victory. The pressure is on as this high-stakes matchup drags into the second half. Raymond limps back, totally exhausted, muttering that he has absolutely no clue how he just pulled that off. Meanwhile, Rengis is showering him with praise for his cockroach-level durability. Over on the other side, Celine bows her head, deeply apologizing for dropping her match. But Laika is quick to comfort her, telling her she did fantastic out there. Laika reminds the squad they are currently leading 3-2. Just one more win to reach 4 points, and the trophy is theirs. With full confidence, she declares that she is stepping up next to wrap this up. As Laika heads to the ring, Rick suddenly stops her. His random approach catches her off guard as she asks what's wrong. Keeping a deadpan, serious face, Rick suddenly invades her personal space, puts a hand on her shoulder, and locks eyes. In a deep voice, he asks if she is truly feeling okay. Startled by this strangely intense, romance-like behavior from Rick, Laika gets super flustered and insists she is perfectly fine. She quickly pushes his hand off her shoulder, telling him he is standing way too close, and loudly proclaims that she is absolutely not going to lose this match. With Rengus cheering her on like a proud hype man, Laika steps onto the stage with a bright, confident smile. At that exact moment, though, Rick narrows his eyes as he senses a sketchy, dark energy secretly warping the air. The West Hall opponent sneers at Laika. He mutters to himself that Ice was a totally useless pawn who couldn't get anything done. He scoffs, thinking that as long as he wins this, everything will go back to the way it was. But facing his pointed blade, Laika fires back with zero hesitation. That's not happening, because I'm the one taking the win. And with that, the sixth round between the East and West Halls officially explodes. Laika lunges forward with terrifying speed, forcing her opponent to gasp at how fast she is. He struggles hard to block her rapid slashes, realizing her lightning aura completely outclasses Sandy. Deep down, he knows he would have lost this match if Lord Veneen hadn't rigged the game beforehand. Suddenly, a shady, dark purple fog erupts from Venian's hand and covers the arena, leaving Laika completely stunned. What is this? Her opponent grins like a classic cartoon villain, telling her he already warned her there is no way she can win, so she should stop trying. Laika screams in agony as violent red lightning begins to rip through her body, her face completely twisting in pure pain. To her horror, she has not only lost control of her lightning, but she cannot even tap into her inner energy. For any warrior, this vital energy is the soul of their physical strength. In other words, losing your inner energy mid-fight is an instant game over. Now, every single attack coming from her opponent could easily end up being fatal for Laika. Battered, bloody, and bruised, she forces herself to withstand the pressure, desperately screaming inside her head that she must find a way to defend herself no matter what. Up in the stands, Sandy instantly notices something is way off. Rick also realizes Laika's inner energy is completely locked up, leaving him wondering what kind of cheap trick is going on here. Laika collapses onto the cold floor, coughing up blood in total helplessness. Her opponent looks down with a smug smirk, though he secretly respects her absolute refusal to stay down. Endure this much pain without any inner energy? She truly is a worthy heir candidate on par with Lord Veneen. Meanwhile, Veneen watches from afar with a highly punchable smirk, totally thrilled his dirty trick worked. The opponent coldly tells her she did great, but it's time to end this so they can all go home and eat dinner since he's completely exhausted. He raises his sword for a final strike against the helpless girl. Rengus panics, desperately crying out for him to stop, but Rick firmly holds him back to prevent any reckless interruptions. Watching his friend get treated like trash, Rick's eyes burn with absolute cold rage. A terrifying, furious energy begins to crackle intensely around his hands. Just as the sword is about to slice her head off, a massive gold thunderbolt crashes down. Sandy leaps into the fray, slamming her giant greatsword down to block the lethal blow. She glares at the cheater, asking what on earth he is thinking. He is left completely stunned, grinding his teeth at this sudden interruption from the North Hall genius. Sandy screams right in his smug face, telling him this isn't some playground. She demands to know what the hell he's doing and warns him not to play dumb. He was totally trying to permanently cripple Laika. Facing her heavy accusations, Alan just plays it cool, casually responding, that's a pretty dangerous claim to make and he would absolutely never do such a thing. Right on cue, Ed just walks onto the arena with a dead serious expression, pointing out that no matter how you spin it, that strike was way too dangerous. Alan gets annoyed, asking if Edgis is picking a fight, but Edgis coldly warns him that he needs to watch his back and check his daily behavior. Edgis continues to call him out, stating everyone saw Laika couldn't use her inner energy, yet Alan still attacked with full force. Amidst the chaos, Veneen steps up, claps Alan's shoulder, and laughs mockingly. Oh, listen to you, Edgis. You butt into our match and then start lecturing us about how we do things? How hilarious. This is completely your fault, so stop crying about it. With a wicked smirk, he claims that in real combat, a disabled opponent doesn't change a thing, the only rule is to crush them completely. The West Hall always fights like it's life or death. Sandy angrily yells back that there must be limits, since this is not a death match. Veneen glares with pure disgust, scoffing that her naive mindset is exactly why they always lose. He boasts that the West Hall doesn't play pretend martial arts like the rest of them, they are out here fighting actual wars. Haunting his oppressive purple aura, Veneen casually adds that they are already holding back quite a bit, considering no one has died yet. He and Alan mockingly add that while they don't plan to kill, getting a few bones shattered is totally normal. Sandy grinds her teeth in fury, lightning crackling wildly around her. Suddenly, a massive purple pressure floods the entire stadium, making everyone shudder in absolute terror. Captain of the Golden Dragon Knights, Tekman Sheik, arrives with an overwhelming aura. He coldly demands to know if they have completely forgotten how to respect basic authority. Since when did he allow this mindless, useless chatter to happen? Sandy desperately tries to explain Alan's dangerous stunt, but with glowing, powerful eyes, he simply roars for absolute silence. Tekman Sheik coldly announces that anyone with no business on the arena has absolutely no right to speak. He declares that he alone decides whether to stop or continue. Facing their captain's wrath, Aegis and Sandy can only bow their heads and apologize. The referee officially declares the West Hall as the winner, ordering all bystanders to clear the field immediately to prepare for the final match. Aegis quickly tells Sandy to grab Laika's sword so they can carry her out of the arena together. Seeing Laika's terrible condition, Rengius and his teammates panic and worry. Aegis reassures them that he already gave her recovery medicine, but since her wounds need time, he will take her straight to the infirmary himself. Aegis smiles at Jack, knowing he also wanted to stop the enemy's brutal behavior. Jack silently watches his teammates leave, already calculating his next move for this decisive battle. "Don't worry, guys, I will carry this whole match," Sandy mutters. On the way out, she still wonders how Laika was defeated so quickly in such a one-sided blowout. She realized this weird pattern started all the way back during Lila's first match. It felt like the West Hall was using some dirty trick to manipulate the results. Sandy anxiously warns Jack to be extremely careful when facing them. On the stage, Venian smugly raises his magical artifact, mocking that Jack's defeat is already set in stone and the East Hall has zero chance of winning. Jack's dead silence and totally casual attitude make him feel deeply insulted. Suddenly, the loudspeaker echoes loudly across the entire arena. The seventh match between the East Hall and West Hall begins, but before anyone can even blink, Jack blitzes forward and plants a massive punch right into Venian's face, sending him flying to everyone's absolute shock. The entire arena falls into a stunned silence after Jack's lightning-fast and incredibly powerful counterattack. Even the chief inspector's face pales, unable to believe his eyes at this kid's terrifying strength. Jack looks down at his struggling enemy and mocks him with a smug smirk. "So much for a guy who keeps bragging about real combat. You seem way too careless." He holds out his hand in a mocking challenge, amber eyes glowing with pure wild energy. "What's wrong? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Since you like real combat so much, let's play by your rules." Seeing this sudden turn of events, Venian's henchmen scream in horror. Clutching his bloody face, Venian groans in sheer pain, unable to believe he got completely wrecked before he could even register what happened. Observing the spiritual energy swirling around his opponent, Jack notes wind attribute magic, He realizes Venian must belong to one of the four great families, and this invisible breeze is his signature power. Venian can only grind his teeth and curse in utter frustration, as Jack asks him if he's satisfied yet, and how that real combat flavor tastes. Jack flashes a provoking smile, admitting he deliberately copied Venian's underhanded style just to give him a taste of his own medicine. Infuriated by the insult, Venian tries to charge, but Jack vanishes right before his eyes. In a split second, Jack appears right behind his opponent with a cold stare, whispering that this is already the second time. He lands another blow, sending a helpless Venian flying once again. What on earth is happening? How could someone like me get toyed with so easily? While Venian is utterly lost in his panicked thoughts, Jack closes the distance with a sharp, mocking gaze. "Oh man, are you seriously daydreaming in the middle of a real fight?" He tosses out another line that sends shivers down Venian's spine, asking if he actually feels safe right now. Then, he delivers a devastating blow straight to Venian's gut, leaving him to scream in pain before collapsing. Standing over his bleeding, broken opponent, Jack casually notes that it's now 3 times. Trembling, Venian struggles to gasp out what Jack is even talking about, claiming he doesn't understand. Jack points right at his face, explaining coldly, "Do you still not get it? I'm talking about how many times you would have died already." He begins listing the fatal spots he touched. First your face, second your neck, and third your heart. Jack points out that in an actual life or death battle, Venian would be dead 3 times over, and the only reason he's still breathing is because Jack held back. Venian stares at his shaking hands, stammering in absolute despair. "No way," he stammers, right before Jack delivers a brutal kick straight to his head, sending him tumbling. Jack casually repeats, "Oh wait, this is real combat, isn't it?" Venian spins through the air and crashes hard onto the floor, as Jack announces that playtime is officially over. Watching this terrifyingly one-sided beatdown from the stands, Sandy and Aegis are completely frozen in shock. Shaking, Sandy realizes this isn't even a proper match anymore. It's just a one-sided, brutal torture session that completely defies all normal logic. Looking at the stage, Edgis bitterly realizes that his own dramatic match with Jack earlier was probably just a friendly warm-up. He shudders at Jack's absurdly unfair power as a heavy, dark aura begins to radiate from him. Standing tall over a face-planted Venian, Jack loudly asks, "So, have you finally started to understand what real combat actually means?" He admits that Venian's philosophy of crushing enemies on the battlefield is correct, noting that the West Hall group might indeed make decent warriors in the future. Watching Venian struggle to rise, Jack cold-bloodedly pours cold water on his pride. But this isn't a war zone, is it? It's a school match supervised by instructors with recovery potions on standby. Frankly, this is a pretty soft playground for someone who won't shut up about real combat. Facing his opponent's frustrated silence, Jack smirks as his amber eyes gleam. In short, your grand idea of real combat is a far cry from the actual thing. All you're really doing is running away from your own weakness, isn't that right? His ego completely shattered, Venian screams in rage, ordering him to shut up. A wild burst of wind energy erupts, ripping up the ground as Venian loses all control, shouting that a low-born bastard has no right to lecture him. Facing Venian's rage, Jack stays totally unbothered, even teasing him. "Oh, are you going through a rebellious phase? Well, guess there's no helping it." Jack takes a fighting stance and tells him to bring it on and vent all that built-up frustration right here. Venian charges like a wild beast, screaming out, "Why are you so incredibly stubborn? I told you to shut your mouth and stop acting like you know everything." He waves his fan to unleash his wind fan technique, creating razor-sharp wind blades that shred the arena floor, all while his inner self screams in absolute desperation. Just once, even for a single second, he wishes he could land just one hit. He attacks frantically, putting his entire life into every swing in a desperate hope to turn the tables. Down in the stands, Rengus watches the ground crumble in utter disbelief, wondering why the floor is cracking when there is absolutely nothing to be seen. Another student explains that this is the signature power of the Fan family, one of the 4 great clans. Their wind attribute energy is completely invisible to the naked eye, making their attacks incredibly stealthy and extremely dangerous. Sandy scoffs in disgust from a distance, muttering that such a dirty, cheap trick is absolutely perfect for scumbags like them. Even though he admits this invisible barrage makes for a tough opponent, Rengus watches with worry. Back on the field, Venian is completely losing his mind, screaming in frustration because not a single one of his strikes can land. Ugh, talk about a major reality check. Honestly, if he is that salty, he should just pack his bags and go home. Jack casually dodges with his eyes closed, delivering a painful chop to Venian's head, saying it's easy if you just go with the flow. Venian clutches his head and yells at him to stop talking nonsense. Jack glides around effortlessly like a ghost, constantly pointing out every opening, teasing that his guard is down yet again. Even as Venian frantically swings his fan, screaming at Jack to get out of his sight, Jack continues to effortlessly dance through the deadly wind blades with his eyes closed. Zeke sighs with a heavy shake of his head, talk about a rebellious phase. He casually asks if Venian is feeling any better yet, making the guy roar in absolute frustration. "Like hell I am, do not mess with me, I will kill you." Zeke sighs softly, quietly admiring that stubborn warrior spirit. But in reality, Venian's body reached its breaking point a long time ago. In a flash, Zeke closes the distance and plants another brutal punch right into Venian's stomach, leaving the guy doubled over in pain. Zeke coldly warns him that keeping this up will only bring more suffering, so they should just end it right here. Yet, Venian stubbornly clings to Zeke's leg, refusing to let go. Suddenly, a suspicious purple aura begins to glow from his hand. Looking down at his kneeling opponent who still refuses to let go, Zeke mutters, "Wow, pretty stubborn. Are you really trying to take this to the bitter end?" But then, Venian suddenly bursts into a crazy laugh. That maniacal laughter echoes through the arena, leaving Zeke wondering what kind of scheme is cooking. Venian's eyes turn wild as he glares up at Zeke with a savage grin, declaring that he is completely finished. Instantly, a violent blast of blue-green wind energy erupts around his body, triggering a massive shockwave that leaves Zeke genuinely surprised, wondering what kind of crazy power this actually is. Gathering his last bit of strength, Venian unleashes his wind fan technique, the wild wind bullets. Massive swirling tornadoes crash directly towards Zeke, giving him barely enough time to gasp before being swallowed whole. Witnessing the shocking blast, Renji screams out, "Oh my god, did he actually manage to hit Master Zeke?" Up in the stands, Edgis silently watches the whole thing with a deeply serious expression. A student nearby points out that something feels off, making Edgis squint his eyes and ask what she means by that. Right as the battle reaches its peak, Sandy manages to bring Laika and Marine back to the spectator stands. Seeing their friends safe and sound, Rengus and Rick rush over to check on them. "Lady Laika, Marine, are you two okay?" Marine weakly apologizes for causing everyone so much worry. Rick looks at the arena, which is completely covered in dust, and anxiously asks Lady Leica, "Do you know what is happening to Master Zeke?" Leica stares silently at the stage, bitterly realizing a shocking truth. Rather than knowing, she says it is more like I realized he is just like me. She reveals that during her own match, she suddenly lost the ability to use her internal energy halfway through. Rengis and Rick gasp in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how such an absurd thing could even be possible. Leica explains further, noting that Lila also showed similar strange symptoms during her match against Vinayan. She worries that if this is indeed some kind of underhanded trick, Zeke cannot use his power either. Back on the field, Vinayan laughs smugly at his helpless opponent. Haha, that is so satisfying. This is the price you pay for acting smug with your elder. He vows that Zeke will never be able to stand up again, channeling everything into his wind fan technique. First secret technique, Great Earth Storm. A blinding dust storm envelops the arena as Venian roars out to die. While down below, Rengis can do nothing but scream in absolute despair. But right in the middle of the storm, a steel fist suddenly shatters the violent winds. No internal energy is needed, just pure, raw, physical strength to smash through the secret technique and land a brutal punch right on his face. Venian screams in agony as that lightning-fast counterattack strikes him square in the face, sending him flying backward, completely helpless. Venian collapses, coughing up blood in sheer frustration. Why did he boast so early? Well, brag too soon and you end up in a coffin. Seeing this legendary beatdown, Leica can only smile in pure admiration. She realizes that a sealed power or dirty tricks mean absolutely nothing to a complete monster like him. Amid the ruined arena, Zeke stands tall with an overwhelming, insanely dominant aura. He clenches his glowing fist as a statement of his absolute power. Why? Vinian gasps out in complete despair. Zeke quietly stares down at his hand, which is still emitting that suspicious purple mist. Zeke smirks slightly. This is poison. Vinian screams out in utter shock. How is this possible? How did you even know it was poison? That stuff was supposed to be completely undetectable. Zeke casually steps forward, offering his opponent a rare bit of praise. Well, you actually managed to get a passing grade. The reason everyone who fights you loses so quickly is because this poison only activates when internal energy is stirred up. Watching the toxic mist dissipate, Zeke silently admits that for it to slip past his senses until he actually used internal energy, the guy truly did a pretty decent job. Honestly, is this man's favorite hobby just backhandedly praising the losers he beats up? Gritting his teeth, Venian snaps that he knows for sure that exact poison sealed Zeke's internal energy. So how on earth did he land that final hit? Zeke casually flexes his incredibly toned muscles, loudly declaring that such tricks are completely useless before a thoroughly trained body. Having my internal energy sealed is no big deal. There is no way the absolute strongest like me would be shaken by that. This smug response drives Venian completely insane with rage. He grips his weapon tightly and screams in sheer frustration, "Meaningless! You dare call my masterpiece, the god-slaying poison, completely meaningless?" Zeke squints his eyes in response. "Oh, so you made this poison yourself? It seems completely harmless to your own body, and you transmit it through internal energy so it triggers in others." Zeke admits this is a brilliant breakthrough, and creating such a thing is genuinely impressive. But then, his voice turns sharp, but it does not work on me. Instantly, Zeke flexes his power and blows all the toxic gas straight out of his nose, leaving Vinian completely paralyzed with shock. Wait, did he just detoxify himself through his nose? Talk about a wild plot twist. Zeke casually points a finger at his opponent, delivering a harsh, biting lecture. That is an interesting nameless poison, but it only goes so far. In the end, everything still comes back to your own raw, personal strength. Zeke asserts that if Vinian keeps relying entirely on poison, his journey ahead is going to be incredibly long. Vinian freezes in sheer shock, his face twisting in complete disbelief at what just happened, bitterly asking if Zeke is finally satisfied now. Gritting his teeth in pure hatred, the deep humiliation leaves him cursing this terrible world. Instantly, memories of his cruel past flash before him, a time when he was just a lonely child with lifeless, hollow eyes. Back then, his harsh mother always haunted him with ruthless demands. No matter what it takes, you must become the absolute best. If you cannot do that, you have no reason to exist at all. Vanine was once just an extremely ordinary child in a family filled with geniuses. While everyone praised Leica for mastering her secret technique so early, they constantly gossiped about Vinayan being the weakest link with zero chance, leaving him to quietly suffer through his own mediocrity. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, it only exposed his lack of talent compared to his two older brothers and even his younger sibling. His mother would scream constantly, whipping him while demanding to know why he could not do the simplest tasks. She constantly insulted and belittled her useless child during those endless, agonizing days. But in the deepest darkness of his despair, Venian finally found a way out through dusty books and chemical vials. He spent countless nights researching, taking careful notes, and finally discovered his one true talent, the art of poison. Looking at the dead lab rats scattered all over his desk, Venian smiled crazily while holding up a glowing purple fluid. Immersed in the only deadly talent he possessed, he believed that with poison, he could fight his way to the very top and finally earn his mother's validation. Venian roars in absolute frustration. "What do you even know about me? I was always compared to absolute geniuses. Every single day, no matter how hard I worked, I was nothing compared to their raw talent. Yet they kept comparing me to them anyway. No matter what price I had to pay, I swore I would fight and crawl my way to the top. And you, a guy who knows absolutely nothing, dare to sit there and judge me. Honestly, you kind of have to feel bad for the guy. That comparison trauma is too real." Venian charges like a madman, swinging his short daggers wildly, but Jack effortlessly dodges every single strike by a hair. In a split second, Jack lunges forward, grabs Venian's arm, and brutally twists it behind his back, forcing him to drop his weapons instantly. Suddenly, a violent explosion of dark purple energy erupts and swallows them both, forcing Rengus and his friends down below to scream out in absolute worry. Standing at a distance and observing the battle, Sir Jack gets narrowed, doubtful looks from Sandy. She cannot help but wonder what kind of monster this boy is to possess such terrifying power. Meanwhile, enveloped in a sinister, dark purple aura, Venian screams in sheer madness. "Do you really think you can win just by relying on poison? Yes, as long as I win, nothing else matters. I have absolutely no talent for combat, but when it comes to poison, I am a true genius. As long as I have my poison, I will never lose." He pulls out a secret device, a look of desperation in his eyes. He really did not want to resort to this, but if he wants to win, there is no other choice. He intends to release a deadly cloud of smoke alongside poison needles, so potent that even he cannot cure them. But just as Venian is about to trigger this final sacrificial strike, Jack suddenly appears right in front of him and tightly squeezes his hand. Looking straight into his opponent's eyes, Jack asks with chilling coldness if that is his final move. Venian, completely shattered, stammers in absolute shock. "What?" Venian collapses to the ground, trembling and backing away as Jack towers over him like a quiet ghost. In the depths of his mind, Venian screams in pure terror. What on earth is this guy? Jack reaches down with glowing hands and blank, oppressive eyes, pinning Venian down and leaving him paralyzed in total despair. Staring directly into Venian's eyes, Jack growls, "Listen carefully, because you have got this all wrong." He points out that to become strong, a person does not necessarily need natural martial arts talent, and they definitely do not need some special gift to manipulate their inner energy. Jack's eyes flare with imposing authority as he declares that the only thing one truly needs is the desperate desire to win. That raw, burning hunger is the path to real power. Seeing Venian's dazed face, Jack points right at him and shouts, "And after everything you just said, you claim you have no martial talent? What total nonsense." Jack exposes the real issue, pointing out that Venian is simply using the wrong weapon. Jack suggests that something with a longer handle, like an umbrella, would actually suit him perfectly. As Venian stares back in utter confusion, Jack assures him that this is absolutely not a joke. Although it sounds bizarre, much like the legendary Iron Fan, the umbrella is a weapon with a long history. Jack casually claims that to him, almost anything in this world can be turned into a weapon. Venian silently questions himself, wondering if there really is a weapon suited for him. He gets lost in painful memories of his lack of talent, when Jack suddenly reaches out and pats his head in a friendly way. "You seem to constantly think you have no combat talent," Jack says, ignoring Venian's attempts to struggle as he pats his shoulder encouragingly. "But when you step onto the battlefield, you look more like a true warrior than anyone else." Honestly, with a few more soft words, these two are going to turn from bitter enemies into sworn brothers. Jack gazes into the far distance, overlooking the battlefield littered with fallen bodies, and lowers his voice. He agrees that in a real war, just as Venian said, any underhanded trick is fine as long as you win, because if you cling too tightly to some foolish warrior pride, you will never be able to protect anything. He asserts that to win and safeguard what truly matters, a person must utilize every tool at their disposal. In the end, Jack concludes that Venian's way of thinking is not wrong at all. The only mistake is where he is choosing to apply it. Jack stands up, offers a bright, radiant smile, and extends his hand toward Venian, inviting him to join his side. "If you do that," Jack confidently declares while staring straight into his eyes, "do not worry, because I promise to make you as strong as you have always dreamed of being." Venian, trembling in total shock, asks what he means, to which Jack simply smirks and replies that, obviously, He is much stronger than him. Jack flashes another bright smile and extends his hand in a friendly gesture. Don't worry, he says. Once I am done training you, you won't even have time to complain about your lack of talent or any of that nonsense. I will train you until you are undeniably strong. Witnessing Jack's absolute confidence and overwhelming aura, Venian freezes in place, silently admitting that this guy is incredibly smooth with his words. Yet right in the middle of this touching moment, Jack suddenly stops, as if remembering something. Ah, wait. I forgot one thing, he mutters, and before his bewildered opponent can even react, Jack delivers a thunderous punch right to Vinayan's face. We are still in the middle of our match, after all. Just come find me when you wake up, okay? Wait, what? He was just acting all sweet and friendly, only to instantly knock the poor guy into next week. Vinayan lies completely motionless on the ground, barely whispering a curse under his breath before passing out. Immediately after, the referee loudly announces the final result, declaring that the match is officially over. The referee is quietly terrified, realizing that Jack had somehow neutralized the poison in that split second. The speakers blare across the entire arena, announcing the champion as the East Hall stands proud amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd. Rengis, Celine, Raymond, and the rest of the East Hall members explode with joy, hugging each other to celebrate this historic victory. Meanwhile, a dejected Vinayan is quietly carried away by his teammates in defeat. It is a bit sad to watch, but hey, it is what it is. The loudspeakers boom once more to wrap up the event, announcing that the selection matches have officially concluded. To celebrate the historic triumph of the East Hall, a grand, lavish feast is meticulously prepared. Plates of savory roasted meats, warm bread, and countless mouth-watering dishes are beautifully arranged across a magnificent long table bathed in warm candlelight. Amidst the elegant hall, students from other houses gather, whispering questions to one another. Hey, the East Hall won, right? So why are the rest of us being gathered here too? Another student replies with equal confusion, admitting they have no clue either. He guesses they are about to explain everything soon anyway, so they should just wait and see what happens. While the room is buzzing with chatter, Jack is happily devouring a massive chicken leg with a face of pure bliss. Noticing Laika staring at him with an extremely tense expression, he asks mid-chew if something is wrong. You should eat quickly, otherwise it is going to get cold. How can you be so relaxed and eat at a time like this? Aren't you even a little curious about what they are going to explain? Honestly, I am completely speechless with you. Right at that moment, the large doors swing open and a calm official steps inside, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting so long. Looking around the crowded room, he tells everyone to go ahead and eat, noting that even though some have already started, the rest should dig in too. This feast is their reward for all their hard work in the selection matches. Standing at the head of the table, the official's face grows serious as he prepares to explain the special mission. A timid student raises their hand to ask if they are actually allowed to hear this, receiving a firm nod. He reassures them that it is perfectly fine, as they might end up participating in this mission too. He then drops a massive bombshell, revealing that a few days ago, a special rift was discovered within El Dragon territory. The entire room gasps in shock at the news of the rift. Meanwhile, Jack continues to munch on his chicken while recalling everything he read about this mysterious phenomenon back at the Dragon Scroll Pavilion. The official continues to explain that while everyone is familiar with regular rifts, these special rifts are a completely foreign concept to most. He emphasizes that these places cannot be cleared using conventional methods, leaving Laika wondering about the true meaning behind those words. The secret begins to unravel as the official reveals the incredibly harsh entry conditions for this particular rift. Only 7 people at or below the 3-star rank can enter. Anyone at the 4-star rank or above, or anyone exceeding the allowed limit, will be violently pushed back by a powerful repelling force. Even the family head cannot step inside unless they meet these exact requirements. The reason these youngsters are chosen is because the clan's 3-star forces are stretched incredibly thin due to the sudden, overwhelming rise of recent rifts, causing a severe manpower shortage. The ultimate goal of this critical mission is the mana water, a miraculous fluid required to awaken magical power, which reportedly exists inside that special rift. Hearing this, Rengis and the other students gasp in shock, while Jack also grows highly interested, silently marveling at the discovery. Well, that is definitely the official who claimed that consuming magic water converts true essence into mana, giving the body the ability to use magic. Just thinking about finally grasping this brand new power makes his eyes light up with pure, ecstatic excitement. He cannot help but shout out magic. It seems like he is getting way too excited. Let us talk about this calmly, big bro. The official reiterates that the world is currently ruled by the 8 great families, including the El Dragon clan. However, while the other 7 clans all possess magical springs that produce magic water, El Dragon is the only family that does not have this precious treasure. In other words, This mission is all about conquering a special rift to collect magic water for the family. He looks straight at the students with a cold, sharp gaze, firmly stating that this is an incredibly important mission where failure is absolutely not an option. However, the official lowers his voice, warning them that the rift is located right next to the territory of the Cerberus clan, one of the 8 ruling families. They will definitely be targeting this juicy prey as well. Because of this complexity, the family organized a selection to find the best fighters at 3-star rank or below. Sandy nods along. Ah, I see. So the 7 winning members of the East Hall will be the ones taking on the task of conquering this special rift? Talk about a lucky break, right? But the official immediately clarifies that even though the East Hall won, those 7 members do not automatically become the subjugation team. Instead, under the leadership of the East Hall, a new lineup will be formed from everyone present right here. He explains that forcing everyone to fight to the end, regardless of winning or losing, was to give the organizers a clear view of each individual's abilities and combat style. Even though some did not have time to show their full power, this serves as the foundation to build the best lineup for the mission. So, Z, go ahead and choose the members for the Rift subjugation team. Z flinches, shouting out in sheer confusion, "Wait, what? Me?" Much to his surprise, the official casually reminds him that since he is the representative of the East Hall, this is his duty. Feeling annoyed, he immediately points toward his female friend nearby. "Man, this is so exhausting. I have no intention of doing that. Hey, Laika, I will let you make all the decisions, okay?" Laika is so shocked his jaw drops as he screams, "What?" Z chuckles, promising he will participate, but picking the members should be up to Laika. When asked if he is sure about this decision, Jack casually admits that if he were to choose, the lineup would probably just consist of himself. The arrogant remark leaves Laika completely speechless because, knowing Z's personality, he would absolutely pull off something that crazy. Z then explains that if Laika truly wants to become the family head, learning to judge people with his own eyes will be an incredibly valuable experience for him. He turns to ask the official for his opinion, asking if he can hand this representative role over to Laika. Though he does not object, he still asks again to be sure. After all, leading this squad is a major stepping stone to getting closer to the position of family head. But he casually waves his hand, declaring he has no intention of becoming the family head anyway. This shocking announcement makes everyone from Venian to Laika widen their eyes in utter disbelief. "What, you do not want to be the family head?" Faced with this shocking declaration, Laika asks again in complete bewilderment, "Hey, this is no joke. Can you be a bit more serious?" He replies that what he values is entirely his own choice. That might be true, but if you become the family head, you will hold the entire El Dragon clan in your hands. Z coldly dismisses it. "Forget all of that. I have no use for it. The only thing I am searching for is one thing." Meanwhile, inside a luxurious and shady mansion, a mysterious man wearing dark sunglasses with a cigar in his mouth sits relaxed on a sofa, flanked by 2 pitch-black hounds with glowing red eyes. His subordinate respectfully reports that magic water is highly likely to exist there. He smirks with a sinister smile. "Ah, I see. In that case, they will want to retrieve it at all costs. So what are the entry requirements for that special rift?" The subordinate bows, stating it is a maximum of 7 people at 3-star rank or below. He figures this condition is not too difficult, but the issue is, El Dragon got there first. He mocks them with utter contempt. Those lizards will definitely hog all the spots, but it seems they do not have enough manpower to send real soldiers. Instead, they plan to send kids in training as combatants. The subordinate asks in shock they plan to conquer the rift with children who are not even real warriors yet. He schemes with a sinister grin, it seems so. But if those kids are going, then that old lizard's heirs will definitely be there. He suddenly turns to ask his subordinate how many disguise bracelets they still have left. Hearing there are about 4 left, he immediately issues a decisive order. "This is a command. Use all of those bracelets, and wipe out every single one of those brats for me." The subordinate asks in disbelief, worried about the value of the items, but he brushes it off. Keeping them in storage will only make them rot. Using them all at once here is far more worth it. Besides, I am extremely curious to see the look on that old lizard's face when he finds out his kids are dead. It will definitely be hilarious. He flashes a demonic grin through a cloud of cigar smoke, ready to unleash a brutal plan on the young sprouts of the El Dragon clan. Back at the banquet, after being given the authority to choose the lineup for this special mission, Laika confidently announces his selections, and right away, an extreme training program is launched under Jack's direct supervision. Standing before his comrades, he firmly declares that from now on, everyone needs to get a lot stronger. First off, Rick and Marine will start with the basics. Just like Rengus and the rest, you must run every single day and build up your muscles. Watching Rengus and the others struggle as they crawl along the ground with giant boulders chained to their backs, Rick and Marine turn completely pale. Z calmly explains that by strengthening their foundation, they will be able to perform much more powerful martial arts. Seeing the terrified expressions and cold sweat dripping down his teammates' faces, he innocently asks what is wrong and if something else is coming. Despite being totally freaked out, Rick suppresses his fear and replies through gritted teeth, "This is definitely not fine." The group then transitions into intensive training. Z pulls off a red cloth to reveal a rough, jagged boulder and turns to Raymond. As for Raymond, "You will be using this regeneration stone prepared by the instructor." Raymond gasps in disbelief. A regeneration stone? Z confirms it is the absolute perfect choice based on some unique properties he just remembered. He explains that this stone will automatically reflect any impact it receives with a force that is 100 times stronger, and it is virtually impossible to shatter without using genuine true essence. To everyone's utter shock, Z confidently announces a completely insane decision from this moment on, without using any true essence. "I am simply going to throw bare-handed punches at it." This move leaves Laika and Rick completely jaw-dropped, asking what? "Hang out with this guy, and your mouth will only open to gasp in shock." Z then focuses intensely and unleashes a powerful bare-fisted strike directly into the solid boulder. He just punched it in a completely normal way, but without using true essence. The resulting rebound force should have been absolutely massive. However, Raymond quickly notices the secret behind the move when he sees Jack use the shield on his other hand to block the rebounding energy. He gasps in shock, "Oh my god, seriously? He blocked the entire rebound force with his shield?" Z had skillfully funneled the rebound energy down his body and cancelled it with his shield, creating a training routine that challenges reflexes and physique on a whole different level. Z raises his shield to demonstrate, "Just like this, the exercise I am giving you is to practice taking impacts head-on or redirecting them." Raymond watches in awe, thinking to himself, "So that is how it works. Am I really the one who has to do this? I never expected this kind of training using a regeneration stone." After Raymond is done, Jack turns to call the next person. "All right, Celine is up next." She hurriedly responds with a yes. Z hands a sword to Celine and instructs her to try stabbing the regeneration stone repeatedly, adding that she can absolutely use her true essence. But Jack emphasizes one crucial detail: do not let your focus drift, just aim for a single target. Celine gives a confident nod. Stealing her resolve, she lets out a loud shout and unleashes a barrage of rapid-fire thrusts, tearing through the air toward the giant boulder. Exhausted, Celine catches her breath and stares at the rock. Jack casually points out that even when you try to focus on one single spot, it is never as easy as it looks, right? Celine asks, wiping her sweat. She admits it is way harder than expected. Jack jokingly adds that she should keep pushing for future success, whatever that actually is. So, your training task is to target one exact point with absolute precision. Looking at the boulder as it automatically regenerates itself, he remarks with a chuckle that it has already repaired itself. Unbelievable. Even after seeing it so many times, he admits he still cannot get used to it, though it is a perfect training partner. Jack suddenly unleashes a terrifyingly powerful thrust, shattering the regenerating stone into dust before a stunned Celine. Pure awe. Witnessing that insane power, she gasps at how amazing it is, while Jack calmly begins to explain. "Your windflower swordsmanship focuses too much on the sheer quantity of attacks, but it is much better to cherish every single strike and aim carefully." Celine grins and says she completely understands. Finally, Jack turns to the last member, Rengus, who is nervously waiting. When Rengus asks what he has to do, Jack casually holds out a single, pure white feather. "Wait, a feather?" Rengus blinks in confusion. Right then, Jack uses his wind aura to make the feather float gracefully around him, leaving Rengus completely shocked. Impossible. How is he controlling the wind? Is that not the signature style of Master Venian? Rengus wonders when on Earth he learned how to do that, but Jack acts like it is no big deal. "Oh, this?" Jack explains that after getting hit by Venian during their fight, he just sort of learned to use it. Rick stands there sweating in sheer disbelief, while Rengus is left completely speechless by how ridiculously overpowered this guy is. Seriously, saying something so insane with a straight face is just pure cheating. Ignoring his friend's collective mental breakdown, Jack gets right back to the lesson, telling Rengus that his task is to learn to drift with the flow. Just go with it. Rengus knows he has to try his best, otherwise he might get kicked out. Watching the feather float, he asks what it means to drift with the flow. Exactly. Jack patiently explains the deep martial arts philosophy. You do not try to follow the flow or catch it, you simply let yourself become one with it. If you can master it like this, standing firm while keeping the feather perfectly balanced on the tip of a glowing spear, you can even create your own current. Right then, Laika's voice echoes from the city gates, shouting for Jack to hurry up. "Late already." Laika waves urgently, warning him that they must move. Jack suddenly remembers their tight schedule. Throwing the spear back to a fumbling Rengus, he runs off while shouting out his final instructions. He shouts that their training is officially set and tells them to work hard. Rengus and Rick are left standing there, staring blankly at his retreating back, as Rengus lets out a helpless sigh. Utterly impossible. How could anyone actually do this? He and Rick look at each other with deep emotion, silently swearing to give it their all, so they do not let anyone down. Meanwhile, Jack and Laika are walking down the corridor. She asks what on earth took him so long, making everyone wait. Jack laughs it off and apologizes, explaining he was just assigning training tasks to Rengus's group. An incredibly fun bunch. Jack excitedly remarks that their current lineup is amazing, and Laika laughs along with pure excitement. Meanwhile, Jack is confident that these are the absolute best members he has handpicked. Success seems pretty much guaranteed this time. Reaching the end of the hallway, they find Aegis already standing there waiting. The young man smiles warmly as the two finally join him, apologizing for making everyone wait so long. The absolute elite force of the El Dragon family is now fully assembled, including Sandy, Venian, and Alan. Go time! With wild determination burning in his eyes, Jack lets out a confident smirk and boldly orders the squad to move out. In an instant, the team dashes forward, their spirits soaring as they head straight for the mission. Back at the main hall, an official reports to Clanhead Bonza that the selection team has officially departed. He adds a critical update. The rival Cerberus family has also discovered the special rift much faster than expected. Even so, he assures the leader that even if those hounds from Cerberus rush over right now, the elite squad of El Dragon has already successfully entered the rift. Bonza sits in deep thought, silent as he weighs the new variables of this journey. Back in the office, the official respectfully reports that there is only one major concern remaining. He voices his deep worry that once the rift is conquered, those wild dogs from the Cerberus clan might swoop in and steal their hard-earned spoils. He believes that if the selection team and the rift guards can quickly group up, everything should be fine. Bonza stays quiet for a moment before asking how capable the selection team actually is. On confidently assures him that they are among the absolute strongest 3-star experts, so conquering the rift will be a walk in the park. Now that is what we call a highly reliable team. Absolutely unstoppable. He is certain that even against those wild dogs, this lineup can hold their ground. When Bonza skeptically points out that there is a 2-star rookie mixed in, N firmly replies that Jack alone is more than enough. That bold claim leaves Bonza completely stunned. On explains that although he has watched all of Bonza's children grow, Jack is the very first person whose true limits he simply cannot see through. While the other official still questions how a mere 2-star could be that powerful, N insists that after seeing Jack fight firsthand, he realized star rankings do not dictate true strength. And then, he drops another bombshell that leaves his colleague utterly shocked. Seeing Jack use his martial arts felt exactly like the very first time he witnessed Bonza perform his legendary dragon-slaying technique. What? The shocking comparison makes Bonza gasp in disbelief. After all, the dragon-slaying technique is the ultimate secret art passed down solely to successive heads of the El Dragon family, guarded so fiercely that ordinary people cannot learn it. The other official asks in pure shock if Jack truly possesses such terrifying power. With absolute certainty in his eyes, N confirms that since he has witnessed the family head's legendary technique countless times, he is positive that Jack's combat moves are identical to Bonza's. Jack's raw power does not just match the ultimate secret art of the El Dragon family, according to N. It might actually go way beyond that, beyond ultimate. Recalling Jack's imposing figure wrapped in that blazing purple aura, the commander quietly realizes that his power might actually surpass their sacred art. Bonza remembers ordering Freya years ago to dig up everything on Jack. Yet, the investigation turned up a big fat zero, with absolutely no useful information found. There was not even a single trace suggesting he had ever trained under any martial arts master before he finally entered the dragon's lair. Completely self-taught. And wonders in sheer disbelief if this means his entire combat style is completely self-taught. Talk about a monstrous genius who breaks all logical rules. A crazy theory begins to take root in his mind. Looking up at the grand portraits on the wall, N gasps that Jack feels like the literal reincarnation of their legendary 1st or 15th family heads. That massive claim makes the heavy air in the room turn dead silent. Bonza narrows his eyes gravely at this unbelievable theory, his mind racing as he repeats the wild idea of a literal reincarnation in his head. Bonza mutters in deep skepticism before letting out a soft laugh and brushing it off, calling it a ridiculous fairy tale. Yet, in an instant, the family head's eyes turn sharp as daggers. He proudly declares that if the kid truly possesses that level of monstrous strength, then those wild dogs from Cerberus are nothing to lose sleep over. 1 week later, the area around the mysterious rift is thick with tension, with blazing purple energy swirling through the air. A group of panicked soldiers is already reporting the chaotic situation to Freya. Yes, before we could even notice, he completely vanished. Following her subordinate's pointing finger deep into the dense forest, Freza could only sigh in sheer exasperation. Seriously, that guy is just something else. She anxiously wonders if sending just a few extra people like this will actually be enough. Suddenly, Freza senses a familiar presence approaching and glances up. Oh, so they finally arrived? Watching them amble over, she scolds them. If you all had run at full speed, you would have been here much earlier. But Vinian casually responds, why are you being so incredibly dramatic about this? Why waste energy before the mission even starts? I do not like that at all. Just then, Laika shrieks in shock as he recognizes a familiar face. Instructor Freza, what are you doing here? Freza sternly corrects him, I am currently on a mission, not acting as an instructor. She then reveals her real purpose here is to guard and protect this special territory. Looming before the group is a mountainous forest completely warped by dark purple energy. Laika gasps in utter disbelief. Oh my god, so this is that legendary special territory? Freza explains that certain special rifts can directly impact the outside world, forming an entire territory around them. This place is no exception. Standing before the rift as it leaks suffocating pressure, Jack merely folds his arms, observing the scene with a thoughtful look. Staring at the blackened trees, Jack silently realizes this power feels incredibly familiar. It is exactly like the black mist that poured from the wild berserk boar he fought some time ago. So all these mutations were caused by the rift. Jack turns to ask Freza, wait, why are you the one who has to guard this special territory? She calmly replies that her goal is to block and interfere with the meddling Cerberus clan. Seeing Laika still looking confused, Freza explains that if they clear the rift and secure the magic crystals, the El Dragon clan will get a massive power boost. And of course, those Cerberus jerks would absolutely hate that. Besides watching out for enemies, Freza mentions they also have to deal with monsters that get pushed out of the territory. Jack asks out of curiosity, wait, what? How does a monster randomly get pushed out? Freza confirms it, explaining that the special rift only allows a maximum of 7 people at 3-star rank or below to enter. Standing nearby, Vinian confirms he has heard of this rule before. To demonstrate, Freza reaches out to touch the burning purple energy barrier and is instantly blasted back by a powerful force. She claims even she gets rejected by this barrier. The exact same thing happens to any monster at 4-star rank or above hiding in the forest. Anyone who fails to qualify cannot even step foot inside this special territory. Freza then emphasizes a truly brutal rule entering the rift is strictly first come, first served, and until the team inside either conquers it completely or gets wiped out, absolutely no one else can cross that barrier. Jack gently touches the barrier, assessing it in his mind. Huh. So this is just a barrier that screens whoever wants to enter. Hearing Freza say this thing cannot be shattered by brute force, Jack's eyes suddenly flash with wild excitement. Clenching his fists, he smirks arrogantly, well, this is getting interesting. Now that you say that, I want to try breaking it even more just to see what happens. Freza breaks into a cold sweat and warns him you should really listen carefully when others are speaking. Jack just winks confidently. Of course I listened, which only makes her curse him internally as a shameless liar. Freza quickly regains her serious composure. She urges the team to move immediately, since they have no idea when the Cerberus clan might show up. Standing at the threshold of life and death, all the members shout in unison with high spirits, yes, we are ready. Freza smiles encouragingly in that case. I wish you all the best of luck conquering it. The moment the team steps inside the barrier, a gloomy purple mist instantly blankets everything. Out from the shadows, a herd of mutated deer with glowing evil eyes charges at them in a wild frenzy. Facing the massive beast, Vinian gets into a stance with his brand new weapon ready. With a loud shout, Vinian swings his staff, whipping up waves of brilliant green wind magic to blast his opponents away. Witnessing this impressive display, his accompanying subordinate cannot help but marvel that was amazing. Lord Vinian. Vinian softly murmurs in response, looking completely lost in thought, still unable to believe this newfound strength. His memory suddenly flashes back to a few days ago, when Alan happened to stumble upon a secret conversation in the hallway. Peeking curiously, Alan realizes Jack and Vinian are standing face to face. Holding the staff with a thoroughly annoyed look, Vinian demands, what on earth is this? Jack looks at his rival with unwavering eyes, reminding him of their promise. I already told you from the start, so why are you even asking? I will personally train you myself. Vinian asks back in total shock, are you actually serious? Deep down, he still cannot help but wonder what this object is even supposed to do. Jack firmly asserts, of course, once I say I will do something, I do it. He emphasizes that this is a real combat opportunity, and demands Venian use that staff throughout the entire mission. Venian is so shocked he screams, "Hey, that is way too difficult, brother. Are you seriously asking me to use a weapon I have never even touched before for this crucial mission?" Jack simply nods in response. Furious, Venian can only yell out in anger and throw a wild kick to vent his frustration. Gnashing his teeth, he firmly rejects this insane offer with a flat no. Jack growls back with pure determination, "Do it." Despite Venian's stubborn refusal, Jack refuses to let it go. He lunges forward, physically forcing his rival to grab the staff. "I do not care. Just do it." A hilarious struggle unfolds as Jack relentlessly pushes him. Trust me, these two are pure comedy. Exhausted, Venian drops to his knees, gasping for breath as he admits that Jack's stubbornness is completely unshakable. He brings up the umbrella mentioned during the selection matches, pointing out that there is clearly no umbrella here. Jack casually explains that this staff is just a substitute because it functions exactly like one, demanding Venian start training with it right away. Venian wonders in sheer confusion how on earth he is supposed to practice when he does not know any martial arts techniques for umbrellas or staffs. He worries about lacking the basic skills right before a major mission. Jack laughs heartily, reassuring his rival that he custom-made a martial art technique just for him, called the Phantom Wind Umbrella style. The moment he holds the staff and channels his wind mana as instructed, Venian feels an astonishing compatibility. Honestly, he might even be hooked enough to officially call Jack his master now. Witnessing Venian's incredibly sharp movements, Alan is utterly stunned. He silently realizes his young master's staff strikes are now far more precise than his old fan techniques ever were, and more importantly, they blend seamlessly with his wind energy. Alan shivers, wondering if Jack really went out of his way to invent a whole new martial art specifically for Venian. Meanwhile, Jack stands with his arms crossed, highly praising his rival's monster finishing blow. "That was great. That last attack was actually pretty decent." Drenched in cold sweat, Alan asks with a trembling voice to confirm if Jack truly is the creator of the Phantom Wind Umbrella style. Receiving a gentle nod of confirmation from Jack, both Alan and Venian freeze up, their minds completely blank except for one burning question. Who exactly is Jack that he can casually invent martial arts? Alan is entirely lost in endless wild theories about this kid's true identity. Amidst the sudden silence, Jack abruptly calls out as he notices a familiar figure standing right behind them. "Hey, you are Lila, right?" The girl with light purple hair gives a soft smile of confirmation, holding her long staff firmly. Lila approaches them, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and a touch of genuine admiration. Looking directly at Jack, she asks, "Hey, is it really true that you created that martial art yourself?" Facing her doubtful expression, Jack proudly folds his arms, confirming it with ultimate confidence. "Yes, I definitely invented it." But Lila, still utterly shocked, keeps questioning how that is even possible. He only smirks smugly in response. "Do I even need to say it? Of course I did, because I am just that awesome." Watching this extreme level of confidence, Lila looks at him with pure admiration. Meanwhile, Sandy stands behind them looking thoroughly exasperated. What is this guy even talking about? Creating a completely new martial art from scratch is absolutely impossible. Although he denies it out loud, Sandy cannot help but feel slightly swayed, because somehow Jack's words sound pretty convincing. Standing not too far away, Venian coldly turns around, muttering a quick whatever. He gritted his teeth, claiming he just didn't want to be dead weight, holding the team back. Sandy raised an eyebrow, totally sarcastic. "Are you joking right now? A guy who can't even fight normally without his poison potions is suddenly trying to use some weird, unfamiliar martial art? Are you actually enjoying this?" Venian snaps back in anger because that is exactly what I'm talking about. The tension skyrockets as both Venian and Alan lose their minds and start screaming. "If you would just shut up and listen, how incredibly rude. Watch your mouth." Sandy isn't about to back down either, shouting right in their faces, "Oh, does the truth make you that mad? Shouldn't a servant go do something useful for their master?" Seeing things about to spin out of control, Edge quickly steps in to stop them. "Wait, Sandy, everyone, stop fighting. We are all teammates trying to conquer this special rift right now." Flashes a peacemaking smile, reminding everyone that once they step inside, nobody knows what might happen, so cooperation is absolutely essential if they actually want to complete this mission. But Sandy still can't swallow her anger. She grumbles in frustration. "What? Cooperate with the very people who poisoned Leica and almost killed her? You have got to be kidding me." She decisively turns her back and walks away, declaring she absolutely rejects this ridiculous lineup choice. Even as Edge calls out to her helplessly, Sandy stomps off without looking back. Edge turns to Leela with concern, asking if she's really okay with this. Standing next to Jack, Lila just looks confused and asks what he means, so Edge gently asks if she has any hard feelings about teaming up with Venian. Unlike Sandy's explosive reaction, Lila calmly replies that she doesn't really care. After all, Her only focus is to complete this mission in the best way possible. It is a simple wish, but incredibly hard to pull off. Witnessing her calm attitude, Edge laughs heartily, showering Lila with praise for being a truly impressive and strong-willed person. But the heavy tension still refuses to fade as Sandy keeps pressing Laika for answers, demanding to know why on earth she chose people like Vanine and Alan for this elite squad. Facing her cousin's harsh questioning, Laika quietly admits she doesn't have Lila's level of tolerance. However, she firmly states that their skills are undeniable, and she has completely put aside all personal grudges to choose those who are truly essential for the mission's success. Sandy secretly notes that Laika is finally thinking like a mature leader, though she still can't resist tossing a sarcastic jab at Venion for being totally inferior to his own sister. With her pride stung, Laika snaps back, asking if she is just trying to pick a fight, which forces Edge to quickly intervene and try to keep the peace for the team. They are teammates, yet they are ready to eat each other alive at any given moment. Talk about a seriously dysfunctional squad. Jack silently watches this internal rift, secretly worrying if such an uncoordinated team can actually survive a place of life and death. Jack realizes the lingering tension from the selection match is still messing with everyone's minds, making it impossible for them to truly trust each other to watch their backs. He knows that if they can't understand and accept each other, they'll always just be a chaotic, broken mess. But just as he's lost in thought about their future, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the ground, startling everyone. A panicked Laika points ahead, screaming for everyone to look. Out of the pitch darkness, a massive spatial rift glowing with a wild purple energy slowly appears, releasing a suffocating pressure that wraps around everything. Jack and his teammates gasp in utter shock, witnessing the legendary spatial rift with their own eyes right in front of them. Chaotic energy pouring out looks ready to swallow anyone who dares to get close. Laika loudly reminds the team to stay highly focused because nobody knows what terrors are waiting for them in that dangerous land. He clenches his fist, decisively ordering everyone to move in. But the moment they step into the glowing purple light, Jack's eyes suddenly flare with a strange, eerie glow. Quiet for just a second, Jack casually replies that nothing is wrong. He urges everyone to hurry inside the rift and start their dangerous journey, giving the clear order. All right, let us move. The second the entire team steps inside, a brilliant purple light explodes, swallowing everything in sight. But instead of a normal pathway, the space around them starts warping in a truly bizarre way. In a flash, the group realizes they aren't on solid ground anymore. They are in freefall. Laika screams in absolute terror, "What is this?" Meanwhile, Jack and Sandy are completely shocked by this sudden danger. Plummeting straight through the clouds, they see a deep forest rushing toward them at terrifying speed. Amidst the panic, Laika tries to pull herself together. Calm down. We need to find a safe way to land first. But she suddenly freezes when she spots Jack, casually floating on the back of a weird, fat yellow bird. Jack just gives a relaxed grunt like it is no big deal, while Sandy is screaming through the wind, "What is it this time? Wait." Looking down at the monster grabbing his leg, Jack casually remarks, "Oh my, this is actually pretty interesting, guys." An angry Laika barks back, "That is my line. Get over here and help us already." But the bird carries Jack zooming right past her, leaving her to helplessly scream his name. Falling nearby, Edge anxiously calls out to Laika. They realize the ground is right beneath them. Landing safely is way more important than dealing with Jack. With the trees rapidly approaching, they can only scream in despair. What are we supposed to do? Venian grits his teeth in pure annoyance, muttering that these fools are completely useless. He immediately barks out a sharp order to Alan, who quickly replies, "Understood." Venine immediately activates his phantom wind dispersion spell, coordinating perfectly with Alan's wind-cutting fan technique. Together, they unleash their whirlwind strike and wind wall spells simultaneously, creating a giant barrier of air that safely catches their allies. They coordinate their wind magic perfectly, conjuring powerful swirling cyclones to cushion their terrifying descent and escape a deadly crash. Even so, the landing is anything but smooth as they crash hard into the grass with painful groans. Sandy sits up in irritation and yells, "Hey, I know we were in a rush, but watch what you are doing. You could have given us a proper landing." Venian just coldly turns away, muttering that it is not his problem. Standing up to brush off the dust, Edge tries to calm everyone down. "Come on. Thanks to those two cushioning our fall, we got off pretty easily." Lila pushes herself up with a quiet groan, relieved that they somehow managed to survive this drop. Looking up at the gloomy sky of the rift, Edge sighs at how brutal this place is right from the start, getting dropped from midair and instantly targeted by giant birds. To prepare for the unpredictable dangers ahead, they quickly gulp down some recovery potions. Laika approaches Venian and Alan, offering a sincere thank you for saving the lives of the entire team. Venian huffs and turns away, making excuses that he only did it so their combat power wouldn't drop and ruin the mission. Seeing this, Laika sighs internally, telling him he should learn to accept a thank you more honestly. Lila worriedly points out that Jack was carried off by the monsters, but Vinian snaps that they should just leave him behind. Are these guys really teammates if they are already abandoning him? Teased by Lila for actually caring about his teammate, Vinayan blushes and yells out in denial. Sandy and Edge can easily see right through his stubborn act, but then they agree that worrying about someone like Jack is completely pointless, since he will definitely be fine. Edge thoughtfully points out that they should be worrying about their own safety instead. At this moment, Leica stares into the deep forest with a troubled gaze. She wonders what kind of absolute monster Jack is to the rest of the world. Remembering his insane stunts and downright inhuman strength, everyone instantly agrees that Jack is a total monster, and honestly, can you blame them? Leica can only wonder blankly to herself if she is seriously the only normal person here, while Edge surveys their rugged and dangerous surroundings. He notes that they need to regroup with him as soon as possible, since being separated in a place full of danger is a massive problem. And yeah, he is absolutely right about that. They better hurry so he can carry them. Edge looks anxiously at his navigation device, realizing they have absolutely no idea where to go in this completely unfamiliar forest. Right then, Lila remembered a strange pillar of light she spotted while they were all free-falling. Even though Sandy was still dazed and lost after that brutal crash, Lila confidently pointed in one direction, absolutely sure that was where they needed to go. Sandy gasped, asking if she really tracked their direction while plummeting through the air, and her friend just gave a cool, calm nod. Spotting the giant bird heading toward that same glow, Leica suggested they move that way to regroup. Venian and Alan immediately agreed. Knowing Zeke's reckless personality, there was no way he would ignore a giant glowing pillar. While his team is practically having a panic attack, Zeke is just chilling, casually lying back and enjoying the ride on a giant monster bird. Honestly, he finds this whole situation hilariously fun, laughing off the fact that he got snatched the second he entered the rift. For a high-level master like him, feeling these strange spatial presences is actually a pretty cool and valuable new experience. His friends are stressing out while this guy is literally just vibing on a giant pigeon. Even though he got separated from Leica and the others, Zeke is totally confident they can take care of themselves. The sky-high cruise comes to an abrupt end as the bird slows down and dives. Zeke wonders if they have arrived only to freeze at the sight of a massive nest filled with hungry baby birds waiting for dinner. A massive beak opens wide, raw pressure blasts right in his face. Realizing he is about to become baby food, Zeke quickly leaps off the monster's back. He lets out a sharp gasp as he finds himself free-falling through the sky once again. Well, that was close. He almost ended up as a juicy snack. Looking around at the rugged mountain peaks, he realizes he has stumbled into a truly bizarre pocket dimension. Zeke recalls what he knows about the creatures of chaos that hide inside these rifts. Looking back at the tiny, trembling creature behind him, he asks if it is one of them. He reaches out to pet the little bird, finding it surprisingly cute. But his smile fades when he notices its terrible state. The poor thing is covered in wounds and looks painfully thin. He wonders what could have put this poor creature through such misery. Suddenly, Zeke narrows his eyes in alarm, sensing a hostile presence that has been silently tailing him. The little bird chirps in sheer terror as a swarm of insect monsters glowing with dark purple energy floods the horizon, trapping them both. Zeke instantly puts two and two together. Alright, he gets it now. Those buggy monsters are the ones hunting this poor little bird. Who knew bugs here actually preyed on birds? Feeling their dark, heavy aura, he confirms these are definitely creatures of chaos. Zeke sizes up the enemies, 3-star grasshoppers, and one massive 4-star leader. Staring at the desperate situation as the little bird cowers in absolute terror, Zeke quietly considers what his next move should be. Looking at the shivering creature, is he actually thinking about running away? But despite shaking with fear, the little bird bravely spreads its wounded wings to shield its tiny babies behind it. Witnessing this, Zeke smiles in genuine admiration now that is a warrior spirit he can respect. Clenching his fist, Zeke decides he is going to help out. Right on cue, the swarm of chaos monsters screeches, unleashing a thick wave of killing intent that practically stings the skin. Pure killing instinct. So this is chaos. Before they can even react, Zeke lunges forward like a flash of lightning, delivering a devastating punch that instantly blows an insect to pieces. His eyes turn icy cold as he locks onto the remaining swarm. Surrounded by screeching insects, Zeke silently unleashes a terrifying, heavy pressure. The little bird can only watch with its beak wide open, completely stunned by its savior's sudden change. A blinding golden dragon aura erupts, projecting a pair of massive, majestic dragon eyes right behind him. The overwhelming pressure sends the chaos monsters trembling backward in absolute terror, realizing they are facing something far beyond their comprehension. Zeke points directly at the swarm, delivering a cold ultimatum: if you turn back now, I will let you live. But if you keep pushing, I will play with you until I am satisfied. He talks like that, you know it is over. Classic Zeke, always loving a good threat. His eyes flash with a wild madness, unleashing a heavy aura that completely freezes the giant leader beast in its tracks. Seeing the pests refuse to back down, Zeke whispers his final judgment, fine then, disappear. It turns out that on its frantic escape earlier, the monster bird had snatched up some prey for its chicks. Looking at the hungry chicks huddled on the ground, Zeke reflects on how close he came to being their lunch. But hey, maybe this is just a strange twist of fate. Zeke claps his hands with a grin, declaring he has made up his mind. He looks at the confused little bird, asking if it is still feeling hungry. The little bird lets out a weak chirp, its stomach rumbling loudly from hunger. Zeke immediately makes an excited offer. In that case, it is time to go hunting. The little bird chirps back, completely stunned by this plan. Zeke flexes his muscles with a grin. Time to train! Meanwhile, in another corner of the rift, a razor-sharp blade cuts straight through a monster's skull, spraying green fluid everywhere. A group of mysterious figures in sharp suits and black fedoras emerge from the dark woods, standing over a pile of dead beasts. He adjusts his fedora, whispering that it doesn't matter anyway. The suited group draws their blades in unison, filling the air with a chilling pressure. Stepping over the pile of monster corpses, their leader steps forward, a glowing sword gripped tightly in his hand. Flashing a wicked smile, he orders the squad to begin hunting the El Dragons. Fast forward 1 week later inside the rift, and things have taken a massive turn for the worse. Red-eyed monsters screech from the shadows. Constant chaos. Sandy is in a total panic, swinging her glowing sword wildly to hold off the monsters. She screams in pure frustration, asking what kind of hellhole they have stumbled into. Shut up, Vinian snaps back. Stop screaming and start swinging. The team is pushed to their limits in a pitch-black cave where the monsters just keep coming. Wiping the sweat from his face, Rengis groans that there is no end to this non-stop fighting. They can only sigh and push onward, knowing that giving up now means a swift death. Everyone is utterly exhausted and sick of the endless chaos in this cursed place. Remen lets out a bitter laugh and channels all his power into his blade, yelling as he slices through a beast sneaking up from behind. Right on cue, Leica dashes forward like a bolt of golden lightning. She unleashes a massive, wide-range lightning net technique, sending a massive surge of electricity crackling through the cave and vaporizing the entire swarm of insects in an earth-shattering explosion. Out of breath from the massive attack, Leica checks on the team, asking if everyone is all right. Watching her closely, Edgis realizes she is pushing herself way too hard under the pressure of being their leader. Sandy continues to complain about the harsh environment, noting that every rift they enter seems to lead to an entirely different realm of chaos. Edgis pats her shoulder, telling her they just got unlucky by running into the bugs she hates most. Still frustrated, Sandy admits that whining is not going to get the mission done. Edgis smiles, feeling incredibly lucky to have Leica leading their squad. Staring at his hands covered in green monster slime, Vinian senses a sudden shift in the air and confirms the exit is just ahead. Sandy asks him skeptically, but Vinian just coldly tells her to keep her slimy self far away. With that, the team charges full speed toward the bright glow ahead, desperate to escape the gloomy forest. Leica squeals with excitement at the sight of the exit, while Sandy is absolutely thrilled to finally say goodbye to those hideous bugs. But the moment they step out, Sandy's smile completely freezes. She runs straight toward a massive purple beam of light shooting directly into the sky from the middle of a gloomy limestone canyon. She pants heavily, wondering what on earth they should do now. Edgis looks around, realizing this canyon looks just as troublesome as the forest they just left. Vinian points and confirms that is definitely the spot. Alan nods, confirming it is the exact same light they saw while falling from the sky. Vinian smirks, saying they are finally close. Suddenly, Leica points to the glowing aura in absolute shock. Is that it? Edgis nods. Standing this close makes it clear that is the massive energy radiating from the Chaos Stone Tech mentioned. Memories of their training at El Dragon Manor flash back. The stern instructor had warned them that simply collecting magic water would never be enough to pass this mission. Jack had asked in confusion what he meant by that, wondering if that still was not enough. He questioned if conquering the rift meant they had to close it down completely. Instructor firmly confirmed it, emphasizing that they must destroy the Chaos Stone, the actual source of all this madness, to close the rift forever. Hearing the name of the Chaos Stone, Jack thoughtfully recalled some old texts about this strange mineral, which supposedly creates spatial tears all over the world. It hit him then that the stone is the true root of the rift. He flips open an ancient book. It is not just an origin point, but a terrifying threat to this entire region. That dark stone constantly pumps out a massive amount of energy to keep the rift open. The corrupting energy seeps into every corner, turning every living creature into a mutated, savage beast. The true nature of these beasts is pure slaughter. They will not stop killing until they have completely conquered the entire world. After that, they will seek out new lands, crossing through spatial rifts to launch an invasion into the human world. Hearing this, Jack thoughtfully rubbed his chin. It sounded incredibly dangerous, but also like a massive pain. Edgis and Lila sat nearby in deep thought, fully aware that they had to secure both the water and the stone. Edgis pointed to the ancient illustrations, explaining that the magic water always forms right next to the Chaos Stone. Tech nods in firm agreement. Find the Chaos Stone first, he instructs them. These stones might look different, but they all share one specific trait. They release a staggering, overwhelming amount of energy. Get close enough, and you will easily feel its heavy presence. Back in the canyon, Vinayan points directly at the purple pillar of light and states that, in other words, they just need to head straight toward that massive glow from now on. Alan smiles in agreement, but Sandy just squints at Vinayan with a sarcastic grin, teasing him about finally saying something useful instead of his usual insults. Caught red-handed, Vinayan snaps back instantly. He barks out a confused and defensive response, making the others just smile, secretly hoping that meeting up with Jack at that spot will make everything go smoothly. Looking at the glow, Laika hopes Jack has already found the stone. Vinayan, still looking annoyed, urges everyone to move instead of standing around worrying. When Lila tries to tease him for caring about his friend, Vinayan snaps at her to shut up. Desperate to cover up his embarrassment, Vinayan tells her to be quiet. As they venture deeper, Laika notices a huge difference. There are absolutely no creepy bugs around here like in the forest. Sandy sighs in relief, completely exhausted from all the fighting, but their instructor's warning still rings loudly in her ears. The area around the Chaos Stone is home to incredibly powerful beasts, mutated heavily by the stone's dark energy. Edgis groans to himself, thinking how much of a pain this is going to be. Laika feels a heavy dread creeping in and warns everyone to stay on high alert. They cautiously step deeper into the gloomy canyon, where the giant purple beam is exerting a suffocating pressure on them. To their surprise, they actually reach their destination completely unchallenged. Laika sighs in relief that they made it without incident, staring at the massive, glowing purple crystal floating right in front of them. Sandy shivers, remarking on how incredibly evil the stone feels, while Lila is completely stunned by its sheer, towering size. Seeing how quiet it is, Sandy starts letting her guard down, complaining that it is almost boringly peaceful with zero monsters in sight. But out of nowhere, a dark shadow plunges from above, making Laika scream. She warns everyone to look up as the object crashes violently into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The group immediately draws their weapons, bracing for an intense battle. But through the thick dust, a surprisingly casual voice greets them, saying it has been a while. A figure steps out, revealing Jack with a bright smile and a friendly wave. Laika is absolutely overjoyed and screams out his name as the team celebrates their reunion. She happily cheers that they are finally back together, while Edgis lets out a massive sigh of relief. Edgis tells him he is glad he is safe. Jack looks around and cheerfully comments on how lively everyone seems to be. His casual attitude immediately makes Vinayan snap in annoyance. Vinayan yells back, asking where on earth they look lively. Alan exhaustedly groans that they are actually in a completely miserable state. Jack squints, finally noticing their messy, wounded appearance. Jack admits he only just noticed. But then, Edgis points past him, stuttering in absolute shock. The entire group freezes as they spot the massive, dark purple beetle corpse lying lifeless in a deep crater. Scratching his head, Jack asks what the big deal is. Ironically, just moments before, Sandy had been terrified out of her mind when this high-level chaos beast leaped at them from the shadows. Her terrifying screams had echoed through the canyon as she faced the beast. Now, Edgis breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this must be the powerful chaos monster their instructor warned them about. Edgis asks if Jack really defeated it alone. Jack casually explains that it tried to jump him, so he just took care of it. Suddenly, the team realizes why the path was so quiet. Then Jack suddenly remembers, casually adding that he actually cleared out an entire horde of those monsters on his way over. Hearing this ridiculous remark, everyone freezes with faces twisted in shock, silently screaming at his overpowered nature. Honestly, you have to love how he completely ruins their dramatic tension. Shaking off the shock, Jack points toward the massive purple crystal that is emitting a suffocating, heavy pressure. That stone is what really matters, Jack explains, noting he had a feeling about it and decided to wait for them. Edgis nods, confirming this is definitely the Chaos Stone. Just as they predicted, right beneath the floating crystal sits a small pool glowing brilliantly amidst white crystal shards. Laika and Sandy stare in confusion, asking if that is actually water. Staring intently at the glowing pool, Jack proudly declares that this is indeed the magic water. He excitedly kneels closer to the surface, thrilled to confirm his theory. It is amazing, but Jack notes that to get the magical boost, each person needs to drink a specific amount. Sadly, this small pool might only be enough for a few of them. Hearing this, Laika quickly pulls out small glass vials, urging the team to move fast. Hurry up, she urges, so they can gather the water and finally end this mission. The team carefully begins to scoop the glowing liquid into their flasks. Holding up the filled flasks, Laika proudly announces they have finished gathering the magic water. She explains that the water's color determines its magical attribute, such as fire or lightning. But the liquid they just stumbled upon is completely clear. Or actually, it has this incredibly weird, sparkling glow. Edvi inspects the bottle. Despite the bizarre color, he confirms this is definitely magic water. Even Sandy admits it is weird. While Jack watches thoughtfully, Vinian stands nearby, grumbling that the team is obsessing over tiny, useless details. Suddenly, Z's eyes flash. He senses a terrifying aura rushing toward them. With no time to explain, he immediately grabs Laika and yanks her far back. Just as Laika squeaks in confusion, a massive energy beam rips through the air, blasting the exact spot they stood on. A deafening explosion erupts. Debris flies everywhere as Laika stares in absolute shock. Through the thick rising dust, heavy, steady footsteps echo. Pure menace. A man wearing a sharp suit and a black fedora slowly steps forward. He casually notes how they managed to dodge his attack. Sporting glowing red eyes and bizarre facial tattoos, he looks down on them with utter contempt, calling them a bunch of tiny lizards. Always trash-talking, First Dude is literally begging for an early grave. The team immediately takes defensive stances, fully alert around these sudden intruders. While his teammates tense up, Jack just keeps his smug, arrogant smirk. Staring straight at the leader, he boldly declares, "Finally,